we're going to have a continuation of Sanity, which was day one for either of the groups. So, yeah, I'm curious to see just how that is going to kind of unfold as we make our way through it. Of course, as we know, either side is going to be playing for those very essential slots, right? We've got a few positions, a few angles that are going to be up for grabs here moving into today's games. And that is going to be the top three teams are going to move straight to the finals. The bottom three teams, they're done. And the middle section goes on to next week.
Yes.
Right? So, yeah, there's still a bit of something that is yet to be determined here, but especially looking at what we had with regards to those standings, I think it's going to be of the utmost importance, which is obvious, for the teams that are positioned a little bit further down the standings, a little bit further down the rankings, to grind it out here today. Right? This is the final opportunity to accomplish exactly that.
Yeah, it really is. And, in yesterday's games, we did see a big discrepancy from the top three teams versus the rest of the lobby. In Group A, it wasn't as stark of a difference, so you are still seeing a little bit of that fight between the top 10 teams as well, trying to get into that top three. But I think, a lot of our focus is going to be on the bottom side of the leaderboards because, you're right, the bottom three teams do go out entirely. They can't come back next week. So we're really going to be seeing who is able to get out of that spot and who is able to to push other teams down into those spots, because that's you don't want to be there, but someone does have to be. So it is going to be really interesting, and that makes it all the more difficult when you realize we still only have 5 games left. They have to do all that tonight, here and now, in 5 matches, and it's not going to be easy at all.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is definitely going to be on, so I want to see how all of that pans out, how all of that plays out. But of course, in case you forgot where the teams find themselves situated, here we go, taking a look at that leaderboard. And this is what we saw yesterday as well. The team sat at pole position, has 45 eliminations to their name. That is the magic number for the top spot on the rankings. I'm going to be keeping an eye on AOR here as well, because they are the only team in the top 6 for this group that does not have a winner chicken dinner next to their name. So I'm very curious as to what their approach is going to be here. Are they going to look to strengthen their players, because they've already shown to be a very aggressive team? As you can see, they have the second highest tally with regards to eliminations, right? Sitting on 38. It's the placement point territory, right? That area that could definitely, do with a little bit of a boost with regards to the overall effort that's put into that. And you could even say the same kind of thing here about the players coming through from IDA, right? IDA Esports, very similar play. They've got 1 less placement point, but the eliminations just came down from where we see AOR currently situated. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting day, but of course, as we've mentioned, Boar, It, and Enigma Dolls, they're going to have to really pop in a few amazing plays here today. And I'm pretty sure they're more than capable of doing that. They're just going to have to get that momentum going.
Yeah, but if you notice, 15th place, the points to beat right now is 15. That is the number we're trying to get to, and 10 points. And the bottom team has 4, so it's only a 6-point difference, which is very easily doable when you get into that very first game. And of course, yes, the points are always going to rack up bit by bit as the games continue, but it's not a huge leap to have to make here. So there's still all to play for all of these teams. And you're right, those teams in the top 6, the top 8 as well, with fewer placement points, they also have that opportunity to be able to do something here. And maybe the strategy for tonight is don't go all out on those eliminations. Maybe hold back a little bit and try and get those placements, because that is what's going to be super solid and make sure that you're where you need to be.
Yeah, you got to find the tactic, the strategy that works for your team, but that is also beneficial, right? So I'm curious to see how that is going to differ from what we had on their first day 2 days ago. So the pressure is going to be on here, but of course, with players like this in the lobby, it's going to be quite challenging for those teams a little bit further down, right? R8, as well as AOR, we did see some of their strong stats that we've got there. But then, of course, we are going to be playing through exactly the same map rotation, right? We're going to be starting with Erangel in the front, ending with Erangel as the last game. then, of course, that lovely Murmur Sanok sandwich in between. So it does give the team, as we've seen, right, in the first 2 days of play, it does give them enough of an opportunity to really get kind of accustomed or acclimated with what is expected from them out on the battlefield. But I think especially now having the first day already done and dusted and having a day off, right? There's been that opportunity for Group A to really kind of figure out what their strategy is going to be for this next push to get themselves either straight into the finals or into that second week of play.
Very true. And when we think about that, I'm really looking at Galatasaray, right? I mean, we do have to talk about them, of course. I think it's going to be interesting to watch what their strategy is going to be, if it's changed at all or if it's going to stay the same, because we saw them go absolutely all out several times in day number 1. However, they are nowhere near being safe. They've still managed, or rather other teams have managed, to keep up with them and to keep those points around them and actually to surpass them in many ways. So it is going to be, I think, one to definitely watch out for. As we get into the Erangel very shortly, I think we're going to really have to look at what they're doing.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see indeed, because I mean, Galatasaray, they are the defenders, right? The reigning defenders, and they've proven that they are pretty good at defending their title, right? They've defended it twice and claimed it thrice. So yes, the pressure's going to be on, but I'm also open to any of the other teams bringing in a bit of a push, playing a bit of that upset, right? Maybe trying to at least, disrupt Galatasaray a little bit later on. I don't think it's going to be, whatever happens now is not going to be really that indicative of Galatasaray's overall performance, because as we saw in the previous season, they opted to go the second week of play approach, right? Which gave them a lot more opportunity to refine the strategies, the rotations, and just the way that they play. So I think there's benefits in both approaches, right? Going for the straight seed into the finals, and of course then the other option. But speaking about options, the teams are going to be feeling quite happy with this flight path, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's loads of options there for you all. But I think they don't seem to be taking many of those options. Why are all the teams moving out immediately? I do not like what we just saw there. There's like 5 different teams that all jumped out over Georgia Pole. Now, of course, they're not all going to be going there, but still, there's a heavy concentration of teams as we start to get that plane across the map. And this is where it's going to be really interesting. First one is Vio over there having a big split, and unfortunately for them, it's right over Boer's position as well. So could be a little tricky for that solo who is there. Will be interesting to see how teams react to Galatasaray as well. Again, I was about to say, are we going to get a hot drop here in the last day? Yes, we are. It is Galatasaray, and I think it's going to be Ace again here. But this team does not back down. We saw them with this hot drop over in day number 1 as well. It was Erangel and Sandhawk, I think, on boot camp. And all the games, every game they could, they hot dropped them. And here we go. Nonetheless, we're doing it again. And the zone has popped up now. It's nice and simple. This is a fairly easy zone to make way into. So the day for now is starting off pretty calm.
Yeah, today is starting off pretty calm. And I mean, if you remember back the previous day, the previous game 1 that we had, right, all the way back on day number 1, TPS actually got themselves that lovely winner chicken dinner, right? TPS coming through with those 7 eliminations. And they went for their usual location, all the way up in towards Zaki. So I'm curious to see how they're going to look to play this one out. I like the fact that we are having a lot more contention in the start again, right? Not only do we have Pachinki here, which is heating up quite a bit, but we also did see quite a few other points of potential conflict that is going to be making its way on through here. But for now, Galatasaray are going to be looking to just play their way through Pachinki, maybe hoping to get a bit of an angle on towards Ace's house. But Ace's house, also one of those teams that you can't really discount at this point, right? They've also proved on that very first match that they are capable of doing what needs to be done, to secure themselves that squad wipe or at least 4 eliminations. So the pressure's going to be on here. Galatasaray can't get too overconfident. They've got to still keep a very close eye on how they will look to play through this.
Yeah, you can see they're really taking their time with it, right? Galatasaray chilling. They've taken now a third knock, and this is where you're gonna see that push come through, and they do get the flush on that final player. So Acer dealt with very, very quickly here, but you did notice that even though they took two, they did not go all in. Hilal was chilling. She was moving through other buildings. She was not concerned at all, and that's something as well that you like to see in a seasoned team, right? They're not like going all in and let's go, go, go. It's not always aggression all the time. It's countered. And that's kind of crazy because she's the one who was chilling and she's the one who got all four of those eliminations. So GG's there. Now we move over to Rozhawk, a fave spot of mine. R8 Sapphire up against, who was that? Zeus, I think. Yep. And R8 currently standing on top of our leaderboards right now. And this is where we're starting to see that come through, as she does get this res on up here. And unfortunately for Zeus, they're kind of split up. There's not much they can do, but R8 Sapphire not looking too happy themselves, because look who's just shown up. Who is that in the green around Sandhawk and moving in with force? It is IT. And Pew Pew looking to throw all kinds of stuff in. They all are, and I think Asiko might just be in a world of hurt here as Maisie from Zeus uses this opportunity to get out of dodge.
Well, they're going to look to get tagged up, and that is Atsi now just looking to push on through. We got Foxuna there as well as Pew Pew, the rest of the crew all getting ready for a bit of a play. And I like the fact that they are applying quite a bit of pressure onto the side of R8 Sapphire. As we know, they came into this sitting right at the top of the board. But this early game aggression, gotta love it, because that is going to alleviate quite a bit of the pressure on those teams further down that are going to be looking to, well, climb up and score a few more points. And I love this because, well, Tasted, right? They were one of those teams sat much further down, right?
Yes.
They found themselves with only 8 points to their name. But this play is going to bode exceptionally well for them. And I like the fact that they are hitting the ground running, just picking up quite a bit of momentum. But the big play here is going to be, will they be able to carry that momentum forward for the rest of the match? Because remember, this is only stage one, only the first circle, and we still got a long way to go.
We sure do, and that's really where that difficulty comes in, is when you have that momentum, how do you carry it on, right? How do you balance it between being too aggressive and not aggressive enough? So we'll see how they're able to do that. Galatasaray, we're back in Pachinki, and with those 4 eliminations, they're sitting pretty comfortably. They can chill now for a good few minutes. Remember, we're already down to 16 teams, and we've only been in this game for about, 2-3 minutes, something like that. So this is promising to be a good one, DK. I'm looking forward to it. You know what I'm also looking forward to is that new zone. I want to see, because, yeah, this first circle is good, but you know what? Teams are still chilling. They're still looting. They're still moving around. Zone 2 is really where we're going to start to see how this game is going to play out as we look at the Wildcats moving around here. And yeah, they're already in their vehicles. They're also waiting for that zone to pop up.
Yeah, and I mean, from what we can see, of course, the blue zone is very slow to close up on this first stage, and that's just about the only time where the teams will have a little bit of a extended opportunity to ensure that they get themselves where they want to go. But looking at the Wildcats, right, they don't seem to be all too phased, all too flustered. They've got a comfortable position here. We don't really see anybody in their immediate vicinity, so that allows them to get themselves ready to roll on through. And I'm curious to see just where they're going to look to push to, because, I mean, we do have them over on the edge of Headshot Hills. So there's quite a bit of a playable area just ahead of them. Speaking about playable areas, though, it's going to be A3 Excellence also now locking onto some targets, right? As you can see them starting to move on up. Zeitgezet also getting themselves mobilized, starting to push forward. And several teams that we are going to be keeping a very close eye on here. I mean, both A3 and Zeitgezet performed quite well in that first game. So, right, so the teams have already established that they're not here to mess around, right? They want to go out there, they want to get the points, and they are going to be quite relentless in doing so. But yeah, it's all going to be determined by where this next phase rather is going to be taking them.
Yeah, and Galatasaray choosing a really strong position to leapfrog into that new zone as well, right? But Potato Hill is one of the highest grounds into the south side of the map, and it gives you a fairly good overlook and a really good entry path into the next position you want to take. So it's a good strat from them to come in here. Meanwhile, we'll go back over. I mean, to be honest, Galatasaray should be hearing these shots, right? It's not that far away over in Farm, and Zyga's best, yeah, she's trying her best, yeah, but it's not quite connecting there, but they will be able to hold on to the Farm position for now at least, and again, a really good, strong position to actually have. So we already see a couple of teams trying to line up where they want to be for this game, and we'll see what happens when the rest of the lobby starts to filter through, because we're seeing a lot of teams. I mean, Wildcats being one of them, I think, is that where a lot of them were on that west coast, on that hard shift side, so they got a little bit farther to go.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what we had there for Zygas, they haven't moved all that far, really, right? They already kind of dropped within that farm area, so they seem to be quite comfortable in defending there, and that is what I think we are seeing from their side. The other two teams that we had kind of rolling up into the territory there was, of course, A3, which took a little bit of a wider spread, but I think the drop that they went for was also just one where they could find themselves vehicles and then start to rotate to wherever the zone is going to be going. But I'm curious to see, though, who's going to be pulling to that far eastern side, right? Because if you remember, we didn't see anybody drop close towards Mansion or Prison. We are looking at Shelter right here, but Lipovka was open, Malta Power was open, so I want to see if any teams might have decided to kind of, claim those territories, because that could maybe help them quite a bit, especially now that we've moved up into the second stage. But it'd be interesting to see, in fact, where the zone has actually taken us.
Yeah, I would love to see that, because the way these teams are sort of responding to the zone shift is it's not going to be all that crazy. I don't think there's been a hard shift here. We are looking at probably a center-ish zone. A3 are inside that zone, so they're going to be really trying to hold down this area for sure, and it's a really good one as well. It's one that I like a lot because you get a lot of traffic, but it's actually quite defendable, so you can do a lot with it, and so we'll see how they're able to do that as Boar now move into frame. They are a team that we saw way onto the western coast, and they're just now moving into the second phase. So they'll have to be careful now because, yeah, you've got Istanbul Wildcats next to Ruya on one side, and then you also have A3 up on the hillside. So it is going to be a bit precarious for Boars, to move through, but we'll see. And let's see where they go. At the moment, we're just going to hang on to Istanbul looting away. I'm just chilling over by Walmart. I mean, what do you call that, DK? Is that Walmart, that building over there?
Well, the one over to the side there. I mean, sure, like that. Yeah. I mean, some people also call this the scrapyard, this particular spot that they're in right now. Right, either that or the caravan park or something like that, because we have the trailers just off to the side that we briefly saw there on the screen. It's a place that goes by many names. Okay. So we'll see.
Americans call it Walmart, and the Europeans call it museum. So I don't know which one.
Yeah. Well, I think museum is a little bit more fitting because
probably
there's not a shop in there. I guess there is a shop in there, right? So both of those. I mean,
the gallery. It's an art gallery. Yeah,
museum
look at it.
Fits. Yeah, we'll go with museum.
I think museum.
Yeah, it fits way better. I've not seen a Walmart that looks like this inside. So
I wish they looked like this inside, man.
Yeah, I like normally when you play classics, there's a shop right about here where Bloom is standing right now. So I can see where the whole Walmart thing comes from. Yeah. But yeah, I think museum maybe a better way to describe where we are right now.
Agreed. But the dolls fit in quite nicely as well here in museum. They found a good spot, actually. I'm surprised this wasn't taken a tiny bit earlier by some of these other teams. The Dolls, this is a team that we need to see really, really step up, right? They don't have that many points. Jerry can knock herself out of the car. That's what it looks like based on that elimination feed, but she'll get res back up, I'm sure. That's fine. But yeah, Enigma Dolls, they do need to step up a little bit here. They have a lot of points to grab if they want a shot at week number 2. So for now, a good spot in Zone 2 is a good start.
Yep, it is definitely a good start. And of course, we are going to be hopping over on towards Script Monarchy over here. So curious to see if they are going to be earning themselves some placement points this time around. Unfortunately, Bloom did get knocked out as we saw up in the feed, but Script going to continue their push. We did see them starting out their play all the way down in towards that Millie Island, right? Going for a nice, lovely southern starting point. It does seem like they are quite well looted up. Of course, there's quite a bit of loot in that territory. And they've got 10 seconds to decide which compound or which region they want to call home, at least for the next little while. So, yep, I think if they maybe go for these compounds up ahead. No, the compounds way over to that side, right? They're going to have to make quite a bit of a play here. But I think this is a good shift, right? Especially looking at that Galatasaray are the zone masters, right? They just read that, and Potato Hill was the spot that they looked to claim for themselves. That is a phenomenal setup. But I think now we are going to be looking at a few interesting shifts, right? Especially looking at Zeitgeist that we have over down towards that southern side of zone. I mean, if they kind of hold on to that slight mountain ridge that they've got there, that could also be quite a bit of advantageous angle, especially over towards Pachinki. But I do think the majority of the teams are going to look to get themselves situated in and around School and the Headshot Hills territory.
That is just a crazy shift. And you saw those teams starting to set up in the center of Zone 2. They were confident that it was not going to hard shift, and Galatasaray being the only team out of 16 in that new zone is crazy work by PUBG Mobile and the game. It's crazy. But TPES now the next to roll on in. Now taste it. They already have apartments, so TPES is going to have to do something here, and maybe School's the better option. But they don't seem to really know. Cupquake is running around trying to figure out where she needs to go, but she keeps getting taken, or shots getting taken at her. So I think they're just going to have to take this little hill compound, and chill with it for a bit. But it's a difficult compound to actually have.
Yeah, I think TPS Cupquake has definitely taken too much damage. But it just shows you how difficult it is to find a spot here, because everywhere that Cupquake went, it was already filled up, right? There was already teams occupying that space. Realistically, I think for TPS, a good spot could have been the hill between Razak and School.
Yes.
Right? Just holding on to those hills, because that would have allowed quite a bit of an opportunity to not only play the School side, but also keep a very close eye on who decides to rotate up from that northern approach. So that could have maybe been a bit of an angle to try and take occupancy of. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be looking over here to see if Script Monarchy can get anything done. We do have a little bit of movement over on towards that eastern side, but of course that is the rest of the team, right? So nothing all too serious to worry about just yet. But I think even for Script, this could be a good setup. Right? I mean, there's no one really that is going to be looking to pose any immediate threats to them, so they can make sure that they've got everything they feel they need, and then come up with that next rotation, that next strategy to improve their position moving forward.
I really like what Araxis is doing here as well. Looking in her vehicle, running around and around in circles, just patrolling that side of zone, that edge of the zone, and seeing what's going on, and making sure there's no one else coming, and making sure the back is clear before they continue on. And that's a really nice heads up play from her to make sure that her team is safe and that they can move into zone effectively. Now, they also had a scout go on ahead of them to make sure that this compound was cleared, so they are playing this very smartly but very, very safely.
Yeah, but this is also a good kind of leapfrog approach to get themselves closer to Potato Hill itself, where we still see the players players there from Galatasaray holding nice and steady. And it does seem like the zone has just taken a slight little shift up on towards that northeastern side. So, again, not an overly aggressive push coming through, at least with regards to the zone itself. But it's all going to be down to how the teams are going to look to make this next move, because School, yeah, it's going to be tricky. But that hilltop that I was talking about between Rozok and School, that is going to be, I think, quite a bit of a position to at least hold on the edge of zone.
Yeah, absolutely is. And it looks like Zeus Maisie might have the best access to that, or maybe AOR Kitty. We'll have to see when we get back into the actual gameplay POVs. I'm really surprised no one's taken School, and I get that no one's taken the rest of apartments, though often you do see 5 or 6 teams in those buildings. But no one's taken School? I mean, you don't have to be on the rooftop to have School. You can just sit in a closet if you really want to and wait for that next zone to shift. But it's really interesting that no one has decided to take it. And that's just free real estate now for anyone who wants to. I mean, I'm looking at S2, to be honest. They have the most direct line in with hardly anybody watching them.
Hang on. Closet. Which closet? Where do you find closets in this game? I've not seen any closets in School.
Yeah.
Unless you've got a
Bottom
special
floor.
Unlocked feature.
Bro, bottom floor.
Getting
Right
into a
side.
closet, I don't quite know. But anyway, whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting play going through here, especially you can see like a mass convergence of teams now, especially coming in over on towards that eastern side. It is going to make things quite challenging. But I think it's a very respective position, the respective angle that we see towards this northern side, right? We have Ida now trying to kind of figure out what the approach is, what the push is going to be, looking to get themselves, all cinched up or positioned up. But I think it was, Tasted that we had up towards the north, or was it the players from S2 that we had positioned
S2.
north?
S2,
so for
IT
S2,
apartments.
that's I think the point that they're keeping it steady and not pushing out, that is a good call for them, because as you can see, it is going down over on towards the edge of zone here. So TPS look to try and find a bit of an angle to push through. Oh, Cupquake with the upset, getting the plays, but it's got to watch those windows, because
HP.
it's pretty low. It is pretty dang low. Will she make it? Yes, just in the nick of time. Sona now getting caught out in a bit of a tricky angle here. But this is the compound, right? And it's so tough to play out of, especially with that large number of players situated over on towards that western front. And of course, the zone has taken a slight little bit of a shift down towards that more southern edge. So that is going to play out quite favorably for Galatasaray.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, they now have space to move in, and you can see them moving in, not so quietly, though. Script Monarchy gonna possibly lose Araxis here to them as they try and fight off the team down below them as well. And it's all a bit of a mess. But what else can one expect from a zone like this, right? You've now moved over away from School, away from apartments, asking all these teams to shift once again. Now, Boars Gaming, another team that really needs some points today, are looking, again, very good on this edge side of zone. They've not got anybody to fight right now. They just kind of need to hold on to that compound and wait for those teams to finish fighting. It's a theme that we see again and again, and it looks like this game's going to be no different, DK.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a pretty difficult zone to play through, especially looking at this hillside, but TPS, I'm not quite sure about that position. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to be in contention for that winner chicken dinner. Who knows? They might still be able to surprise us as we go through, but they only have 2 players up. Even looking at Zeitgazit, the solo left, that is going to prove to be quite challenging, but, well, Sona is not going to be deterred. We did see that Molly, or that rather the grenade being used, getting those very painful plays up into the side here of Rebna. So Cupquake needs to just hold on, and the push is going to come through, but so is that blue zone. A quick little bit of work being done here, getting hit from multiple ends. And Cupquake, that is the end. Getting run out of HP quite literally on that one. Takes the 13th position. But now Script's going to try and at least establish a bit of a foothold coming through from the southern side. We do say goodbye to Zeitgazit as well, but the pressure is on. As you can see, it is not looking all that great. right is going to be Skin Legacy, trying to find a bit of a way to get themselves back and establish in towards this next zone, but unfortunately that will be denied as Script Monarchy ends their run. The same goes for Zeus, as well tasted stops them dead in their tracks. Now out on the edge of blue, it is going to get increasingly more challenging, and the Wildcats now stepping into the action.
Yeah, I mean, 0 eliminations. Great nade there coming in from Oiku, I think. Yeah, or Ilem, one of them. Fantastic nade coming in there to clean up, and now 0 points becomes 2. And a few placement points now as we step into the top 7. This is where we're really starting to see these teams fall down. Enigma Dolls do go out, but again, they're in the placement. That's a better result than we've seen from them often before. Now, Theo doing some great work against Tasted. Their run of luck has just about ended, but I don't think Venus is long for this world, DK. She's got the Wildcats up on top looking at her, and that's a beautiful Molotov. Best to take the zone damage rather than that. I don't know how she managed that, but she's out. She's away and she's out, but again, very, very open. That hillside's looking very scary. If she tries to bandage up DK, it's not really working. They know exactly where she is.
Yeah, it's a very tough spot to manage at this point. But let's see whether or not Venus can pull this one off. Is going to try and move just a little bit further forward. I like this angle coming through from Alem here, just capitalizing on that elevation. Blue zone is going to get the better of Venus in that play, but now it's going to be it, right? They are in, they've been tagged, they're going to try to have to get themselves out of that pressure position, but unfortunately it's not going to pan out for them, as we are now down to our final four. Oh wow, BS do that, no, tries to make a decisive play, trying to find some kind of approach, but unfortunately Galatasaray, they have their scopes trained up to the north, just absolutely lasering their way on through, but there is still quite a bit of a hope now actually coming through here for the Wildcats. They just got to manage this elevated position all the way to the end.
I was really worried there. Galatasaray know how to use a nade or two, and the Wildcats very grouped up there, but it does miss them just by a hair, and that's going to be fine for them. But Galatasaray, haven't seen them in ages, and all of a sudden here they are, full squad, top 3, 7 eliminations. So obviously looking to start the day off strong, but we're seeing some great work here from the Boars as well. 5 eliminations at a top 3 position to start off the day. That is really, really good for them, and the Wildcats as well. We saw the middle of the table, and they're really looking to push forward tonight.
Yep, they're going to try and find any opportunity they can lock in at this point. But you got to commend the Boars as well, right? What a comeback this is. I mean, definitely looking to make quite a bit of a bounce in one single game, one single match. They've been able to almost match the points that they gathered in the entirety of day number 1. So things are looking quite positive on their end. Meanwhile, it is going to be Galatasaray still trying to claw their way through, but it is going to be Tofida that will be stopped right then and there, and that could spell quite a bit of disaster, at least for half the squad. Fortunately, Galatasaray did take the split. We do say goodbye to Boars, and now it's the final 2 to show down. Wildcats, they could have this one in the bag. One player standing between them and that potential winner chicken. Then an absolute bombardment is going to rain down in the direction here of Kali, who's now been caught out in the blue zone. This could be it. The Wildcats, yes, they do secure the victory. The big bad blue zone doing quite a bit of a number on several players that we saw here. But the Wildcats also knowing that they would need to just kind of step it up, right? And they just went all out, got themselves an absolutely amazing finish on this very first game of the day. And of course, if we compare that with what we saw back in day number 1, game number 1, it does not really surprise us all that much, right? Because they actually got 9 eliminations 2 days ago. So this is kind of the same consistent play coming through from Wildcats, and I think it's a very respectable play indeed.
It absolutely is, yeah, and I really love how they manage that south side, right? It's not easy to play from there. It's very open. It's very visible. So they really did a great job to secure as many eliminations as they did while staying as a full squad for so long. But I really have to hand it to Galatasaray there. They made sure to grab that point and then not give a point away in return. So a really, really good show of kind of point distribution, perhaps, coming into maybe game 2 and the future games as well. They're really trying to keep it clean, keep it tidy, and make sure that even if it's not a win, it is a positive point difference.
Yeah.
It's not difference.
Yeah.
It's something else.
But I think overall a good start to the day, right?
Yes.
There was three teams that we needed to really step it up if they wanted to be in contention for the slots to move through into next week. And we saw Boars Gaming as well as Tasted also just upping the ante, securing themselves a really good point overall performance coming into this game. So this is definitely going to unlock a few opportunities for them, right? It does alleviate a little bit of that pressure moving through the remainder of the day, but of course we got to start here with the Wildcats coming through with their 7 eliminations and also securing themselves 1,700 damage, but also taking quite a bit of that damage. And that just, I think, kind of emphasizes the point that you were making about how challenging that southern side was to play.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, to take that kind of damage and still be up as a full squad into the top 2 is crazy to me. They are really, really efficient with making sure those players are up, that they're healed, that they're getting meted up, that they're looting boxes where they can to make sure that they're meted up. I mean, it was a very, very well-played game from them, and so, that's what takes the win, is a well-played game, so GG's there. Venus, though, from VO is going to be our MVP of the match. 4 eliminations, 0 assists, and 709 damage, though. She did a really, really good job, I have to say it. She was trying her best over in the apartments, and she really played that as best as she could. I really liked the little dodge and weaves that she was doing, but we will see how that changes over the next couple of matches.
Yeah, we'll definitely see indeed. But yeah, good overall play coming through here. It is going to be Galatasaray again, also just keeping a little bit of that consistency. This is their best game 1 so far that we've seen, right? Day 1, they got nothing but donuts. Today they got 15 more points than they had in the previous one, so well played. You can say exactly the same thing here for Boars, coming through with those 12 points. So things are looking pretty good. I mean, Enigma Dolls, they needed points as well, right? They've been able to secure that. They got a point, which is great, right? A point is better than none, so well done for them. But yeah, Art as well as Ace's House, they're going to have to see what they can do moving into game 2, game 3, and onwards. So yeah, as we know, there is quite a bit up for grabs here today, right? It is going to be that day where everything gets decided, who will be moving on and who will just be looking on to the rest of the squads, right? So yeah, I'm quite satisfied with the turnout for this first game. Everybody's got points on board. Enigma added an additional point on as well, and as we saw and as you've mentioned, hopping from that lower position further up the board is still going to be quite easily achievable, right? Boars as well as Tasted taking quite a bit of a leap, going from that 16th, 17th position all the way up now to 13th and 14th place. So yeah, some good upward trends that we have. But look at that over on the left-hand side, top, 63 points apiece.
Yes, that's crazy. Galatasaray in one game have decided that actually they're going to not only tie with R8 Sapphire, who went out rather early, they're also going to actually slightly be ahead. So their number 1 spot is theirs right now. They're clearly, well, maybe not clearly, maybe it just so happened that they got that 2nd place right, but they surely played it like they want that top 3 spot. And as we look over to the player focus, these teams, these representatives of their teams do look to be having the same thing in mind, right? You got Zykazit, with Sona there as number 1. 12 eliminations so far in just 6 matches. AOR Kitty still there. And now we have Tufida as well from Galatasaray, all moving into the top 3. They're really trying their best with these teams, for these teams, and for themselves as well. They want that glory a little bit as well. So, yeah, it is looking very interesting. The great start to the evening, DK. We've had a really, really good game for game number 1, and as we head into a Miramar in a few minutes, this is going to be looking very, very nice.
Yeah, it is going to look quite nice, and I think the stats that we are looking at here is this overall stats for this map, right? It's not compared to everybody else across all the other games. That's just out of this group for the Erangel map itself. So still a very impressive overall stat that we have here, and I'm curious to see how the teams are going to be able to translate a lot of this aggression that we had now on Erangel over onto the map of Miramar, because as we know, slightly larger map in some regards. So I'm curious to see just whether or not those long range hits are really going to start making a feature as we make our way through. But so far, got to say, Erangel, for the first match of day number 2, a really good finish.
Yeah, a very, very good finish, but the action doesn't stop there, DK. We're going to be heading into a Miramar very, very shortly, but before that, we're going to be taking a short little break, and we'll be with you in a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm expecting quite a bit of a push, quite a bit of a surprise to come through as we are going to be heading over in towards the desert. I heard something from production. Could you just repeat that again, please? Oh, there we go. Okay, so all is good. But yeah, Leptra is just gonna refresh her stuff. That's why she froze in a very interesting
I hate that.
position.
I saw
there.
that as
We'll
well.
go with that. Yeah, don't pull faces before you when you click refresh. Nip. That's
No one
unless
screenshot
you
that.
unless you've rehearsed the face that you want to pull and then you click the button. But speaking about pulling, we are going to be looking to see who's going to be pulling rabbits out of hats as we move into game number 2 here for the day. Of course, this is also essentially game number 7 for this group.
Yeah.
So the pressure is going to be on. And I mean, if we look back to what we had in the last game 2 of the day, it was a pretty good day for the side there of Zeus Esports. So curious to see how they're going to be performing here. But of course, as we know, R8 Sapphire also had quite a bit of a performance over on Miramar. So it's going to be between those two teams, or potentially the rest of the lobby as well, to see who will be the one that is going to be looking to get hold of that winner chicken dinner. We did see a few early drops as well coming through here, but of course the flight path leaning a little bit more on towards the western side. So as one can obviously see, places like the truck stop, water treatment, Taco area, all of those are going to be much harder to reach, but there's no need to go there because, well, the zone's right down here on the southern side.
Yeah.
And I think this is going to be an interesting one because this zone is actually a really good preparatory zone going into Sanok next, right? Because there's so many mountains, quite a few hills. It's a really challenging area to play, but it shares some similarities terrain-wise with what we have coming in Sanok next. So I'm curious as to how this one is going to play out, and of course how our teams up in the north are going to look to rotate rather down towards the southern side. Right, we've got Zeus, we've got Boris, as well as the players coming through on the side there of Skin Legacy and a few more, all situated within the region. But Picado is where things are getting hot right out of the bat. Galatasaray already starting to take aim at Ace's house yet again.
Yeah, I mean, right before we get into that, though, AOR is absolutely slicing through SL over there, and they're just down to a solo now. But yeah, I don't really love this from Ace. Why do they insist on hot dropping Galatasaray of all teams, right? I mean, it's not gotten them that many points so far, and why is this match going to be any different? Honestly, it's the dreaded fight of the red buildings, and this time Galatasaray have had a bit of enough. I think they've been a little bit more aggressive with this one. They already do have one knock on their side, and I think this is kind of where they really have to nip this in the bud and go, okay, that is enough. Y'all need to go find your own spot because this is ours.
Yeah, I mean it's I don't know. It's interesting that the teams are pretty adamant on dropping in a particular location, regardless of whether there's any contention there or not. I mean, I'm not going to say no because it's exciting. We have some early game action coming through here, right? It's better than having some early game lulls. So this is great. This is nice, but yes, Aces, they're going to have to find a way to contest against the approach coming through here from Galatasaray, at least leading into the second Miramar that we'll have coming up a little bit later on. But for now, it does seem like Galatasaray are keeping up some pretty good pacing right here. But Ace's house, rather, not really getting caught out all too much, right? They had that knock coming over on towards Mind. G7 went in to get that res going. And now it's at least going to be a little bit of that pressure over onto the side here of Pmewl. We did see a quick switch over onto the mollies, but it is going to be Pmewl with a very quick response. It is going to be Mind knocked down yet again. Tatum also now getting brought to their knees, and now comes the push as Galatasaray looks to quickly try and find some kind of an approach. But Pmewl, I mean, we've seen Pmewl back in day one looking quite proficient when it comes to taking these engagements.
Yeah, I mean, she's always the last player standing, and we always are trying to root for her because that name is epic. But, yeah, we'll see what she can do here in the meantime while the rest of her team try and do something with what they have left. And Pmewl, at the moment has just been able to evade, and unfortunately for them, Galatasaray are now back up as a full squad. They were unable to take advantage of that knock, and now we'll see what is to become of them. We do see one down, or one very nearly down, Hilala, 1 HP here. Pmewl takes that Uzi and does some good stuff with it, but with 3 more right behind her, it's still all up to Pmewl at the moment. I'm not sure where her teammate is at the minute. Looks like she's trying to find a vehicle. They look to be just trying to get out, and that's really the best opportunity or best thing for them to do here, because it's so early on in the game, DK. It's so early, and with, as you said, game number 7 now out of 10, it's looking a little bit more pressuring.
Yeah, you can't really afford to make any mistakes. You can't afford rather to make a lot of mistakes at this point. Not that either of these teams are making any at this point, but I don't think it's going quite the way that they would have wanted it to play out here, at least looking at the side of Ace's house. So I agree with you, Pmewl and G7, they need to get their butts out of the spot right here. The utilities are going to get sent on across. Fortunately for Pmewl, that damage didn't quite find her on that play. But looking at this though, Galatasaray are not going to be backing off of the Porsche here. And they're starting to surround the side of Ace's house. Slowly but surely. A very confident approach coming through. And unfortunately here for Pmewl, they're not going to be able to get out of this one, right? So G7, yeah, just get in that vehicle and get the heck out of there, because I don't see anything else really being much of an option at this point. A good position, at least though, here for G7, right? Still having a lot of these buildings to try to use this coverage to make their grand escape. But this is going to change up the dynamic now for Ace's house, because G7, being a solo, can't necessarily take all the same risks as they could have, when the rest of the team was there alongside them.
Yeah, that is rough. Don't hot drop. Just don't hot drop. Not this late in the game. Day 1, have at it. If you're bottom of the leaderboard, have at it. But it just, I don't know. It doesn't seem right anymore. You got to do something else, especially on such a big map as well. Miramar is the place where you don't have to. You really don't. There's plenty of loot elsewhere where you can find your own position and just have a quiet game until phase 3, where then you can start popping off when you're ready. But G7 now is just gonna have to move on as a solo and glean what she can from this game, which is going to be difficult considering that zone 1, right, that we were saying earlier. It's very difficult to play up on those cliffs, and I mean, there is maybe a spot where she can hide, right? A tiny little crevice somewhere that's going to go unnoticed for the meanwhile, for that mid-game might be helpful. But we'll just have to see.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. So it's not going to be easy by any means, but I'm pretty sure G7 will find a way to make that work out, at least for the time being. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Script Monarchy also just looking to kind of find their way through. Script Monarchy, one of those teams that we've seen be pretty consistent, right? They've not necessarily had any crazy, ridiculous pop-off games, but they've been playing well, right? They've been playing well. As we saw, they got 5 eliminations in the previous match. The last time that we saw them in match number 2, the first Miramar, they got 4 eliminations. Before that, well, after that rather, right, the most recent Miramar, they got themselves 3 eliminations, and every single time place a point. So I think it's a team that's going to be, showing quite a bit of that proficiency and looking kind of just to get themselves up into week number 2. I think week 2 we are going to be looking at quite a bit of a difference with these same teams, right? Because I think some of these teams are just playing to some extent that they get themselves qualified through to that second week, right? Just doing enough, still keeping a few secrets, keeping a few moves up their sleeves, so that once they get into week 2 and, potentially leading on to week 3, that's where we're going to be seeing them unleashing a lot more of an assertive approach out on this battlefield. Rotation-wise, though, there's going to be a lot of teams still just going to be looking to get themselves situated. S2, still pretty much where we saw them when they dropped in, right? It is going to be Zayt that's started their rotation out of Puerto Pareso and now starting to try and climb up this hillside. But again, also not a super vast move right? Both teams just kind of slightly condensing in on each other.
Yeah, and I think that's also a good way to be, right? Because you do have the advantage of being able to get that information, scout out a little bit by bit, move towards each other or move towards the spot you want. And when you have a zone like this where you know a lot of teams are going to take time to get there, it's probably the best way you can actually move. You have that time, you have that space and freedom to do so. So, yeah, for a team like S2, for a team like Zykazet, I'm happy with how they're approaching phase 2. As we see, it does center up on Los Leones and those southern cliff sides there. And so, yeah, the city is probably not where you want to be if you're S2, but one of these compounds right here or somewhere onto that southern coast side is going to be awesome.
Yeah, that could be an interesting position to go for. At least you don't have to worry about anybody pushing up from the southern side. Right, that's the nice thing about the zone shift. At least one of those cardinal directions, it should be relatively safe. Again, there's no guarantee because this is PUBG. Anything can happen. But yeah, it does bring you at least a little bit of a comfort in knowing that there's a high probability, right, that you don't necessarily have to stress. You can look down south every now and again just to make 100% sure. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be a little bit of a game of I'd say almost hot potato for the teams to get themselves situated further and further down in towards the southern side. I like TPS, of course, going into the refinery over here, getting themselves set up, looking to see what they can kind of look and lock down. But they're gonna have to keep an eye over towards that eastern side, northeastern side, right? That ridge line right alongside them, because that could definitely be leveraged against them. And they already have another team that is not too far away from them either. Speaking about teams that have teams close to them, it's right here. It's going to be Enigma Dolls up against Zeus Esports, and we do see a little bit of that strong arm gameplay coming through. Macy getting popped off with a bit of a molly there.
She had no idea. She just walked straight into that one. My goodness me. But Kylie has a bit more of a control over the situation. She's further down. She can see more. And it looks like Enigma trying to get that wraparound, trying to get on that same elevation. And so far, it's working. Mummy trying to do something here. And Kylie does go down, so that's going to be something successful. But Cry is already down here. So you are looking at a possible success here from Enigma, and that's exactly what they need. So let's see if they can manage it. All players have grenades in hand right now, and Kylie goes down again because of it.
Oh, this could be a good bounce back coming through from the Enigma Dolls. There's only 2 players now standing between them and those eliminations. So here comes the push. Macy and Bot be trying to keep their distance. Oh, you gotta watch out though, Kiki. You know how close you are to bumping into another player. Oh, we're gonna try and get the strafe. Macy now quickly just trying to duck up the staircase. Does at least find a little bit of damage all the way up into the side of Kiki, but a beautiful coverage coming through from Mummy as the shots rain on in. It is now up to the final player here for the side of Zeus to keep them in contention. Quick little spray down with the UMP does secure an elimination. Oh, but there we have the wrap. It is going to be Bloom coming in and getting the finishing blow. 3 eliminations now going over to the side here of Enigma. A good start, but all that noise has now drawn the attention of yet another team.
And this is what they didn't want. It's Vio looking down on them. And Enigma Dolls, they need this opportunity to just have a fight, get the eliminations, and then patch themselves back up and take some time. But unfortunately, time is not on their side. It's been taken from them by Vio. And they're going to have to just make do with what they can. You can see Mummy just trying to smoke across, get to probably what is another car because her buggy is being taken out bit by bit here as Venus is scouting, looking for that angle, making sure that this team does not come up at them.
Well, let's see whether or not that is going to play. I don't see Enigma Dolls necessarily starting to ascend the hilltop.
Me neither.
But you can always just make double sure of that, right? So I think for VO, kind of keeping their distance at this point is going to bode quite well for them. Seeing that they are only a 3-piece that has made it into this game, right? So that does hamper the strategy ever so slightly. but at least looking at the region that they're in, there's so many hills, so many places to utilize to kind of just stay hidden, right? Stay unseen. So I'm pretty sure they'll be able to find a secure way to play around it. In the meanwhile, it is going to be R8 Sapphire now starting to apply a bit of pressure here onto TPES. It is going to be Cupquake trying to send out the grenades. A little bit of a warning out onto the side here of the R8 squad that are again looking quite relentless, right? They want to get in here. They want to see if they can get a bit of a taste. But looking at the overall performances that we've had from both these teams on this map, R8 Sapphire would definitely be a little bit, watchful of what they could bring in, because they are one of our more aggressive teams when it comes to the map of Murmur.
They most definitely are, and one goes down. Could it be a second? Rebna nearly goes down there almost immediately, and you see those Molotovs going down, but yeah, it is going to be Rebna getting taken out, and somehow Cupquake is the last player standing. She's got this big rifle under her arm, but against how many players left? It's gonna be more than she has on her side, that's for sure. That's your own teammate, don't shoot her. But I think it's gonna have to be just a see ya and get out of here. But there's a team right behind here. DK, she's not got far to go before she finds another team, and she knows she's got one wheel gone, two wheels gone. She is dead. It's just a matter of time. Hasiko is actually going to be the one to take that last elimination for herself. It's a 2-2 split as far as eliminations are concerned across R8 Sapphire. But there you go, down they go, and that is TPES down for this match.
Yeah, it's unfortunate though, because we did see TPS moving up into the refinery a little bit further up north, right, where we have the players now from VO, I believe, moving into. So, I think that was maybe a bit of a missed opportunity. I don't know quite what exactly unfolded or what the reason was for that push a little bit further down south. But looking at the engagement that we had here coming from the TPS, right, one nade could have actually turned the tables. Had it been sent through over to the side here of R8, but unfortunately for TPS, that information was not available. So, yeah, it is what it is, right? A valiant effort, good try being brought through here, but now we are going to be looking to move on to the next bit of this engagement, because as we did see up on the hill, it was going to be the players there from, I believe, Zeitkazit, that has now started to take a bit of an overwatch angle. And I think, especially if the zone does shift up north, if Zeit acts quickly, they could actually maybe get a bit of a jump over onto the side of R8.
They absolutely could do, and yeah, because R8 Sapphire, they're only a couple of meters from that zone, but it does shift down to the south. We are definitely going inside the city, DK. We haven't seen one of these in quite a while, so it's going to be good fun, but I am looking at Zeikazit. Look at that split across that mountainside that we were just looking at. It's a really, really good, strong split, and if R8 know that they're there, but if R8 don't realize the hold that they have on that cliffside, then they could be in big trouble.
They definitely could be. So let's see how this all plays out. Of course, Los Leones is going to cause quite a few problems for a lot of our teams that we have here. As we can see, Wildcats and A3 now having a bit of an altercation, a bit of back and forth. Yes, it does seem like A3 has now been tired out. At least the vehicle has. As the one goes boom, and they're down to 3 now. It's not going to make too much of an impact on that vehicle itself. You can still drive with three wheels or 3 tires or whatever you want to call it. So let's see how it plays. But now there's also still Ace's house, right? G7 still pretty much there, right? Has slowly snuck in, slowly just encroaching from that western side, looking to find some kind of safety, security to bring that longevity in, because I mean we still have 16 teams, right? You don't want to go out this early. There's no placement points. Nothing aside, elimination points are going to count at this stage, and this is kind of that play that I was talking about now with Zeitkazit looking to apply a little bit of pressure over onto the side here of R8, but the addition of Ida coming through on that western side could definitely help players here from Zeitkazit to have R8 kind of rotate up in a way that they want so they can get those points in on them.
Yeah, this is where they know, R8 Sapphire know that they have to move now because, yeah, that third team moving in on that side really means that they got to get their skates on because teams are not going to be willing to give up some easy free points, right? So if there is a fight going on, they are going to third party, and so you need to make sure you get done and you're ready for the next one before that happens. And so, yeah, it's nice to see that RA understand this and that they are moving right in immediately. And that's a not coming in, but that's from Ida. So now R8 have been able to make this move where now they are the ones doing the third partying because that's a second knock now onto Zygazit. And now we are kind of looking at this is where it's not going to go well. G7 gets 2 on A3 though. Hang on. The solo. Oh, almost did it. Gets 1 elimination. Well, that's the earlier elimination onto Galatasaray, but she did give him a run for her money. A GG's there. She couldn't have played it much better, and she did actually out-survive 4 other teams. So well done her. She did what she could, but the zone is just getting too small now. There's too many teams, and they all need the area. So our esports goes out next, and Galatasaray starting now to rank up or rack up those points. 6 eliminations for RA, and Galatasaray with 5 now, as Zygazit is just down to a solo after I was just saying how strong they looked.
Yeah, but it's an interesting turn of events that we have, right? We are seeing teams just dropping left, right, and center. We are down to our final 11. The territory in and of itself is going to prove to be quite challenging, as we did see that shift come through here, right? It's going to be holding up in towards what seems to be that northeastern side. So quite a bit of a change, right? But, I mean, even Galatasaray finding quite a bit of difficulty in this region, right? They've got that 3-1 split, but 2 of the 3 players has been knocked on down. So the pressure is on. It's going to be up to Zeros to try and see if they can piece this all together. AOR is looking pretty good right here, keeping a nice, strong angle. And, of course, quite a bit of mobility that they have up at the top here. But you got to watch out, because if you overextend to either side, you are going to get kind of grabbed hold of, right? Somebody is going to rip you off that heel side. So, yeah, you got to practice a little bit of that self-control. But in the meanwhile, for AOR, this is a good spot. Silently, not just casually kind of trying to peek over onto the side of Galatasaray. But at least they've been able to pick themselves back up, right? So this could now maybe be quite a bit of a turning point, because Galatasaray still have that, call it a scout position coming through there from Tafida. So I want to see if that's going to be utilized at all.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see. And now as R8 make that push and kind of distract everybody away from Galatasaray's position, this could really be where they are able to make the move here. But Athena goes down. Yildiz just makes it inside zone with a sliver of HP. And the Wildcats are winners from last game, looking like they might not survive much longer here. Yes, they have a 2-2 split, but it's all open and it's a cliff in zone and they are out of it. So we'll see what happens there. But for now, AOR silently have very sneakily, very quietly moved into this position, and now it's looking super dominant.
Yeah, it is looking pretty good for them. But let's see who's going to be the one to claim the stakes at this point. Ida, they still have a long way to go to get themselves secured, moving up in towards this next phase. Distance-wise, it's not that far. It's only 100 meters. That's nothing. But they're going to have to jump through quite a few hoops to get themselves in there. Speaking about hoops, that is going to be a beautiful volley just getting sent up top now. But will it find sufficient damage? Great strategy here from Ida to get themselves back over onto the safe side of the Zord, right? Just smoking a pathway, not even sticking around for fights, just running right past. It's like, you know what, sorry, we're just going to have to get through this. Just hold on, please. Bear with us. Just trying to, get into the safe area. And so far, it's almost kind of working.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe they made it work as much as they did. A great Molotov behind her on that stairwell as well to make sure that nobody can really follow her. S2, baby! She was trying to heal and it's not going to work, but Enigma are starting to fall now as they try to make their way into zone, and it's actually another player from S2 Pmewl who has the last laugh as she goes out there. But Enigma Dolls are out with 6 eliminations. Ida out with 6 eliminations as well, racking up those points in game number 2. But Boars Gaming here again, about to get that full reset. Yeah, they're outside of zone, but a top 4 place after 3rd in the last game is so much better than we've seen from them before.
Yeah, it is definitely going to look pretty great here for them. So let's see if it is going to be on the cards. I mean, Boars Gaming, I like this this new approach, right? It's very, like, I welcome it because I wanted to see this all the way up to day number 1. But I'm happy to have it right here on day number 2. Going to give it up to the Wildcats as well. Also showing some pretty good pacing right here. Try and outlast as best they can, but they don't have a lot of options as the zone is going to force them to start climbing higher and higher. And I think this is yet again a phenomenal example of how Galatasaray has read the zone, because look at this, they are in the zone.
Somehow
they don't have any stress to worry about, like, oh, are we going to make it? Like, they're just in it.
And not only that, but they're in it as a full squad. I mean, how did they manage that? They should have gone out 10 minutes ago, but here we are. They're looking like they're strong in the back as Wildcats and Boars. And actually, it's the same top 3 that we had in the last game. But again, the Wildcats and the Boars are going to go head-to-head over here, and Galatasaray might just clean up this time. It might end up being a Galatasaray win, and Logica is going to give that point over to Galatasaray instead of the Wildcats. So another point not going their way. Galatasaray now on 12 eliminations, and they're looking to make it 14 with this last fight going on.
I mean, this zone is just absolutely brutal. There's essentially one player from the side of Wildcats left. Well, not essentially, there is, right? It's a 1v4, and it is going to be absolutely brutal. The zone went from being quite challenging to just being up, downright nasty, same as the shots that we saw come through there. But it's going to be Galatasaray securing themselves the victory right then and there. They are looking to, just flex a little bit of their muscles, just showing us why they are the team to have secured the victory 3 times in a row, right? I mean, they've only been able to secure themselves, I would say, a grand total of about 12 points across the previous 2 Mermars that they played. But they're not a team that we're worried about, right? We know that they can do it. They know they can do it. They're just doing well enough so that they are, they're there. It's like, let's add a few points, add a few more points, add a few more points. A challenging circle, that's fine. We'll just go sit up at the top, look down at everybody else, and when they come, we'll just, send them a nice little lead greeting card, say welcome to the top of the mountain, and that's it.
Do they send it on the bullet train though, DK?
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's the quickest way to get it there, right?
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
It is very true. But yeah, it's shocking to me that out of that massive, intense zone, we still had the top 3 that we had from Erangel again over on Miramar. Some great consistency coming through. I mean, you can't really get much better than that, right? Other than a back-to-back win, for Boars to get 3rd place twice now on 2 different maps is something that should not be underestimated in any way, shape, or form. They've done a really, really good job. But of course, our heroes for this game have to be Galatasaray. They came back from a precarious position a few minutes ago to winning the whole thing, and you can tell that with 1,000 damage taken, that it was not easy for these girls to actually get this win.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, like none of these victories that we see are given victories. It's earned, right? All these points. These ladies go out there and they go get their hands on it, right? They go claim it. Like Asiko claiming that hit from 251 meters away.
Yeah.
It's not our craziest one that we've seen, but it's still a pretty good one. And again, looking at the amount of health that has been recovered through this match, again, it just shows you the kind of pacing, right? There wasn't enough opportunity for a lot of players to recover a lot of health, right? It's that constant bashing, that constant barrage. It's just utility and, rounds flying in from any which direction. So it's amazing. It's amazing. Also, there's a bit of that blue zone damage, obviously, that has been dealt as well. But, I like to think that most of it has come through from players like Tafida here that has been able to secure 839 damage alongside 6 eliminations.
Yeah, that's a very, very good result. And I think it's interesting that I think we saw this from a lot of different players, and that even though Tafida is the MVP with 6 eliminations, I mean, obviously that's a huge feat. I think it's really interesting to see how this map we were able to see a lot more from individual players and how they were all able to kind of get a similar amount of points. Yes, Galatasaray got away and won the game with 13 eliminations or 14 eliminations, but there was a lot of teams there with, as you see, 6, 7, 5, 6. It's 6 again from Enigma as well. So there's a lot of individual teams and individual players who are acquiring the same amount of points. And of course, Galatasaray running away with that. But otherwise, it's pretty even.
Hang on, back up. You said 6 again from Enigma? No. 6 from Enigma. That's Enigma. Been their most aggressive game. That's their most aggressive game.
Nice,
right? So,
yeah.
Mad congrats going out to the side of Enigma. Right? 6 eliminations. It was about time, right? They had a warm-up round, game 1. Game number 2, they're like, you know what? It's the desert. Let's go get it. Right?
It's
and they
fine.
did 6 eliminations. That is amazing for them. And of course, if we pull it up onto the board, yeah, look at that.
Wow.
Right? They're tied with Ace's House for the overall rankings. Looking at the players there from, of course, the side of the Skin Legacy, also sitting with 11 points. So that's kind of what the no-go zone is for this group, right? That's you don't want to be there. You want to try and climb up, right? You want to get into anything from 15th upwards. So if there's 3 teams that really need to play a phenomenal next match, which is going to be Sanok, I would say it'd be those 3.
Yes, definitely. But look at Boers. That back-to-back 3rd place has put them squarely in 11th place in that top 15. And while nothing is certain yet, they're looking safer and safer with every game that they play. So it is looking like a bit of a turn of events for them, and that's always nice to see. It's looking very, very good as Tofida takes number 1 spot away from Kitty here, and even away from Hasiko. She's back over in 3rd. As we look over towards the Miramar player focus. And again, it's just amazing. Considering we've only had 3 Miramars in this group and 17 eliminations, 19 and 16, the damage being done is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is. So, some pretty impressive plays, some pretty...
back, everybody. Here we go. We are just about to get into our midway point for Group A, Day 2 here, getting into Sandhawk, and that is where the action, everybody knows, really starts to happen. I'm super looking forward to this one, but DK, I want to ask you a very pointed question here. Who have you got your eye on for this one? Not necessarily predictions, but who do you want to see shine in this next Sandhawk?
Well, as I said, there's 3 teams that need to step it up.
True.
Right? Skin Legacy, Enigma, and Aces. Right? So those are going to be the 3 teams that are in dire need of sufficient points to get out of the relegation zone. But that's not the only bit of contention that we have ongoing, because there's also that fight for the top slot, right? So the teams positioned between 3rd and 8th place are also going to be duking it out to see who will make it straight up into the finals and who will get sent to week number 2, right?
True.
So there's quite a bit at play here. We've got a few ties, as we saw across the board, between a few teams, but yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a pressure play. I just want to say one thing though, for the Wildcats, that last match they played actually awarded them 4 slots. Right?
Oh,
they
wow.
climbed
That's
by
huge,
4
yeah.
positions on the standing. So great play coming through from them. Curious to see if they are going to be able to, or if they're going to be looking rather to continue that momentum up into this particular match itself. There's no apparent need really for that on Sandhawk, but Sandhawk is a good map for, extra points, as we said already. And again, Galatasaray and Aces in their age-old disputes, right? I don't know whose spot this is originally, but they got fighting over it.
Yeah, they really do, and it looks like Galatasaray have kind of had enough, and they're really moving through them very, very quickly, far more quickly than we saw them in Day 1, but it is also costing them a little bit. Hilal is down, and she should get back up fairly quickly here, but still, there is that little bit of a chance. But I think there was a third party coming in here onto Pmewl that brings them all the way down to 0 here, as Carly is able to dispatch G7, and that's them done. A very, very quick exit for them. But Galatasaray with an easy 3 points up on the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, but so
I know.
The big question in my mind is why?
Why? Literally why?
Yeah. Why? Like Ace's house, they know what's going to happen in boot camp, right? They just know.
Yeah.
We know what's going to happen in boot camp, but we're not playing, right? So then, why? Why not go somewhere else? Go somewhere quieter, somewhere like Camp Charlie that's completely open, that's completely vacant, right? You can move in, have a cup of tea,
sounds good.
have a coffee, have a few biscuits, whatever you like, right?
Right.
And you don't have nothing to worry about, and then focus on applying yourself into those later few stages, right? That's maybe the approach that I would have hoped to see come through from the side there of Ace's house. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why they did that, because, I mean, as we said, Sandhawk, great opportunity to get points.
Yeah. And you can't get points if you're in the lobby. That's how the game works. So, Miramar's up next. If they go Picado again, I'm ignoring them for the rest of the game, for the rest of the night, dude. I know, but on a small map that is this small, then maybe you don't feel like you can really, move elsewhere. However, a Miramar where they are always dropping on Picado, they don't have to. So next Miramar, I better see them not go Picado again.
But you know what it is, though? It's if they had more points, right? Let's say they had like 20, 30 something points to their name. By all means, right? Go drop alongside Galatasaray. Go for it.
Yeah.
Right? But when you need points, like they do now, just don't.
Yeah.
AOR
Ouch.
silently getting wiped off the map. Out they go.
That's rough.
That is R8.
Lara with a triple kill. Like, jeez.
Yeah,
okay.
It's like, well, I think Lara's now saw that Hasiko is in that player focus almost every single match. And now Lara was like, you know what? I'm trying to get some as well. Yeah, I see this R8. they look like they decided, you know what? Let's just go out and try and take out the entire lobby while we're at it. You know, might as well. If not, why not? And they can do that because they've got the points. Right?
Exactly.
They got 73 points. They don't have to worry if they don't succeed in whatever their strategy is on this particular map. But for those three teams that I mentioned earlier, Skin Legacy, Enigma Dolls, and Ace's House, you have to play a very calculated game at this point. Right? Not cautious, calculated.
Yeah. I don't know where you go from there if you insist on doing something like that. It's a bit odd, it's a bit weird, and you're right, you have to earn those points before you start just going out and hot dropping teams. First day, be my guest, see what happens. But once it doesn't work the first couple of times, don't do it again. But let's move on to teams that are actually still with us here. R8 being one of them, 4 eliminations as we just saw. I feel kind of bad for AOR. Just because they had a really good game in the last game. They were up on top of that cliff in one of the final zones. So for them to go out so early is kind of a rip, but we'll see them shortly in the next Miramar. Maybe Miramar is going to be their map, so we'll see what happens here. Stage 1 is sort of close to moving in and giving us stage 2. We got 2 minutes on it, and as you saw before, the zone did go to that north side, so there's quite a bit of water, and that's why you're seeing a lot of these teams move up to that coastline. Taste It being one of them. I think, where are they? Very north up here, but on their own. They're just chilling. They're a full squad right now, and they're able to have this little slice of the zone for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, Taste It not necessarily in the most comfortable position with regards to points, but it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. They have sufficient points at this point in time. But I'm not too worried about, as you mentioned, AOR. I mean, they're only 18 points behind second place. Right, which is occupied by R8 currently, which is 13 points behind Galatasaray, which is holding onto pole position. Right, so looking at the approach that we have so far, it does seem like Galatasaray and R8 are going to be looking to get that direct finals qualification seat. Right, they don't want to go through week 2; they just want to, meet the teams back up in week number 3. So that is a respectable play, but now the question is, who's going to be the next team to try and lock in slot number 4, right? Are we going to see the Wildcats maybe opt for that seat? Could it be Zeitgeist? Could it be TPAS, right? There's a lot of teams that are pretty dang close to that, and I mean, currently, the points for third place is 55.
Yeah.
Right? So TPAS, they need 4 points, and 5 points to also be on 55, so let's call it 6, right? So they need to aim for at least 6 points, plus additionally whatever Wildcats get in addition in this game.
It's true. It is true indeed, and that's why they have to be very, very careful with how they play the next couple of games, right? Because after this game, we only have 2 left, and that is where teams are really going to start panicking a little bit, especially if these zones continue to be hardships as they've been so far. It's going to be more and more difficult for those teams to have those throwaway games to go, this is a hardship, nothing we can do, we can have the next game. Eventually, and very soon, there are going to be no more next games. So these teams really have to make the most out of this Sandhawk as they possibly can, because after that, it's just 2 left, and Art Esports are on their way out. You can see them over on these cliff sides here. I think they might be on the island, actually. It looks like they might be, and I'm not sure that that's particularly in zone just yet, but we'll see where they will be going now. Here we go, yeah, into zone, or outside of zone. They're doing a long rotation all the way around.
Yeah. I mean, they were all the way up at the north to the western side of Hatim.
Yeah.
So, right, they're taking the scenic route to get themselves wrapped around over towards that southwestern island side. It's going to be a long rotation, right? Because they're going from what it seems to go like, past the ruins, and then maybe opting for the bridge north of Painan or going south of Painan. Either which way, it's going to be a rather lengthy rotation to come through from their end. Enigma, though, I like this, getting active, right? So securing themselves their first elimination on the board for this game here. It's going to be Script Monarchy now trying to come through with a bit of a response here, but I like this actually for Enigma Dolls because they've got a bit of leverage, right? Script Monarchy need to get into the zone, and if they decide to push straight forward, yes, Enigma can capitalize on this available opportunity, but I think realistically for Script, you want to either go towards the northwest, the northeast, or the southwest, right? Kind of just get away from this engagement because you don't need to fight right now. You can hold on a little bit.
Yeah, you can. Script have time. I mean, you still have at least another minute, and they're on the short side of zone, so it's going to take ages to actually take any damage from that zone. But you're right, Enigma have such a great position. It's really nice to see them start to make those kinds of plays early on. They're not waiting till zone 4 to make these sorts of gatekeep positions worth their while. This is stage 2. It's just shifted, and this is where you need to start making that momentum happen if you want to have a great end game. So well done to Enigmas for stepping up to the plate there. I don't think, Swan, that you're able to get there. Oh, she is. There she goes. She got up there eventually. Nicely done. GG's. Now she's going to move on over to everywhere else. So a nice little bit of a nice vantage point there for her and her team. But since then, there's not been that much of the action going on, DK. We still have 4-3 and then a 4-1s down at the bottom there. So we're just continuing to monitor the situation. These teams are monitoring the zone and where they need to be going. We kind of just have to wait for that zone shift to come on through. And luckily, we only got 10 seconds.
Yeah, 10 seconds is sometimes all these teams need to make some very drastic plays. I mean, like look at that, a Akulka. It's going like, well, you know what, Lolita, yeah, I need that vehicle, please.
Yes, please.
It's part of the PUBG mobile delivery service.
Can I have that skin?
An opponent rotating up next to you, and he's like, yeah, I'll take it, thanks.
I'll take it.
It's interesting how these things play out, and of course now Boris actually having a pretty good day today, right? They've been able to secure themselves at least 18 points rather for the day so far, right? 10 base points, 8 eliminations. Speak of which, there goes one of their own, as Logica just got control alt deleted. But you gotta watch out, right? R8, they are gonna look to ramp it up. They are actually trailing the Boars by 5 points, right? They've only been able to secure themselves 13 points, excluding this game. I'm not counting the 6 eliminations they already have. But yeah, I mean, a great day so far, except for what is happening now to the side here of Boars. But other than that, they've been having a pretty decent run.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the first game where they don't potentially get a top 3 tonight, which is a crazy thing to say, but, they have to have a bad game somewhere, and honestly, if it's going to be one of the games, let it be Sandhawk. It's the one that is one of the hardest to play anyway, so save your good games for the bigger maps, and, Sandhawk sometimes just has to be that guy. But they will be up as 2-4 now. They have 1 point on the board at least, so even if they go out soon, it's not a donut. It's not a goose egg. So still, positive points are better than no points at all. So we'll see how they're going. But TPES right next door have a great 2-2 split over on these warehouses.
Yeah, but I like the fact that we are seeing, look at that, Enigma. They just locking in. I mean, they've now made a very decisive play here coming into today, right? Not even this match, just today. They said, you know what, it's fine. Day 1 was whatever it was, and we're going to go out and we're going to try and kick as much butt as we can, right? Yeah. Kiki just, kicking butts, taking names all over the place, claiming those eliminations, already sitting with all 3 eliminations here for the team. So let's see who is going to be their next victims as they do start to push even further and further onto the side here of Skin Legacy. And, I mean, as we've mentioned before, Skin Legacy also being one of those teams, right? They find themselves sharing the exact same amount of points as Enigma Dolls. Both teams on 11. So this is a very decisive fight for Enigma Dolls, right? Because if they can continue this trend onto the players from Skin Legacy, that's going to at least hamper their initial push in this game to score any realistic points. And, wow, look at that. Galatasaray.
Wow.
Also just getting booted, right? Ida says, well, thanks for coming, but it was nice.
Yeah, thanks for the points. You can go now. Jeez Louise, that was super definitive. That was a no thank you, ma'am. GG's. 4 points going the way of Ida, because that's a clean sweep of Galatasaray. And honestly, Galatasaray now have a bit of a moment to kind of have a timeout and see where to go from here. And maybe it's going to bring them back stronger than ever. So maybe Ida might regret that squad fight. But for now, they're going to be basking in the glory of a 4 points on the board. Enigma not far behind, though, with those 3. So, yeah, continuing to rack up the points here in this game as A3 Excellence have 2 down, 2 up, and 2 teams in between them as they try and get into side zone. But that nade could be very good. She's heard things, but no damage has been done, and it's only alerted them to their situation here as, Taste It continue to take out their teammates.
Yeah, I mean, they can taste it, right? They feel that second week is maybe within their grasp. So curious to see how they're going to look to play through this one. Art will definitely, at some point, moving into the next 2 games, they will have to have a banger of a game, right? Mm-hmm. If they're going to look to hold on, because as we saw, Skin Legacy, yes, they're securing points, but Enigma, right? They've ramped it up. So, the tension, the pressure is starting to build. Zeitgeist definitely not one of those teams that are necessarily in a position where they need to worry all too much, unless they want to play to get themselves straight into the finals, right? If they want to place in top 3, this could be the game that really helps them to accomplish that goal. But I mean, that goes for a lot of the teams that are going to be just focusing in on that angle. Zeus, a very tricky angle that they find themselves in here, right? They had 3 knocks. They were able to kind of reclaim a little bit of that territory. Still sitting with 2. Not quite sure if they're going to get everybody back on their feet. We do, however, say goodbye to Taste It as they will leave the game, or the match at least. And now we're down to only 12 remaining teams.
And they're falling thick and fast. Look at how many yellow and red bars we have on that board on the right-hand side. These teams are not looking particularly healthy. They need to go see a doctor or something, because it's continuing to get worse out here. S2 now taking blue damage on top of everything else, and Ida looking straight at him. Now up to 7 eliminations, but R8 also have 7 as we look at them looking at everybody else, because they are in zone right now, looking good. Ida are not in zone. 200 meters. The zone has just shifted, and it continues to go to that northern side. So Ida have to clear this back end and get out of dodge quickly.
Yeah, that's going to be the approach, but let's see if that will work out for them here. At least they've got those 7 elims up, right? So if things go crumbling, it's not going to be the end of the world. Obviously, ideally, they would like to at least make it up into the top 8, because that's where we know where the placement points are. And speaking about points, though, Zeus, the only team in this lobby that's currently still alive that need points, they were able to secure a point at the expense there of Boars Gaming. So well done, well played. And now we get into the top 9, 1 team away. Well, top 8, here we are. Now point territory, so whatever we see, those numbers on the side reflecting as, it is going to be plus whatever placement points these teams get. But look at where the zone has shifted up. I mean, this is going to be a pretty exciting one right here up in the lobby. Yo, that is Ida running themselves back into the lobby.
Yeah, and they were going so well. They're 10 eliminations, but they couldn't hold on to zone. And meanwhile, R8, now with 10 on their own, has Seiko holding on to that spot of MVP with 5 eliminations in just this game alone is crazy. And they are in zone, so that's definitely an advantage here. But they're looking to get rid of this team. They do, and it's just going to be the Wildcats on the other side that could do something about it. But the zone has something to say. R8, they don't like him. PUBG has decided, no, you're not going to have this game. At least you're not going to have this zone, and you're going to have to fight for this win a little bit more.
I think R8, they actually kind of low-key laughing at the zone, because, I mean, they've got this whole ridge right? Like, oh, what? You think that's a shift? It's like, nah, we'll just ride the ridge all the way into zone. It's okay. Don't stress. We got this, right? We've got this. Looking at TPS, though, they're going to be looking to leave their mark on this match because, I mean, they also have a decent serving of eliminations. They got the 5 to their name. As we know previously, when we had them here, they only had that one elimination. One elimination and one placement point, right? So they finished in 7th or 8th place, and that was it. Now, they've gone over and above and beyond that. I mean, R8, you could say the same thing. They had only elimination points last time around. They had 9. Now they've got 12. They're like 9 what, right? We're going for bigger, better, more impressive, and they've essentially made it into zone quite securely, right? They've got nice big old boulder over on the edge there. They're not going to be all too phased, all too flustered. But now for a team like Zainkazit, for instance, up towards that that northwest side, they're going to have a little bit of a tough run because how do they rotate in? Are you that?
What?
I mean, they're like, well, oops.
That's interesting. I was thinking that they were going to put pressure on TPES by moving in behind them, but that's not the case. They're going to fall, trying to make that full send across the valley there, right to where R8 used to be, and now, I mean, somehow the Wildcats are in the top 3 for the 3rd game in a row, so GG's there, but I doubt it's going to be for very long. They're outside of zone, and everybody knows exactly where Elam is, and down she goes. So it is going to be RA and TPES. I mean, TPES have the better position, right? It's less inside zone, but they do have a lot more cover to work with. It's across a larger area, so more angles can be taken here. R8, though, they've got a little bit of that high ground, and they have the advantage of actually having more zone. So it could really go either way, DK.
Yeah, it could. But looking at what we've seen so far, R8 they used this game to try and catch up to Galatasaray. Right, that was their approach. Coming into this match, they're like, you know what? Regardless of what happens, we're gonna try and go to town on anybody that dares move in front of us. Right, so they've been doing an absolutely phenomenal job. And the same thing that we can say about TBS here, right? They were like, you know what? We're gonna try and push to get ourselves up into top 3.
Yeah,
we're gonna go for it, right? Regardless of how this one plays out, we're going to make that push. And they had to contest against the side of the Wildcats. So both teams, I think, so far being quite successful in what their objective was for this particular match. But let's see now who's going to be the one to walk away with that chicken next to their name. TPS, they seem to have a stronger position here. Neither team currently holding on to zone. Everybody has kind of the same distance they need to run to get themselves secured for that final stage. But Lara, Lara, just pushing up, finding that off-angle approach onto the side here of TPS. Now it's going to be Susu to try and defend it. Will Susu though get the hits up into Lara?
R8. Queens, icons, legends. They are the moment. What the heck? R8, Laura coming through there with that cheeky little off angle. She knew exactly what angle she had to take, and boy did she take it. Taken out 2, and then her teammates were right there backing her up, going, I got you, and they get the win with a phenomenal, what is that, 18 points? Something like that. Crazy work.
Too many points. Yeah, they've got they probably have 18 or 20 eliminations. I don't know. It's something ridiculous. And then on top of that, we add the placement points. So yeah, I think this approach coming through from the side of R8, that was exactly what we needed to see for them to play a bit of an upset, right? Because the only team that they were contesting against was the team holding on to the pole position for this group, right? Which was none other than Galatasaray. And you got to commend the efforts coming through here from TPS, right? They knew that if there was a game in which they could really help alleviate a lot of that pressure to get themselves qualified for the finals directly, it was going to be this game. And that's exactly what they did, right? They brought the pressure, they brought the push, they brought everything they needed to bring to secure the points. And of course, they also played an absolutely amazing game. So I think at least for these two teams, game 4 and 5 is not going to be as pressured, right? They can't really exactly match. Yeah, 20 eliminations, 30, nearly 31k damage, 3,100 damage being dealt. Yeah, that is ridiculous.
That is crazy. That is one of the biggest games we have ever seen. I think Galatasaray, like season 1, did like a 23 elimination game, but that was 2 seasons ago. This is a crazy thing. Well, yeah, 3 kind of, but this is a crazy that they were able to do this. This is definitely our biggest game of the season so far, and the amount of points it's going to get them, that is easily, well, it is exactly a 30-point game. That puts them squarely on top of that leaderboard again.
Yeah, I mean, they dropped the 30 bomb, right? They were just like, it's like mic drop, 30 bomb drop, whatever drop you want to call it. They did it, and what a play indeed. Also, again, not as much health has been recovered in this game, which again is indicative of just how crazy it was, but also slightly less utilities, right? Only 98 versus the 240 that we had in one of the previous matches. So, yeah, quite a bit of a contrast. And of course, we also then do see that longest hit going all the way over to the team there of Zeitgeist. 209 meters on a map like Sanhok. It's impressive. Seeing that it's such a tiny map, so that's almost like hitting somebody on the opposite side of the zone.
Very, very true. But Lara, that's crazy that in amongst all that, still only hitting, I mean, I say only, but only hitting 749 damage. We've seen far more damage from far less of a result for a team, so that's really interesting to note. Very, very clean, very, very eco with her eliminations there, but still 7 eliminations and 3 assists for Lara is not too shabby at all. 21-minute survival time as well. You're dealing all that damage in just 21 minutes. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, time is a thing, right? Time is a factor. So yeah, some pretty impressive plays that we've had here. Quite a few teams also still just raking in those elims as we hop onto the board. You can see 20 obviously going over to the side there of R8. But Ida also coming in with a double-digit play, right? Securing themselves those 10 eliminations, putting them on a total of 11 points. But now it's going to be the big question, the big play, right? Which of these teams have done enough, at least in game number 3, to try and hopefully secure their slot in the section they were aiming for, right? As I mentioned before, TBS, they were trailing by 5 points. They needed about 6 points to catch up to the Wildcats, right? But the Wildcats also tried to secure their own position, right? Because they knew they were getting chased, right? But there we have it. That gap has gone from 4 points down to 4 points, right? So amazing effort. The only difference here being, of course, that we've seen some additional points getting the numbers just going a little bit higher, right? And when I say a little bit, maybe a lot more higher than they were initially. But yeah, so we know kind of where we find ourselves. The contention for third place is far from over. The teams have actually just looked to close the gap. As you can see, 8th to 3rd. That is going to change very, very soon. But then as we turn our sights over towards the right-hand side, right, Art, as well as the players coming through from Skin Legacy, and then, of course, Ace's House are going to be the ones in potential trouble, right? Enigma, they've secured themselves, kind of, right? They're out of a relegation spot, but they're not out of the woods, right? They still need to go get a ladder and start climbing because they've got a way to go.
Yeah, but the thing is that it's so close down there that you don't actually have to do a performance like Boars have, right? You don't need back-to-back third places. You just need 4 points at a time, and if you get those purely through placement points by being in a compound or something, then that's what you need to do. It's not super difficult just because the gap is so narrow there. But yeah, I think we kind of knew that Hisiko was going to be up here, right? 22 eliminations just on Sandhawk. 2 Sandhawks. That's 11 eliminations per game just for her. That is an insane result for Hisiko.
Yeah. 11 is quite a bit. And I mean, to put it into perspective, right? R8 on the previous Sandhawk had 9 eliminations.
Total? That's crazy.
Total, 9. That's what they had, right? Only 9. They went from 9 and they added on 11 on top of that. So now they have 29 in total, right? So
That's
pretty
crazy.
impressive, insane performances coming through from them. So that means that 7 of those eliminations went to some of the other players in the team. Asiko was
Just,
the ones
some
like,
of them.
I'll take all of them. Don't worry,
Yeah.
I've got it covered. You know, go
Yeah.
relax, go count the leaves or something. I don't know, do something.
That's crazy. Yeah. It's so good. We'll have to see what she can do on the Miramar coming up. My eye is on her for sure, and for the rest of the team coming off of that big win. But for now, we're going to give them a few minutes to celebrate as we hop over into a short break, and we'll be right back. everybody. We're back once again. But almost at the end, right, DK? We got only 2 more matches to go here. Miramar and Erangel. The Miramar is coming up first, right as we speak, actually. Here we go into the deserty sands of Miramar, and after that epic game on Sandhog, we're definitely going to be looking over at R8 to see what they do next, DK.
Oh, yes, indeed. We are going to be keeping a very, very close eye on these teams. And as we were talking about it before this match, during the break, there's going to be 2 major points of contention that we are going to be paying a little bit closer attention to, right? That's going to be the race for first place, and of course, then it's going to be that fight for the teams that make it up into next week, right? So top 3, bottom 3, we're going to be paying close attention to how the teams look to progress through that. But I mean, I'm looking at the points from R8, and if I'm not mistaken, they've hit a century.
They have, yeah, 103.
Yeah, right. That's like it's crazy. 75 points, right? Just on the eliminations alone, they could be in 3rd place.
That's crazy.
Just the elimination points alone is with 3rd place currently. So yeah, they've definitely looked to leave a dent, not even a mark, but a dent in this lobby. So I'm curious to see how the rest of the teams are going to look to try and play this one out. Because if we look at TPS, they are 4 points, so they're going to have to do quite a bit of work if they want to try and play that catch-up game, right, to get themselves into contention for the top 3, right? But it extends all the way down to Zeus, right? So we got TPS, we got Zeitgeist, we got IDA, AOR, and Zeus, all pretty much in contention for 3rd place. Because 3rd place is 66 points. 8th place is 52, 14 points away. So, yeah, I'm expecting the teams to bring in a bit of a push, bit of a fight. Ace's House, finding themselves getting knocked already. One player.
Interesting. Enigma getting themselves knocked. 1 player as well. Enigma, they need these matches to go well, and at least, DK, it is against Wildcats, right? Someone who's nowhere near their position, so if they do have an early elimination or even an early 2, they aren't going to be giving those points away to teams that really, really need them and most hurt Enigma.
Yeah. So it's gonna be an interesting one. I mean, you can definitely expect that Wildcats are gonna be playing a lot more of a defensive play this game around, right? I don't think that they're necessarily gonna get overly aggressive, but they're gonna try and survive as long as they possibly can, right? Trying to make it into that late stage of the game, because that's where they can unlock some free points, right? Coming from those placements. So it'd be interesting to see how that strategy is going to play out. Enigma Dolls finding themselves in a similar kind of spot. Very similar position, because they're going to be defending against the 3 teams trailing behind them. So, yeah, this is quite an important engagement, especially for Enigma, seeing that they've lost 2. They need to find a way out. They need to find a way back into safety where they can kind of just, recollect and re-strategize and figure out how best to take the approach moving further through this game. But TPS, though, I mean, they're just going to go all gun crazy. They're going to look to score as many points as they can find here.
They sure are, but this rotation or these angles from Scrim is going to be hard to beat, really. I mean, TPS really need to be smart with this one. I don't know exactly how they're going to get out of this, but they got to figure out sometime soon as Enigma and the Wildcats have moved in. They're wanting this full squad wipe, and Bloom is trying her best. There is 1 knock, 1 flush away on the side of the Wildcats, but with limited resources, it's going to be difficult for Enigma to even do anything about it. They're trying their best, but how much longer can they continue this? 1 med on the side of Mommy, no nades, no throwables, nothing for both of these teams, or both these players rather. So it's going to be very difficult for them to, combat 3 other players.
Yeah, I mean, but looking at the performances that we've seen from both these teams on the map of Miramar, there's they all, both of them are pretty much equally as aggressive, right?
Mhm.
So, Enigma, they just gotta, just gotta find the angles, find the plays to kind of wrap that one up, but
GG's.
unfortunately, instead get wrapped up themselves as they get taken on down. It's not the worst case just yet.
Yeah.
They did at least secure themselves a point, right? Oof. Yeah, that was nasty.
That's
Script.
rough.
That was a very unscripted play coming through.
It was.
Right there, but
It
well
was so
played
sneaky.
nonetheless. TPS, yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe they can find a way to bounce back, but this is sometimes what we see, right? Teams having a phenomenal game, and then the next match, things go a slightly different way. So, I don't know if that is what we see happening here for TPS, because, I mean, we just saw them secure those 12 points. So,
Yep.
you know, what's gonna be the play to make at this one? So yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but we'll see.
We'll see. We'll just have to watch and see, like everybody else, DK. But it is looking precarious for TPES, I have to say. They do want to continue this run, but it is looking difficult. I think that Script have done a really good job. Oh my god, jump scare with the that coop over there. But yeah, they've done a really good job with kind of securing all the exits that TPS could possibly have. So we'll just have to watch that one closely. But as for Enigma, I do want to touch on them just briefly before we move on. Is they still, I think, are 2 points ahead of 16th place. So as long as these other teams don't do too well, they are still in the running. They still have one more game, but that's really made it so that it's difficult for them to actually be confident in their plays, right? They really needed a good game, even just a decent game here in this Miramar rather, and then they could be more confident in the next game. But we'll just have to see how that works out for them in the Erangel as it's starting to heat up over in Impala.
Yeah. Well, technically they lead by 3 points, but we'll see how that changes as we progress through the match. TPS, yeah, it's almost like they're dropping the ball a little bit. Right? Script, they just rushing in. They're just like, you know what? It's the second last match. You know, we're kind of okay. We're kind of safe with regards to points. Let's just go for it. Let's just go out and cause a little bit of carnage, cause a little bit of mayhem, and see what upsets we can play, when, where, and why. And for TPS, they are down to Rep now, the last surviving player, the last hopeful for the longevity in this match. Ooh, but up comes the play now. A little bit of free fire, and that is it. Script Monarchy are just going to claim those points for themselves and, you know, not even feel bad about it. And they shouldn't, because that was great, right? Script now getting a glorious little bit of a squad vibe going there. But again, this now opens up the opportunity for the next few teams to see if game number 4 is the one that they make it into the top 3, right? So this is that play now for a team like Zeitgeist, for instance, to see what they can find. Maybe they could summon a little bit of something somewhere to get themselves to start popping off, right? To secure those points. But for Zeitgeist, they've not necessarily had the craziest run on this map yet.
No, they haven't, and the zone has moved in again. So those were ambitious shots, though, by the way, from Lara with the M24. Ambitious, but I appreciate the effort in taking them anyway. You were just talking about Psychazit. All the way down in the blue zone still. They're very, very careful with this next rotation there and taking their time with this game. So far, there's a lot of open ground onto the south side. La Bandita as well as a little bit of Minas Generalis is still very open, so that could be an easy entry point into the new zone for them. But as teams start to spread out and kind of get pushed away from the main places in the center of the zone, I think Psychazit need to be careful that they're not pushed out in turn.
Yeah, so they need to play it a little bit more calculated, almost cautiously so, right? Because the more points it is that Wildcats secure, the more it is that Zeitgeist needs to try and improve themselves, right? Because they came into this match trailing by 7 points behind the Wildcats. Now the Wildcats added 4 points, so that means they're trailing by 11, right? If they are going to be looking to contest to try and catch up to that third place. Realistically, I think the only team that had it kind of more easy in a sense would have been TPS, but they're not here anymore, not for this game. So it now turns to Zeiss now to see what they can bring in. Galatasaray, I don't think they're going to be all too bothered about this game, right? Because they're leading by 23 points ahead of third place.
Yeah.
Now, for Wildcats to secure 23 points in one single Miramar, it's not unheard of, but their track record on Miramar over the previous Miramars that we've seen does not indicate that we are going to have that kind of a play come through from them. So maybe they decide to surprise us, because as we know, the performances that we are seeing now, this is not the teams playing at full capacity.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
There's still a lot more to come.
Absolutely. Yeah, they just keep getting better and better and better. And we're seeing now more of these really dominating angles coming through. This is the second time on this game alone by a different team. You're watching them look at art from all these different angles, but I did think that this was going to be coming here, that Galatasaray realized that that fight is just going to take way too long, it's not worth it, and they are going to disengage, especially as there are teams coming up behind them into the south side and the west side, that really, realistically, it's just not going to be worth it to try and take that compound. They're much better off taking this one right here, for instance, or taking some of the hills instead.
Well, let's see whether or not that is going to be the play to make right here, as Bio also look to find a bit of a play, a bit of an angle. I mean, Bio, they've actually brought in quite a bit of rotation, right? We saw them drop all the way towards Trailer Park, which is, for those that don't know, up in the northwestern corner. Yep. It's a good way away. And
it is.
Now they've made it all down to that central portion of the map. Well, central from east to west, not necessarily from north to south. But they are going to be looking to push themselves further and further into the zone. So good rotational play coming through on their end. And so far, they've actually not found too many obstructions along the way. We do see the players here from Zeus just alongside them, but Venus very quick on the trigger, just kind of warding them off. Things like, you know what, it's fine, but don't get too close, please. Please, otherwise we make your card go boom like that.
Ooh, yeah, and Maisie go boom as well. That's going to be the first point on the board for Vio. Oh, but Zeus, they've not had a most stellar game or day so far tonight, to be honest, and it's not really been their fault either. They keep getting taken out early on these rotational eliminations, and it's just really not working out for them. I'm not sure if it's just that teams have started rotating differently in day 2, and so they're getting caught out by that. But it's not something we saw from them in day 1, so it's definitely something that has changed between the days of this group, and they just have, I mean, it's not at the end of the world, right? There's still only one down, but it does keep happening. So another thing to think about and look at as we head into the rest of this game and the next as well. But I'm looking at the Wildcats, DK, because they have 4 eliminations, 3 players up, and they're staunchly situated in San Martin.
Yeah, I mean, San Martin is a good spot, depending on how you are situated in San Martin, right? Being on the outskirts, I think, is maybe a little bit better. Being caught in the city itself, depending on where you are in the game, would determine how good of a position that is. Especially, I think, coming to the later stages of the game, you don't necessarily want to be caught in the center, unless, of course, that's where the zone is going, right? But
yes.
Yeah. Other than that, the sides just make leaving so much easier. As I think it's a great temporary or quick little bit of a stopover position to play for. Speaking about stopovers, Venus needs to stop over and heal up as the sprays continue to rain on through. But good
so lucky.
defense or reaction going through there from Chloe as Aurora. Yeah, looking pretty dang battered here. Not quite sure if Aurora's going to be able to make it out. The answer is no. A3 now starting to lock in as they absolutely brutalizing the side here of Theo.
Poor Vio. They've been doing their best over here. They had a decent compound 1-3 split, looked good, but Chloe's got to get out of dodge now because there's a team up behind her as well and to the front of her. I can't believe that she ran out of bullets the same time as that A3 member was just out in the open, because that should have been an easy knock, but she just did run out of that ammo, quickly had to reload. But yeah, that's going to be her out and on her way elsewhere. She's a solo. There's 16 teams left alive. When it's the second to last game in your group, you cannot be taking chances and trying to go for that 1v4 play. You've got to save as many points as you can for your team.
Yeah, that is going to be very important, right? You don't want to give it up all willy-nilly, just for no reason. You want to try and hold on as long as you possibly can. AR silently also one of those teams that they possess quite a bit of capability. And again, I also just see them kind of just playing well enough to ensure that they get the points on the board. They've not pushed it yet, right? It's coming.
Yeah.
I know it's coming because that's the strategy that makes sense. And as we said, a lot of the teams I think are playing with exactly that strategy. Like Galatasaray, also not too worried about them, right? They gotta let the cat out of the bag soon. It's gonna come. Just wait and see. Just wait and see. So I'm curious to see at which point, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen from Monday onwards once we get into that second week of the gameplay. But for now, it's gonna be a lot of the teams just trying to see what they can get accomplished here. I mean, Zeus yet to find points. They of course only have that duo left, but they're not necessarily in a spot where they need to be all too bothered, right? They've had a winner chicken dinner already, right? So they've got they can flex a little bit. Like, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Let's have some fun. Let's have a good Miramar. Let's have a good Erangel and see what that gets us.
Yeah, and this is what we see from them time and time again, is they go for all those points, they get where they need to be, and then they can relax and they can have a little bit of fun with it. So it's definitely what we're going to be seeing, and honestly, it's great for us because what fun is for them is racking up all those points, getting all those eliminations, and just having a little bit of fun with those risky plays and seeing what happens. So definitely one to look out for and look forward to. And one of those plays is coming in now as S2 get caught out between Galatasaray and the Blue Zone. Unfortunately, they're just trying to make an innocent little rotation. It just doesn't work out. Galatasaray being the big meanie heads of Miramar, as they're going to get flushed out and down to 2, I think.
Big meanie heads on Miramar. I think that goes that title goes to R8.
True.
Because they've got 30 eliminations on Miramar. Right, so
it's only 10 more than they got in Sandhawk last game.
Yeah, but so that's across the 3 that they've played so far, right? So
yeah,
30, that puts them on an average of about 10 eliminations. Galatasaray, I mean, not bad. They've got 19. They have the highest placement point when it comes to this map, right? So they've come in here with 16 placement points that they've accrued on Miramar itself. So yeah, again, can they add a few more eliminations? Sure. Do they want to? We don't know. We'll find out soon enough. But, it's all up to them as to how they want to play this one. I like the fact that they are just poking and prodding into whoever they can see around them. Script, of course, being their victims. or their targets, rather, for right now. But Script also, they've not necessarily had any phenomenal outlandish performances on here. But they've also not had any bad plays, right? They've got decent points. Now, of course, fighting with the Blue and Galatasaray at the same time, it's not easy. It's not nice. It's not ideal. But it's okay. They can make it out of this one. And I think Zeros, the rest of the crew here from Galatasaray, they're just going to try and bombard them as best they can.
Yeah, what a ridge to do it from as well. This got some great little angles to it. But they do have to move out of the way, so the only thing they can do is clean up as much as they can and then move a little bit further into zone and clear up as much as they can from that point as well. And that's what makes them so good. They don't go all in. They go in a little do what they need to do, and then pull out and go somewhere else again. So that now leaves Script Monarchy out in the blue zone, fighting for their lives, and another team behind them as well. So Script Monarchy are going to be lucky to get away here. Solo does for now, but Galatasaray should have eyes on this. Yep, they sure do. Zeros trying to beat the car, and the car will blow up soon. Oh, just gets out in time before it goes boom, but it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. It's Zykozit moving in behind her, gets rid of her, and now the new fight begins. Galatasaray are going, oh, good, a new team, more points for us.
Whee!
Whee!
Let's have more fun. Yes, look, there's a new toy. And
exactly.
they go. We also do see the players there from Tasted lighten up when it comes to that feed as well, the elimination feed. But look at this Galatasaray. Yeah, they're now just going crazy, right? Pushing up Zykozit here. But also, realistically, looking at Zykozit, they're not going to be all too phased by this. Because, right, they came into this match at 5th place. They had 59 points to their name. They've been able to secure one additional elimination, so that's about 60 points. If 59 plus 1 equals 60, right? I hope. So it's okay. It's okay. Right. They're not going to be too stressed. There's going to be some feed on the rest of the team doing what they do, just going like, yeah, clean up aisle 4 so much, one more, this one player over the ridge. But for a team like the Wildcats, they can't have that same luxury, right? Because they are in 3rd place. And there's a few teams that could come knocking on their door. So they're going to try everything they can to defend that as best they possibly would be to. And, I mean, AOR, one of those teams that could look to do exactly that knocking that we're talking about, are going to push up towards them. But for the Wildcats, they have another problem. They're a little bit away from that zone.
But I tell you what, the cleanup they're doing of AOR is amazing. I'm not sure how AOR are losing this. They should have pushed in. They should have had that advantage fully. But now it almost looks like they're kind of having to leave as soon as they started. They pushed halfway and then stopped a little too early. And so the Wildcats have been allowed to get back up, get an extra point, and now move on into zone. That's kind of crazy from AOR.
Yeah, it is. It is a little bit strange. Maybe.
Oh my god!
Look at Sona. Sona's like, hey, well, I mean, might as well, right? So put up Tian's like, sure, let's take it. Tafita's like, nah, I don't think so. And AOR is like, oh look, it's the Wildcats. Let's run them over. Let's try and get some points. And unfortunately, they're not for them. So the Wildcats still maybe managing to hold on barely, but fortunately for them, Galatasaray also just kind of reached across the ridge, right, to help with a little bit of a thing. And I mean, there's so much going on right now. The feed itself cannot even keep up with what is happening, right? I mean, Zeus just left. They're gone. We're down to 9 teams. That's it.
And the thing is, the top 3 teams so far, 9, 9, and 8 eliminations each. R8 having a little bit of a kerfuffle down to the south side, I think. But at the minute, it's Galatasaray continuing to pick up more points as R8 pick up 2 more. That's going to be 11 points going their way. A3 now goes out. You see Boar in the elimination feed as well as Ida goes out, a big team that we've been looking at today. They go out. There goes Art. Now we're looking at Boar in themselves over in that compound. And somehow Galatasaray have a pretty good hold on this zone, even from outside of the new circle.
Yeah, I mean, Skin Legacy though, right? They still have, how many players is that? 3. It looks like 3.
3.
Right. The dark blue is just really dark on the black. But yes, there we can see the 3 of them over there. We got Nate, Mary, and B. So this is actually looking quite hopeful for Skin Legacy, because they are now in placement point territory, right? So not only are they getting placement points, but they also get the addition of whichever elimination points they're able to find, right? They have 1, so it's, whatever place they go out in, which Well, thank you very much. And we could have a little bit of a shift coming in at the bottom end of the standings.
I love this though. Elimination 17, 13, 2.
Yes.
Because they've done exactly what they needed to. They just have made their way into zone quietly, kept under the radar, and gotten those placement points. That's exactly what they needed to do. GG's, but 18 eliminations. Galatasaray are mad at R8 for taking that 30-point game, and they are chasing them right on their heels here. 18 points, and there's still 3 more players to get rid of. Make that 19. We are looking at Galatasaray going, no, we want the highest elim game of the season. That is ours.
Yeah, but I mean, this is also Galatasaray going like, oh, a 30-point a game, that's cute. We'll do you one better, right?
DK.
And they might.
Yeah.
They might very well just do exactly that, right? To feed us 13 eliminations, like,
what?
Okay, I know we said they're gonna have fun. I wasn't expecting this much fun to be had, but there we go.
Yo.
20 eliminations getting shown there. I don't know if it's maybe 21, but we saw 20. So this is an interesting thing, right? Because there was 14 points difference between R8 and Galatasaray coming into this game, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to do the math and try and figure out how much of a difference there is now on who's where and why and when and where or whatever. Something interesting happened as well, right? We saw 30 bomb. Yeah. We saw another 30 bomb getting dropped by the competing team, opposing team, whatever, another team doing exactly the same thing. So, yes, I think the two teams at the top of the leaderboard having a little bit of fun here today with each other, trying to see who's going to be the one to finish at the tippity top come game number last, which is pretty soon. But I think more importantly, we're going to have to keep a very close eye to see what's happening with that relegation zone, because I think Skin Legacy have done enough to secure at least a little bit of something off of the back of this last match. But as we know, it's going to be tough to predict that before we've seen the very last match, right? It's literally going to come down to the wire. And I think we could maybe potentially say the same thing about the top 3, right? Who's going to be locked in onto that 3rd place?
Yeah, and that's going to be they equalize. Interesting. I was going to go on a point about the bottom 3, but that's interesting. 20 eliminations coming in here, 3,400 damage dealt as well. So we do have an equal game right off the bat of that Sandhog, but it's not a bigger game. It's just the same. So an interesting little tidbit there, but that does mean another 30-point match coming in here, and they were fairly close to each other, if not tied in the first place. So the thing is of course R8 did get the 3rd place finish rather, with a heck of a lot of points on their own as well with eliminations. So it's not going to be tied up just yet, but Galatasaray have given R8 now a run for their money in this next wrangle.
Yeah, I mean, Galatasaray of course is doing 400 more damage than what R8 did, right? R8 did 3,000, and Galatasaray is like, 3.5. What's 500 damage between friends? But yeah, some good stats coming through here. Again, the amount of health recovered in this game still respectively low, but I like this for Tasted though, right? They got the longest hit, 327.
Yo!
I'm curious to see what the actual longest hit is that we've had so far for this respective group. Right, be interesting just to have that. But of course, I mean, Safida doing what squads normally do.
Yeah.
With the amount of eliminations and the amount of damage being brought in here. I mean, this is just ridiculous, right? Because it's like Tafida said to the rest of the team, is like, you know what, it's okay. Y'all can go relax. I got this entire match by myself. Don't worry. Like, that's crazy. Just do a bit of a carry. And, what's a Tafida carry on the second last match of the group stage?
That's insane. I mean, we have to do the ding, ding, ding bell of 1,000 damage there, because that's nearly 2,000 damage. That is some crazy numbers. And yeah, you do see R8 pushing up for that 18-point game as well. So, I mean, that is a super decent win point
Yep.
ratio there. I mean, 18 points is like, heck yeah, great game for you guys. It just gets totally eclipsed when you have a team that has 20 eliminations. But yeah, still a really good game from our 8, a really good game from the Wildcats. They've been probably our most consistent team tonight. So it's another really good representation for them up here. Boars as well, no longer in the top 3 as much anymore, but still getting those 7 to 10 eliminations, or rather points each game, is doing wonders for their leaderboard.
I mean, there's been 3 super consistent teams throughout the day.
Mm.
And it's those top 3.
Yeah.
Right? They also happen to be the top 3 consistent teams, because coming into this match, each of them have been able to secure 40 plus points for the day.
Jeez.
Just the day.
That's crazy.
Right? Each of those 3 top teams that we see right there.
Mm.
So no surprise to have that be reflected in the results. Of course, Galatasaray closing their 14-point gap down to only 3 points. Only 3.
That's
Okay?
insane.
So that was quite a bit of a push, but there is, however, still quite a bit of a gap between second and third place, right? It was 23 points. Now, by the quick scan of things, it looks to be nearly 40 points, right? So 39 points, give or take 1 or 2. It's a ridiculous amount of numbers that we have going right there. But, I mean, it comes as no surprise, right? To see these players right here. Lara, as I said, was going to chase Asiko a little bit. And that's what we saw already coming off of the back of Sanok. So, well done to Lara for catching up. Asiko, Tafida, yeah, it's they're just being ridiculous now at this point with the numbers and stuff that they're putting up. But yeah, I think regardless of that, still a very impressive performance that we've had across the board. The teams that needed to defend their position with regards to the top, they've done so. The Wildcats, I think they've done enough to kind of almost secure their third place. I don't really see much of a change, but of course, we'll only know at the end of the next match.
We will. I mean, TPS could come in with a 30 bomb and just wreck the entire thing, but we'll have to see in our final game of Group A coming up in just a few minutes. Before that, we're going to go for a quick break, and we'll be right back. everybody. We are here. DK, the final match of Group A for Pmewl Season 4 is about to get underway. It is going to be a wrangle, and we have seen a lot of these teams go head-to-head for a long time now. And it all comes down to this. And we were discussing during the break, right? We think we might have our top 3 kind of solidified, and our focus sort of has to shift over to the other end of the table. Who's going to take that final 15th place spot at the end of this game, and who is going to just sneak their way into week number 2?
I think it's all going to boil down to what happens in that first stage, essentially, right? If the Wildcats are still there after the first phase, then yes, I think the top 3 might very well be secured into what it is right now, right? But if they're not, all right, as we approach Erringale, yeah, there is still a chance for TPS and the Zeitgezit to clutch it out, right? Because if we look at the points, aside from the Wildcats, so like Wildcats, TPS, and Zeitgezit are the 3 top performing teams when it comes to Erringale. They just are. Yeah. So if Wildcats fall, then it goes to TPS and Zeitgezit. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be a very, very scary zone to deal with here. And of course, we did see that quite fast at the shift. Coming through Galatasaray, having themselves a little bit of that aces house action. As we can see the feed and AOR saying no to Arch, right?
Yeah.
It was not their taste. They said, no, we don't like this art. We're gonna stop it right there. And that's the run. But realistically, looking at the other side of the standings, Skin Legacy and Enigma Dolls, I think it's going to be between the 2 of them to make a run for it, because Aces, they've got essentially 1 player left. Yeah. Right? Now it's confirmed they've got 1 player left, so they're not going to be able to do anything at this point, really. Enigma Dolls and Skin Legacy are going to be the other 2 teams. Unfortunate turn of events there for Pmewl. But yes, Enigma and Skin Legacy are going to be the next 2 viable teams, and they are both just contesting to see who's going to be within that top 15. I mean, Enigma, if they have an upstanding game here, 4 or more points, right? Realistically, 5. If they get 5 points or more, they should be safe. But that is all going to depend on, grenades hopping alongside you. It's gonna depend on how many points Skin Legacy are also able to secure in this game.
But the thing is, DK, I don't know if you saw where they landed. I'm a little bit worried. They did 1-3 split on Millie Island, and that Solo is contesting with another team also on the island. And with that zone moving to the north side, it's possible that Skin Legacy are in a little bit of trouble when it comes to kind of getting choked out a little bit there. So they're going to have to be careful to make sure they avoid that other team at all costs. They cannot risk going out this early. Yeah, you want points, but I think survival in the final game is going to be more important. Not to Vio, though. Vio have decided to go for this hot drop onto Boars, onto Primorsk. And they are doing something. Venus is down, unfortunately, but Boars are moving in quick, so Chloe's just got to use the rest of her advantages and get this show back on the road, because there is no time to waste.
Yeah, I mean, but realistically, looking at it, at both Boars and the players coming through here from Vio, yes, there's a 7-point difference between the 2 of them on those standings, but it's not going to be too much of an upset here, regardless of what comes of this current engagement that they find themselves in, right? So if it goes well or if it goes south, either which way, both of them, they'll be okay. They will be okay. We can say the same here for AOR silently. But yeah, there's essentially, I'd say, 5 teams that we're going to be keeping a very close eye on to see how things go for them. Now, for AOR silently, this is an opportunity to see if they can maybe catch up to where Zeitgezit is with regards to points, because currently they are 5 points behind them. But now with the Zeus that are going to be making a bit of a move coming through this area as well, they find themselves in a very similar spot, right? There's 2 points separating
Wow.
both these teams on the standings. 2 points.
Mhm. I love this from AOR Silently, though. They kept quiet. They actually baited Zeus into this compound, and now you see AOR, all 3 of those players are at different points of the building, and they've all got nades in their hand. This is brilliantly played by AOR Silently, but it could all turn to worms here as Zeus able to outsmart them there just with that gun power, just able to knock them all down. And however smart and big brainy the angles might be, what it really comes down to, TK, is that 1v1, and if you can't win it, then there's nothing to be done.
Yeah, if you can't win it, there's nothing in it. So let's see who's going to be the ones to clutch it out this time around. For now, TPS though, playing a very calculated game here. Right, just like the reserve, they're just going to go and try and find themselves a good spot.
Yeah.
Wherever that might be, they're just going to look for a good spot, right? Because I think realistically they might be just sitting there watching, waiting to see what happens with the Wildcats. But I wouldn't wait too long because, you know, you got to be proactive at some point. You're going to have to go out and start earning those points if you want to contest, unless, of course, TPS are fine with taking the route through next week, right? If they're okay with that approach, then by all means, continue what you're doing, right? Because there's nothing wrong with going into week number 2. In fact, it gives, as we've mentioned before, it gives the teams that go through that a lot of an opportunity, you know, to really refine their approach, their rotations, their skills against this exact lobby that they're playing with here.
Yeah, but then at the other side of that, if you are in that 4th place or that 5th place and you're super safe, there's no chance of you in one game going down to 16th, then why not gun for 3rd and see why not, and see if you can, if you can actually end up doing it and go all Hail Mary. And even if you go out really early, then it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's maybe not the way you wanted to end the night, but you tried, and you're still going through to the next week. So for me, I'd go, you know what, if you can do it, try. But I will say, DK, I do like that Skin Legacy, they are taking a rotation. They're completely avoiding, like, even the hint of an altercation here, which I do enjoy. However, I don't think they're counting on Boar still being in Primorsk, and this is where it could get a little bit hairy for them.
Yeah, it could definitely take quite a bit of a uncomfortable turn there for them. But the same thing we could say for Enigma Dolls, right? They're rotating up alongside TPS. So those are the teams that are kind of in a point where they need to really fight for points. Are playing with fire unintentionally, right? It's unbeknownst to them. They're actually maybe playing with a little bit of fire. So with the dolls, maybe just fly down the mountain like that. Well done, and now get into the compounds, right? It is going to be very, very important to get them right into that. So curious to see who is going to be making it up in towards that. So yeah, time will tell. But for now, Enigma Dolls, I think this is a very good play that they're bringing in, right? Not trying to be overly aggressive, and I think they're playing it smart. And that is, I think that's going to bode quite well for them here.
Yeah, it's smart. Big brain is where you really want to be when it's the final game of the evening, final game of your stage, right? You want to be as big brain as possible. You've had 9 other games to have all the eliminations and do all the things that you want to do and be as big gun as you want to be. But now's the time to just take a step back, think it through, and play a little bit more smartly. And Ida seemed to have a really smart rotation there because they knew that probably Galatasaray were going to be making their run for it onto this hill, and they knew exactly where to be to take those shots. So well done from Ida. 0 eliminations going to be coming through from that, but still, it's a good little thing to have done there. It's a nice little smart play, and that's going to boost morale.
Yeah, and that's essentially what you want moving into the final match of the day, right? You want to end on a positive note, and like, you know what, we we played the best game that we could at this point. You know, we're happy with what came from it. Ooh. Yeah, that is an interesting turn of events that we've got coming through here onto the side of Ida. You got to be careful pushing up onto Everest, as we've seen a few times. Right, if you take the right approach, great. If you don't, ouch. So they just got to find whatever is going to be the play that works against maybe contesting Galatasaray for the hilltop. Realistically, I don't see why. But yeah, I mean,
she just put the smoke in the back of her car. Interesting. No, I see. I get that it's super risky and it's probably slightly stupid, but at the same time, I kind of love it. It's very cool. I don't think I've really seen a team do this massive wraparound from one side of Everest, shoot at a team that's gone up it, and then go all the way around to gatekeep them and go, oh no, we're not letting you use this position against us. Instead, we're going to use it against you. And that might not work out in the end, and that might be really silly, but honestly, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool if it worked out, right? That'd be amazing. So, you know, it's worth a shot. You won't know unless you try it, right? You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take.
Exactly.
And that's just facts, right? Because, but, I mean, so it would be quite interesting for IDA Esports if they were to secure more points, because they could either just move them a little bit further up the standings, right? From 6th maybe to like 4th or somewhere around about there. But if they were able to take out Galatasaray, then there's no chance of Galatasaray nipping at the heels of R8, because R8, they've got no points. And coming into this game, there was 2 points difference. So, yeah, Galatasaray currently leading by 2 points. But it's not been decided completely just yet, right? So there's still 14 teams and 53 players alive. So a lot can happen with, with the time that we have available here. So I'm curious to see how this all is going to play out. Lara, of course, needs to stay close to the trees. Apparently, they stopped the vehicles right there in their tracks. It's not ideal. Right? And if you go fast enough, apparently your health also takes a bit of a dip. So, yeah, maybe watch out.
They're great brakes, though. I mean, maybe we should get them installed on all cars. Just put trees on instead of brakes. It would really work, I think.
I mean, but then there's a few organizations that aren't gonna be too happy with that.
That's true. It's a lot of trees, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They might really uproot your plans with regards to that. So.
That's true.
Unless you branch out, right?
Yeah.
But then you've got to start worrying about like splinters and who's barking at what and when and why and where. And, you got to leave at some point.
Quite true. Yes. Okay. Anyway, I don't have the brain for that kind of thing like you do, man. I'm trying to keep up. It's not working.
Nice thing about it being live on stream, you can just pause it, rewind, and listen to it again.
Yeah, totally. That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
And then give me the afterwards.
Nah, like I can't join you in that. I just have to listen because I can't join you, man. It's too good. It's too good. Anyway, talking about too good. This zone, it's gone to the north side. It's too good. This is one of my favorite zones on this map. It's super interesting. It's very open, very difficult, but the high ground is super interesting and super cool. Unfortunately for Galatasaray, they keep betting on Everest, and it keeps not working, and they have a hard journey ahead of them now. I'm not seeing Skin Legacy here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see them. Where did they go, or are they still in the blue zone? If they are, dang, they're taking it slow, but at least they've avoided boars. But the Wildcats as well are going to be going over through Georgia Pole, it looks like, as well. So a lot of teams taking that slow and steady route.
Yeah, I mean, but aside from the slow and steady route, there's actually a few teams that I think are going to be quite happy with how the zone had shifted, right? Because if you look at a team like Enigma, for instance, right, we saw them up on that northeastern side. Alongside TPS, which they've been close to for the longest time. But if Enigma kind of just stay around there, they should be okay.
Yeah.
Right? Just don't go poking at the side of TBS. Because
Like
they're
that.
playing a very similar strategy, right? They want to try and survive. They want to make it as long as they possibly can. Zeus, though, yeah, this is a different thing. Zeus also looking to get out there to maybe try and secure themselves a few additional points along the way. But this is now just an absolute mess, right? Three teams converging in. TBS, though, they decided, you know what? Let's go have some fun. Let's push down to that southern side. Let's see how close we can get to where R8 is. Not that they know where they are, but, it's worth a try.
It sure is. It is worth a shot because it's the last game. You know you're in fourth place. Have some fun with it. They've taken a very dominant position over on that hillside. They're just trying to get those shots where they can. So far, it's yielded them 0 eliminations, but the night is still young. The game is still young. We're only 16 minutes into this game, and it's only stage 3. As we turn our attention to Ida, again, very volatile team in terms of their rotations, right? They keep moving around, and they're very quick to move and very quick to decide to move. So interesting to see them all the way up on that north side as well, even after that rotation onto Everest. But they got clear, they got to the north, and now they have to move again, while Script Monarchy have to move, but in a different capacity, moving that teammate back a little bit so that they can res her up and heal her up as well.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about Ida. They've actually brought in quite a bit of rotation, right? Because they went from Everest, as you said, right, or the ruins close to Everest, up onto Everest, from Everest over on towards almost Zaki, right, north of North George, and then from there pushed all the way over to here, which is pretty much Saverny. It's been a wild day over on the Ida side. But yeah, let's see where it is that they choose to push into, abandoning the 3-wheel of doom. Ooh, but instead gets doomed on down, as it is to be tasted that just fires across the way. Ooh, unfortunate there for Enigma. One of their players getting spotted and found out. Shots connecting up. It's going to be Ida getting ready for a full send. Not quite sure if the rest of the team of Enigma is going to look to maybe try and save their teammate here. Could be a very risky approach. But we know Kiki is there, right? Kiki showed a lot of aggression. So I'm curious to see what Enigma's approach will be. Ooh, Skin Legacy though, out of the blue.
That's crazy. Sometimes you take a little too long, and I think that's kind of what's happening here. Galatasaray getting taken out, but they don't really care. They're still going through straight to finals, and Script Monarchy, meanwhile, taking whatever points they can glean off of that team. And down goes Taste It as well. 2 TPES, that's their first 3 eliminations, and they all go to Cupquake.
Ooh, okay. Alright. I mean, Cupquake gonna be happy about that. Yeah, I'll let you say that. But here we go. Force Gaming also finding themselves in a bit of a contentious position here, right? They've got Script just nipping at their heels coming in from that eastern side, but that is of course also where we have the players from Galatasaray, right? So you got to be careful as to how you play this one out, because it seems to be a triangle of despair. No, that's a triangle of doom. Sorry, it's the square of despair. There we go. Yes, a little bit of swimming. Skin Legacy. See, they need to watch out. They don't want to go out of here because they need to kind of just hold on to what they have here, right? They are leading by 4 points, but going for the Aquaman approach, it's not really paying off.
No, and they knew what they needed to do, right? That's why they've played this so slow, but sometimes you end up playing it too slow, and I think this is what is starting to happen here. You have teams that are already set up and so established that they start looking and checking behind them. They're not so focused on moving in as they are making sure that they don't need to do anything else, and so they're going to be hyper vigilant on those water areas and the like. And so for a team like Skin Legacy, who are trying to sneak through, if you're that late, then all you're going to get is picked up.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to have happen to you at this point of the game. But let's see how Boars are going to look to apply themselves here, because they still have a bit of opposition, right? We got, I believe that's Zeit, just over towards the slight southeastern edge. We got A3. Yeah, that is indeed Zeit. See them up on the hill. Oh, we gotta watch out, Sona. S2 as well as A3, all getting right down to the actions now, starting to play their way on in. We do say goodbye to the Wildcats. So the Wildcats out of here with 1 point to their name. Skin Legacy also getting sent back empty-handed. So now it turns to the Enigma Dogs. Either they play for placement points, or they look to find themselves maybe 1, 2, or 4, maybe 5 eliminations along the way. There is a bit of a third-party opportunity available to them, but they're still got to watch out as to how they play their way through this. S2 are going to be the next team to make their way on back, and with that, we are down to 10 teams. 2 more teams need to leave before we get into placement point territory.
But which 2 teams is that going to be? Because all of these teams need the points. Okay. Almost all of these teams need the points as we look at Galatasaray. They don't need the points, and neither do R8. Realistically, they don't. They're top of the leaderboard right now. They don't need them. TPES need the points, but especially because IW NRX are not here. They're no longer here, and they only got 1 point. So as you said, this is their chance now to move up and move into 3rd place. And right now, it's not going to happen. R8 bite that in the in the behind a little bit there. And that's going to be a no from them. You're not allowed in 3rd place. We're allowed in 1st place. So TPE is going to have to be satisfied with that 4th place finish, possibly. But will they make it 6th? Will another team make it 6th? We'll have to see. But I think top 3 now is safe to say done and dusted. We have it confirmed until, of course, we see the actual leaderboard. But for now, it's looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, the only other 2 potential contenders for 3rd place is going to be Zeit and Ida, right? Because they're not trailing by that many points. There's only 5 points difference coming into the match between TPS and Ida. Ida, of course, 6th place, TPS 4th, right? Zeit Gazette. Okay, Ida, they're out of it. So now it's turning over to Zeit Gazette to see whether or not they are going to try and maybe get to 3rd. It's going to require quite a bit of work. I don't see enough players left in this match for them to pull that off, just based on some eliminations. But they need, they need a few points, right? They were trailing TPS by 2, so now that they are in placement point territory, they might have replaced TPS, maybe almost kind of, right? Because TPS got 3. So it is still going to be an ongoing thing all the way to the very, very end. Enigma, though, they need 5 points to be 100% sure, right? So it's all going to boil down to how much and how long they can survive here. And of course, there's going to be still quite a bit of a fight. Zeit, now, not necessarily in the best spot, so I think I don't see them really finding necessarily a good spot to bounce back from to get into the zone. So, I think at least our top 3, top 3 100% confirmed. Zeit might maybe get a few additional points and maybe upset TPS, but who knows?
Oh, love this from R8, that 1-3 split there with a perfect angle onto the upstairs windows, right? Because this push by the 3 is going to make Zeus go crazy. They're going to try and get whatever movement they need in order to avoid whatever's coming down at them from the bottom, and Laura will be there to pick all that up. So GG's there for full sending into the same position as Zykazir, and they end up getting taken out, but not by them. It's by script. It's by it is by script. It's by a lot of teams. R8 with 9 eliminations, script with 6, and Zykazir with 2 as well. Enigma still here. Still a 3-man squad, but 0 eliminations.
One team needs to fall. They need to get at least a 3rd place, and then they've made it. Right? That's literally all they need. Or they need 1 elimination, and they leave now. Because 4th place is 4 points. Right? So this is the 4 points to put them on par with what Skin brought into this game. Right?
Yes.
but Skin Legacy didn't earn any points this round. So, if they can find one more additional goals before they do, they've made it into the top 15, right? So the pressure is on. Enigma needs to play the most intense game of hide and seek that they've played in the past 2 days. It's all going to boil down to this one. And fortunately for them, there's still a few teams that can get targeted around them, right? So you can see we got Zeit a little bit further down the hill. R8, as we know, absolute monsters. Nice. But there we go. Nice connecting shot coming through here. It is going to be scripted down to a solo. So there's still quite a bit of an opportunity now for Enigma to make their way in, to claim their seat, to move through into next week. It is now up to Taya. Taya now going to try and see if they can hug the living heck out of that tree that is alongside them. But anyone is now on the chopping block. Taya, I like the use of utility here, just trying to keep a bit of a barrier, trying to keep Enigma at bay. But Enigma taking a good approach here, right? Not putting all their eggs in one basket. They're trying to keep it spread out. They're trying to keep as much of an opportunity available here. Let's see whether or not they can pull this one out of the bag. They're going to try and push up. Luzon is going to right up on them as well as we hit stage 8. The one come through. Down Enigma. Still in it. And that could be their ticket, right? They are all the way into second place. This could be it. Yes.
GG's.
The R8 finish it off. They take that winner chicken dinner. But I think, don't take my word for it, but I think, I'm pretty much convinced that Enigma Dolls might just have done enough to get themselves into the top 15. So, what an amazing show this was. Of course, R8 adding yet another winner chicken dinner to their tally, right? They had 2, now they've got 3, the same as Galatasaray, right? So the top 2 teams sitting with 3 chickens each. It's crazy. Talk about a flex, right? Talk about the teams just kind of, puffing themselves up and going like, this is mine. Yeah, they did it.
Yeah.
They did it. And I think it's very well deserved.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is what's so funny to me is that we were so focused on Enigma that we kind of didn't realize that R8 had 16 eliminations at the end of that game. And so that's a big win. Again, another huge win from R8 there. So it's been a huge, huge night for them. Definitely solidifying their first place position here. There's no way that they're not on the top of the leaderboard after that game. But yeah, just what a game, what a night it's been. I mean, we've had some fire games coming in here. It's just been so fun to watch. But that is all 5 done. So we will see how that leaderboard really is turning out in a few minutes. But yeah, it's been wild.
Yeah, it's been crazy, but it's been the very nice, the very good kind of crazy, right?
Yeah.
The kind of crazy that we want. So mad respect going out to R8 Sapphire, of course. They were on 88 eliminations coming into this game. Now
Crazy.
they added 16 more to that, right? So that puts them on 100 plus. I think it's 104. Yeah, something like that. It's ridiculous, right? Big flex
in
coming
10 games.
And that's insane, right? So it is so well deserved coming through from them. Grenades again bouncing back up, coming up to over 200, right? Which was considerably lower in one of our previous games, but it's good to see that kind of return of the utility usage. Again, the healing number is still a little bit low. It just speaks to the intensity of this match, right? But we got to give a big shout out there for our longest hit, 346 meters going over to the side there. I've tasted, but MVP is Gucci, right?
Yes.
7 eliminations, 768 damage with those 3 assists. So essentially almost 10. But, close enough.
Close enough. I find it really interesting that we've only had 1 Bell of 1,000 damage, even though these games have been insane when it comes to those elimination points. As you can see on the match rankings here, R8 do get another 26-point game. And Monarchy there with 11 points to their name for the last game of the evening is a great result for them as well.
Yeah. I mean, you got to give it up, right? Monarchy locking in those double digits. Enigma, as I said, they needed 4. They got more.
Nice.
Nothing wrong with that. And here we have it. It is official. Our top 15 teams that are going to be taking their seat, moving through. The top 3, of course, heading straight into the finals in week 3. But 4th place to 15th, right? So all the way from the players there of Zeitgezit all the way to Tasted are going to be coming back again next week. But of course, we got to, give a nice hand over to the side there of Skin Legacy, as well as Art Esports, and of course, Ace's House, right? Good showing that they brought through here. Good action, good play. They all hit some decent elimination counts, as we can see there as well. But unfortunately, already so many teams can make it through into next week.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be somebody, and Skin Legacy in particular really tried so hard in that last game, but it just was not to be. But you know what? It did work out a bit better for these players. Tofita, with 34 eliminations, is the top of our player focus. But honestly, we've seen these same, basically 3 girls the entire 2 days. It's been Tofita, it's been Hasiko, and it's been Gucci, or one of the other players from RA, kind of interchangeably there. But our head-to-head is as follows: Tofita versus Hasiko. And even though Hasiko has done so much, she's only done 28% of her team contribution, which is kind of crazy considering there's 3 more players then that were doing almost as well as her.
Yeah, but realistically, Tofita went crazy on Sana.
True.
Right, with the 13 eliminations, that's where a large portion of that contribution comes from, is that insane game that we had over on Sana. So I'm pretty sure that if Hasiko had the same kind of game, right, the percentages would have been really close. But
that's fair.
Aside from that, I do think their overall contribution is still very similar. I mean, survival time is right up there. The amount of damage is absolutely insane. But of course, we have to make it official. Our top 3 teams heading straight over into the finals. It is going to be none other than Galatasaray, followed by R8. And then, of course, we have the players there from the Istanbul Wildcats, next Ria, securing their positions.
Geez, those teams are going through to the top 3, or to the finals rather. They have become the top 3, and now they're going into the finals in a couple of weeks' time. So big congrats to them. But there we go. There you have it. We are done with Group A for this week, for this stage in the game. And that's kind of it from us tonight, DK. We are done. We are dusted with Group A. Tomorrow will be Group B, and I think we're going to be seeing a heck of a lot coming out of them for sure. I mean, day 1 yesterday was phenomenal, and so day 2 tomorrow is going to be even crazier. DK, what are your final thoughts on Group A so far?
I just want to say to R8 Sapphire and Galatasaray Esports, I get it, right? Talk about a flex, talk about some crazy performances. They showed it, and then some, right? I mean, R8 went all the way to the very last match. It's like, what? You know what? 80 eliminations, that's nothing. We're going to go for triple digits. We're going to try and push it as best as we can. And what an absolutely insane performance it is. 2 teams just absolutely dominating the lobby. Gotta love the action. But I am now looking forward to seeing what the teams that are going to be coming back next week are going to be bringing to the battlefield, right? Because we've seen some pretty insane performances come through, right? TPS, they played some phenomenal upsets. We did see Zeus, we did see AOR, Ida, Zeitgezit, everybody that made it in, even the players from Enigma Dolls. I am super excited to see what Enigma Dolls are going to be bringing into week number 2, right? They showed today that they know when they need to kind of step it up, right? And they stepped it up. They needed 4 points, they got 7, 3 points more than they needed, and that is amazing. But next week, I want to be blown away.
Yes, I think we will be. I think we'll be blown away even sooner than that. I think we'll be blown away tomorrow as well, as we kick off Group B Day 2. The final 5 matches will be going the way of Group B tomorrow night, same time, same place. So if you enjoyed tonight's show, be sure to stick around for tomorrow's as well. And until then, have a great night. It's gonna be
encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop, and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time. Each interaction provides supplies and shortens the countdown. The elemental powers will form a crate at the end of the countdown, after which the spirit collecting bell will run out of power and can no longer be used. Open the crate to get tons of rewards. Note that other teams in the same group will battle for the same bell. Use the mini-map to determine how many players are nearby. Also, skill cooldowns are reduced in the bell's vicinity, so use them to your advantage to guard the bell's rewards. Sacred Quartet's final challenge is to unite the 4 Sacred Guardians. During Sacred Quartet, you'll be able to pick up elemental fragments in matches. Use the fragments in the Elemental Clash event to combine elements. When you and your teammates each bring a different element into a match, and all members survive until victory is attained, the Guardians United Challenge will be completed. Players who complete the challenge for the first time can claim 200 elemental fragments from the event page and will unlock the new Guardians United achievement. Embark on your sacred cultivation journey now and forge your story into its own legend.
Evening and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. I'm your host for this evening, Neptura, and I am joined by DK. Hey, howdy DK, how are you?
I'm pretty good today, gotta say though, but I think it's more appropriate to ask you that question here today. For those of you who don't know, and I don't know if she's gonna like it, but I really don't care. It's her birthday today, so if you're watching in the chat, wish her a happy birthday. She's turned
Thank you.
A year older. We won't say the number because apparently that's the thing. But yeah, speaking about turning the numbers higher up, we're adding another group on today, right? So we're heading into day number 2. It's going to be the first day for Group B. So we'll have a whole array of new teams that are going to be stepping out onto the battlefield. And as you said yesterday, we are going to be repeating everything, right? The map rotations, everything's going to be the same, aside from, of course, different teams that are going to be showcasing their talent here today.
Yeah, I'm super excited and interested to see how we can compare the two groups, right? Yesterday, there's no hiding it. There was so much chaos, so much action, so much really good stuff on display yesterday. How is that going to affect or maybe differ to what we see tonight? Is going to be a story that will be coming up in the next few moments as we get into game 1 shortly. But yeah, DK, I really want to discuss what we think is going to happen tonight, because we do have, as you said, 18 new teams on the board tonight, and we're going to have to see what they can hold and how they can do what they need to do to get into either week 2 or the finals as well, right? You don't want to be in that 16th to 18th place because those teams will be disqualified. Now, as opposed to certain formats that we see in other events, this is better in that these groups in Group B and Group C don't have to compete against each other just yet, right? So it's not going to be 16th to 18th out of both the groups, out of, all of those teams. It's just going to be out of the ones we see this evening and, of course, on Saturday as well. So there's a little bit of comfort there, but for tonight, that's not really a huge blessing right now because you still have 18 teams to compete against.
Yeah, I mean, for today and yesterday, it was okay to land anywhere on the leaderboard, right? The hard work is going to come in as we head into day 2 for Group A that starts tomorrow. But yeah, that's where we are going to be splitting those teams from 36 down to 24. As you can see, of course, the breakup as to how the teams will be getting their allocations there. And I think week 2, that is where the teams are going to be looking to ramp up the gameplay, right? Because they are trying to get themselves all the way up into those grand finals and, rub shoulders with, Galatasaray that we've got on here, right? Because they've claimed 3 of the previous events that we've had. And now we're going to look to see who's going to be the one to take that slot for Season 4. And, of course, we've been talking about a new group, new teams coming in. We'll get into who those teams are and who's going to be participating today. And I'm actually quite excited to see, as you've mentioned, right, what these teams are going to be doing. Maybe yesterday's performances from Group A would inspire Group B to go above and beyond what we saw. Or maybe it could be just their version of those exact same events, right? And I think that is where the excitement comes in, is because it's also unpredictable, right? It could go any which way, and I can't wait to see what these teams are going to be doing.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. We have a lot of familiar names, a lot of familiar faces in Group B, but what we don't have is the back-to-back-to-back winners of the entire event, right? In this lobby, we do not have Galatasaray. That is Group A's burden to bear. How do you think that's going to really change or maybe affect how these teams play? Are they going to be going all out here? Because honestly, they can do. Galatasaray are not going to be in a position to actually catch these teams out a little bit. Is there going to be a little bit more of breathing room for them?
I definitely think there's going to be a lot of breathing room in here. But, you know, these teams are going to be focusing in on each other. So I think that in and of itself is going to be bringing quite a bit of excitement out onto the battlefield. One thing that I'm happy to see come through for this season, Fenerbahce, right? They are here, a name that I always enjoy saying so much. So it's great to see them in here. We did, of course, see them also. We were actually at Fenerbahce, I believe, when we were in Turkey, right? So
we were, yeah.
It's great to see the name on screen yet again, and of course, as we saw yesterday, our map rotation is going to be exactly the same, right? We're going to have that Erangel sandwich. Maybe you call it a dagwood, right? Because there's 5 layers to it. So we've got Erangel on either sides. Of course, then we move in 1 layer up into Miramar, and then we add that extra little bit of spice right in the middle. That is going to be the lovely Sanok, where the teams will have the opportunity to make up for whatever they feel they need to make up. But of course, a very good excuse to get quite aggressive, as we saw yesterday.
Indeed, as we saw yesterday. And speaking of yesterday, in game number 1, there we go. In game number 1, we saw teams really go head to head and not really care that it was the first game at all. They wanted to get as many points on the board as possible. I'm kind of wondering how this group is going to tackle the first game of the day. I want to see that same action that we saw from Group A, but often with these events, with these teams, I find that depending on who's in the actual group, you do see a lot less aggression over the other. We'll be interested to see.
I mean, right, because some of the names, we've got Digital Athletics in the lobby as well. We've got Bonfire, so I'm expecting a little bit of heat to come from that. We've got Yikes in here as well. Some interesting names for the team. So I'm curious to see how these teams are going to be looking to perform. We've got a few Angels in here as well, right? We've got the Pen Angels, we've got the Dark Angels. So there's going to be a lot of winging it all over the place. And I'm looking forward to seeing just how all of this is going to play out. Yes, I am cramming a lot of those jokes in right after each other, but it's okay. I'm not getting it out of my system. It's kind of just the way it is. But there's one team that I'm also quite intrigued by, and that is going to be Goat Invicta, right? Interesting name for the squad there to have. We can't necessarily say that, or I've not necessarily personally seen a lot come through from them, gameplay-wise, but I'm here, I'm open to be surprised, and I'm pretty sure that is exactly what we're going to have happen right here, because we've got Leora in there, we've got Linus, we've got Polia, QC, I guess, as well as Yagi, right? So a nice lineup coming through for the squad. And of course, speaking about lineups, right? The players are now all lined up on the plane, getting ready to exit, we are going to be looking to see where our first flight path is. And it seems like they're coming in from the east.
Oh, this is a brilliant flight path. This is so nice. This is comfortable. This is clean. This is nothing like what we saw in game number 1. Now, of course, remember in game number 1 yesterday, we did see also a big hard shift towards that western side of the zone. So we'll have to keep an eye on that plane path for now. Wait for the zone to pop up and see what's really going to be happening in this game. But so far, all is looking very good, very clean. Now, DK, I want to get your opinion, though. Are we going to see a hot drop coming into the first match? Sure.
Seeing that is so many options available with this current flight path, right? The teams could take a very decent spread, but of course it is the first match. We want to see a little bit of that hot and heated action coming in here. So yeah, who knows? Maybe we might have that happening right here as well. I just saw Aurora's picture at the bottom left, right?
Yes.
It's a cool picture, right? Like back turned to the camera, it's like, yeah, I'm Aurora.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Some pretty cool shots that we've got coming through here. But as for the hot drops, I'm not necessarily seeing any of them just yet. But that zone is going to be amazing because we got so many trip points that are going to be coming through, right? We've got those two bridges as well as, I think we're going to have a few potential quotations as well.
Oh, we have to, right? I mean, hot drops to me is going to be inevitable because you do have 18 teams, not 16. So there's just, frankly, not enough room for all of them to have a comfortable loot phase. So there are going to be some hot drops here. This zone has made sure that hot drops are not where the action stops. It's not going to end there. We are going to have a lot of chaos throughout the next 20 minutes or so. And the chaos has already started. We've already seen bodies hit the ground here. A couple of knocks going the way of a couple of teams. I didn't quite see who and where, but yeah, not looking good for certain ones. We do have one team that already has an elimination, and we're what, 2 minutes into the game?
Yeah, I mean, these ladies are getting aggressive right off the bat, so let's see where this action is going to be taking us. I like the engagements coming through here up into the sunken city. Always so nice to have, you know, a little bit of fighting break out here. But the water makes it difficult, as we can see here. You know, Lighter Esports having a little bit of difficulty navigating through this water. So especially when you're getting pressured, someone's chasing you, it's like your one foot's tied to your hand, right? You can't really move all that well. But let's see, maybe that is not going to be enough to deter them from bringing in a little bit of that pressure onto the side of the Dark Angels.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. I mean, the Dark Angels should be able to use this pretty well, right? You do have this advantage of having more mobility, and they technically have a little bit of high ground as well against Linder Esports, so they should be able to do something with this. The question is, do they want to, right? This early in the game, down as, you know, down one, they've only got 3 left alive. I think they've made the right call here. They are going to leave and fight for another day because that zone is so far away. It's not like they have the time or really the space to be able to make that fight and make it work and drag it out for as long as they want. They have to get going. So the right choice is made here. Linder don't get any more points out of this, but one this early on is really nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first point. They've already cracked that can wide open. The rest of the teams, of course, are going to be looking to get themselves positioned. Speaking about positions, look at that. Yikes. Right out of the gates here. Coming through, beautiful striking that we have. Quick execution of the strategies, but now they are going to be looking to just push on forward. It is an absolute swarm happening as the lady starts to push further and further afield. But I like this, right? Not necessarily taking crazy, risky engagements. It does look like they are going to be trying to get as much space as they possibly muster at this point. And yeah, I think that was a wise call. You know, each team going their separate ways, of course, just having a little bit of a hello along the way.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always nice, right? You have a little wave as you go by. It's that one meme of the 2 cars driving around the corner. But this time it's deadly, and hopefully they're all going at a speed where, you know, unbuckling the seatbelt is not going to be a good idea here, and they're going to get fairly safely over onto the island. But this is only the first part of the difficulty, right, TK? Because these teams, they're passing each other, but they're all going to choke points now. There's either those bridges or there are those boat spawns as well, and there's not many of those along this coastline. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams actually navigate this because, yeah, we're going to see a lot more action where all that came from. OC Dream Corps have the right idea. They've actually got a head start on a lot of teams here, looking for that boat on this side of the map, the southeast side over by Primorsk. Generally, there's a boat over here, and because of the plane path, there aren't any teams that landed here, so they should be good to go.
Yeah, they should be, and I think this is a good early play coming through from them. Primorsk has decent loot. There's the boat, so, you know, all hope has been restored if they lost it by any chance along the way. So there's a way to get themselves situated back over on towards that more southern positioning. But looking down to the south already, we've got the players here from Digital Athletics. With a nice bit of a setup, we've got the bridge just over to the north. We can see off in the distance there are going to be a few rotations starting to make their way on in. Of course, this is over on towards that bridge where, yikes, now run into a few problems. And I mean, this is to be expected, right? As I mentioned before, this is going to be a choke point. It does seem like Yikes are actually now abandoning that eastern porch.
They really are. They first sign of danger. They went, you know what? Not a good idea. And what's interesting is it's Lighter Esports again on that bridge. They're the ones that made it so quickly there. So Flame lose out one now, but they do have a point, and that will carry them to safety. Now they have a boat as well. Again, a lot of these teams that are here early are going to get those boats. They are going to be able to get that transportation. But DK, we can't forget one mode of transportation that is still available to teams who maybe are a little bit late, and that is the glider. It's available. It's there. There might also be a hovercraft or two. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, the glider works. I don't know which one is faster, walking or the glider itself.
True.
Right? I mean, obviously, when you take the glider, it's just a little bit easier to cross the water because you're not slowed down by swimming. So, yeah, it makes sense. But looking at the boat now, I actually missed that other boat skin that we had. I called it the blubber duck. And yeah, I actually...
Yeah, it was a good one. That was good.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing that one, maybe potentially someone with... I mean, it's not over just yet, right? There might still be someone looking to do a rotation and that will have that blubber duck skin on. But speaking about ducks, though, we are going to be looking over on towards Malta, where they've got nothing to do with ducks, but they are right here getting themselves looted up, and that's just kind of how the segues sometimes go.
Quite, indeed. Very, yes. I'm going to be interested to look at how Lighter do this, because they keep moving around. They're moving around a lot, and I think they did guard that bridge pretty well, but we saw them in Watertown not that long ago, and here they are, still a full squad, now with 3 eliminations, and in Milta, so it's looking like a really good game from them, just because of the fluidity of their comms, of their movements, of their speed as well, that has to be executed right for them to pull this off. So I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on them as we head into stage number 2 in just 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of proactiveness coming through from their end, and I think it's a good read, right? Not staying stationary for too long, but also not just focusing on applying movement all the time, right? So they come in, they do what they need to do, take a few engagements if necessary, and then, right, they reposition, get a stronger angle. Of course, now they've repositioned themselves up in towards this next stage, right? The blue is going to close right alongside them, but also allows them a little bit of that gate opportunity moving towards that eastern bridge as they now do exactly that, right? They turn their focus over on towards Tiam here. Is going to be red, feeling a little bit of that pressure. Each of their players now just starting to disperse, but as they move through, there's another team just behind them that's going to be waiting to potentially take the engagement there as well.
Yeah, this is an interesting play from Red Tiam because it's not moving forward. Here goes the hovercraft, yep, in Primorsk, but it's not really moving forward, but it is a very dangerous position for Lighter because it's a gatekeep position and one that they can't really get out of quickly or easily. So I think they've done a very smart play there, but at the same time, it's quite risky and it's very bold. So going to be interesting to see how that goes forward, and I want to see more of that fight. Here we go, Red Tiam still doing other things, and now, see, the same plan that they had for themselves, they're actually being done to further on down the road. So it's going to be a little bit of a Red Tiam sandwich here if they're not careful.
Yeah, you got to watch out for those plays. But it does seem like the rest of the team here are definitely quite aware of their surroundings, right? They're not getting all too distracted. So let's see where these plays will take them. And I like the little bit of a cramming that we've got happening on the edge there. Digital athletics as well, down towards that milli base. And they have a light little visit here from Yikes coming through towards them. So let's see how this one is going to play out as we got Dahlia just spraying on in. Unfortunately, not able to get that vehicle to go boom, but does back in a little bit of damage there, and I think that would suffice for now. But I mean, this is where the rotations could get quite interesting because we do have Yikes over towards that eastern side, right? And as we know, they can wrap around the military base, position themselves a little bit more towards the southern side or even up on the high ground, so they could actually turn that slight engagement that they had into a more advantageous position because they now know where the athletics team is.
Yeah, yeah, it's tense. That's the word. It's very tense right now for all of these teams. I mean, VPG not looking comfortable in their position. Yes, they're inside zone, but only just. And the new zone is about to push forward in 3 seconds. And you know there are several teams waiting to come across this bridge if they can, or at least be in the vicinity. They might take an odd shot. They might get across the river first. So for this team, they got to really be on their guard. And for most of the teams, all the teams on that coastline waiting to cross, seeing what's going to go on with the next zone here. The next zone has shifted, it looks like, or is it just moving in? It might just be moving in here. It looks the same otherwise. But now, here we go. The fight that I was talking about earlier, DK, Lighter, and Tiam, both looking like they need to move on, start getting those skates on. And for now, Hana goes down and looks like it's going to be Lighter who take it a little bit. Maybe. Let's see.
Yeah. Let's see whether or not Cat Veins and the rest of the team here from Red Tiam can actually hold their own. We've got Belena holding nice and steady, but I like this section play that we have coming through here from Tiam. They're definitely trying to save Cat Veins as best they can, but Belena and the rest of Lina here not going to allow any of that. As you can see, Kowe also quickly just trying to fall back and see if they could maybe save at least a little bit of something here that is left of the team. Tiger also just getting the heck out of dodge. But I mean, what a good defensive play that was coming through from Lina, right? Slightly aggressive as well, leaning a little bit more on towards the attacking side, but they've locked this angle down and said, you know what, it's fine, you can be here, but you're not going to get in, right? You're going to decide if you want to be here, make your peace with us taking a few shots at you, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah. Yeah, and they sent that message loud and clear. 5 eliminations now on the board for them. It's a good start. It's a good start. It's a good way to make a good play out of a bad zone, right? As the zone is about to make its way in. I like what we're seeing from Not Noobs. Oxiden only beating out Lighter here in eliminations by 1 point. They have 6 on the board so far, and they are already in their vehicles. That's what I love to see. People, teams, players already in those vehicles when the zone is about to pop, so that they know and they can be ready as soon as it goes and they know where they're going. So it tells me they already have a plan. They're already in that mindset. But now Lighter's starting to get picked apart a tiny bit. Shots being taken onto them as the zone shows that they've got over a kilometer to go. DK, we have definitely gone to the other side of the water.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lovely southern shift. The teams already situated down south. They're going to be feeling happy about this one there. But the teams up in the north, yeah, they need to find a strategy to get themselves situated. We can see Lida. I'm not quite sure if they're going to push maybe a little bit further towards that east side, opt for a bit of a swim. But it does seem like they are going to be trying to maybe sneak up onto that bridge. Now, the big question here is going to be who's waiting for them, not only in front of the bridge, but on the other side of that bridge. And of course, we have our answer right there. As we can see, there's going to be quite a bit of opportunity there. We've got Bonfire waiting on the opposite end. So if Lida make it through this, they're still going to be having to jump through a few hoops to get themselves secured. STG, though, on the other side, right, coming through on that western front, there's nobody to contest on that western bridge. They just move in so comfortably. And of course, we can see there's another team, VPG, just there alongside them, but nobody's taking shots, right? STG going up onto the high ground, that is going to be a beautiful position for them. Great vantage point to play off of. But things not looking that easy on this far southern side.
Yeah. 500 meters to go, and 2 teams looking at K12. It's not looking great for them. They do have one down, Alina, and Nadia's trying her very best. She's got those smoke grenades. She's launching them into the air, trying to get to her teammate here. But it is going to be difficult. I mean, look at the way these 2 teams are positioned, right? They have a pretty clear advantage against K12, and that zone is not helping. They have 12 seconds until it starts moving. It's right behind them, and 500 meters to go means this side is going to be the one that's going to be coming in quicker as well. So they really don't have a lot of time.
Well, pressure is going to be on. That blue start nipping at the heels pretty soon. Yikes, I like the play that they're making here. trying to get themselves out of that uncomfortable position as quickly as they possibly can. But now the pressure turns over onto the side here of K12 Esports G, as they need to move, right? They've got 500 meters to cover. The blue zone is moving a little bit faster than they can run, and they've got no vehicles. So this is where things look to be a little bit more challenging. And from what I recall, I don't necessarily remember if there was anybody up ahead of them. I don't think there is. So all they need to do here is just get themselves up into the safe area, right? That is going to be their main focus, or has to be their main focus at this point. In the meanwhile, I mean, Lida, they're just going to try and just alleviate a little bit of this pressure that we have coming through here from Mumia on towards them, but they still need to focus and prioritize that bridge rotation, right? It's an absolute must.
Yeah, it is. Again, these zones are always going to make teams be out in the blue, right? It's just going to happen. But at the same time, I don't get why teams feel the need to drag things out in the blue zone. It happens a lot. I think teams sometimes decide that they don't want to disengage, and they think, okay, if we can just push this, if we can just do this a little longer, then we can get it, we can make it, and we can cross where we want to cross. But sometimes that isn't going to be the case, and with Lighter having already 6 eliminations on the board this early into the game, I really feel like if they went east and found a boat, or even swam at this point, they'd have a better chance of getting across than they do sitting on that cliff and trying to headshot whoever's in the building.
Yeah, I mean, that could even leave us with a bit of a cliffhanger at the end as well, right?
That's
you don't want to
very
get caught out in the blue unnecessarily, but looking at SGG's position here, right, we did see them like being really close to that blue, but the zone shift has actually turned out quite favorable for them here, because they've got a few players just on the edge, the rest of the squad secured with enough coverage, and a little bit of that backup coming through as well. But we can also see up on the minimap, there's another team just over onto the side here, right, holding on towards that eastern position, applying even more pressure on towards this bridge. And I think for SCG, it's a fortunate position here, because they've not been spotted just yet, right? They can sit and poke and prod across the bridge, but you need to be very, very careful as to how you take these next few approaches. Speaking about approaches, though, we are going to be jumping straight over onto the base here from Goat and Victor. It does seem like they are going toe-to-toe now with the side of, I believe these are Bonfire, Kaisu, that we have just ahead. Both teams, of course, now in a bit of contention here for possession of the edge of zone. And it doesn't seem like Goat are going to be looking to give up any of their angles here.
No, and why would you? Except they did smoke the car, which could be a sign they're trying to leave, or maybe they're trying to bait out some players by, pretending they're going to leave. Not sure. We'll see where that goes with them. But yeah, they look pretty solid in this position. They have 27 meters to go into zone. So again, they have time. They have a little bit of space to work with. I will say Bonfire do have a great little spread going on here. A 3-1 split across the hillsides is a good look for them. But as they're outside of zone by quite a bit further than Goat and Victor are, I think this is probably not the right fight to take. You have somebody who's just past them now, so that's now a new fight that they're going to have to take later on. So time is ticking for them for sure.
Yeah, that clock is going to be running on down. Speaking about running, that is exactly what the not noobs are going to be doing under this bridge. Yeah, Blue has caught up, and it's stage 4. It is brutal. It's no one's friend at this point. But we also do see the squad there from VPG starting to move a little bit closer, looking to see if they can get a share of the action that is happening under the bridge. And I like this defensive, or rather aggressive position coming through from the side of S2G, right? They are just being absolute bullies onto the side here. And now it's going to be up to Melita to see whether or not they'll be able to out-heal the damage coming through here. I mean, 6 eliminations for the team, definitely not a bad position to find yourself in for our very first match. The only unfortunate part here is if they were to go out in 4 teams, again, there's no placement points there. So, yeah they are going to have to rely on purely just those eliminations.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for sure, as not noobs go out at the same time as Fenerbahce there. So, yeah, they are going to go out, and it is unfortunate, no placement points. But hey, like you said, 6 elims to start off the evening with 4 more matches to go. Not half bad. What I do love, though, is Invicta's push. Look at them waiting. Clean up Lighter, who were set to have a fantastic game here, but no, Invictus said, no, that's actually what we want, and if we want it, you can't have it. And it looks like they're not going to. 6 eliminations now for GOAT, and they're going to move swiftly into zone, and actually, it doesn't really look like there's anybody near them. Oh, no, yes, there is. Yes, there is, and it's actually a pretty big team at the minute. DA, 1 elimination on the board, but still a full squad.
Oh, yeah. This is going to start to turn a little bit more risky as we see that zone being really tiny in comparison to what we've had so far. Stage number 5. We've got just under 30 seconds left on the clock before that blue zone is going to start chunking away at the HP bars. And meanwhile, Goat and Victor are going to be looking to do that, to beat the blue to the damage. But this is where Goat finds themselves in quite a bit of a predicament, right? Lean too far out to the side, and of course you put yourself right in the line of sight of all the other teams that we see up on the ridge. We got the players there from, I believe that's VPG up on the angle. Yes, they are holding a beautiful bit of overwatch down on towards this eastern side. It does seem like the teams are divided now, right? We got teams on the east, teams on the west, but at some point they're all going to have to push on forward. Yikes, not looking too great with those health bars though. It's going to be rather up to CK to see if they can maybe just defend, right? OCC, they're going to be knocking on the door. They want a little bit of something. They want part of the action here. They want to try and secure those points. But we have the teams now starting to fall left, right, and center. Things are getting increasingly more challenging.
Again, though, we're seeing what we saw in Group number 1, right? Or Group A, rather. 2 teams inside the zone. They're going to fight it out. Once one of those teams wins, then they just have to wait for the rest of the lobby to come limping into zone after fighting amongst each other. So we'll definitely see a lot of chaos coming through here. This is going to be super tough for a lot of these teams. You do see DA making a run for it, full sending into those compounds, and that's where the first fight is going to start happening. The rest of these teams just have to wait and see what's going to happen next.
Well, I can tell you what's going to happen next. It's going to be hot. It's going to be sweaty. It's going to be a little bit uncomfortable as well. Yep, there we go. The nade comes in, and that is the end of Yikes as they get taken right on down. Of course, Digital looking pretty good here. 5 eliminations up. They still have the whole squad up and at it as well. So now trying to find that next position. OCC now getting pressured as S2G starts to push on forward. But we've seen S2G looking so comfortable. Ooh, so confident in their approaches here. But, of course, that was Rose sending out a beautiful nade. Picking up the knock on towards Lucy, but OCC still holding on to the 2-piece, and S2G, they might have a bit of an opportunity here.
I love this because DA did something. They went, you know what, we're going to full send, and everybody went, hey, that's actually a really good idea. Let's also do that. And so now everybody has decided that they're going to full send these poor teams in the buildings, but the zone has said, actually, DA we got their back a little bit because that zone has gone straight over to them. It's hard shifted more than it could, and it's looking like it might be just theirs to win here because, as you said, they're a full squad, they have buildings, and these fights aren't going to stop anytime soon.
That was a beautiful night coming through here from Linus. Doing some great damage on that one. Already sitting with 5 eliminations as a solo team collectively on 9. But now it is going to be a little bit of a long-armed game here, right? A little bit of an exchange, bit of back and forth utility. Ooh. Yeah, we're going to start flying all over the place. Linus just getting so close. Almost made it around the corner, but not quite just yet. And these are the rest of the team now all getting put back on their feet. You can say the same here for Dreamcore. You can see the reses from Rose quickly coming through. Yep. But the pressure is not going to back off just yet. Goat needs to find that push. The zone has shifted all the way over to the far western side, and we've got quite a bit of congestion. An absolutely stacked zone moving just up ahead of them. I mean, there for 4 players? There's 9 other players waiting for them right up ahead. Now comes the push, the play. Are they going to be able to find anywhere to park their vehicles? And already with the QC here moving up, this looking vehicle, that is such a risky approach. Alright, so here we go. Not quite sure where Neptura went. She's somewhere.
Hello?
Maybe. Find out soon. There we go.
I'm back.
She's back.
Oh, just
Kissy
in time.
getting dropped on down. Goat and Victor. Out they go in fourth. Now, this is the opportunity for S2G and Digital Athletics to try and rake in even more eliminations. But if it is reliant on out of context, OCC here, they're going to look to try and secure as much of these points. Of course, we are about to hit stage number 9, which means it's only going to be blue. And all they got to do is survive and, well, try and beat everybody else all at the same time.
Digital Athletics have done so well to hold on to this spot, and STG have been fighting for their lives, but 9 elims and 7 elims, respectively, is such a good result for this first game. It's been such a tough battle to get here, and right now it's only a 2v4v1 right now, it looks like. So we are going to be seeing the end shortly, especially when 7H has some epic shots like that, but unfortunately she lands in the middle of 2-2 split of S2G, and that gives Digital Athletics exactly the moment they need to strike.
Yeah, the push is going to be on. The pressure is there. Both teams looking quite good with regards to those elims, but it's going to be a solo on the opposite end to go down. It is going to be Digital Athletics to stop S2G in their tracks. And I mean, a heavy match coming in from both those teams. So let's see what that is going to be. Of course, well, we are going to make our way to see how our MVP is for this game. But what in a play, though, right? What a start here for Group B. Day number 1, match number 1. Absolutely amazing stuff. And, I mean, Erangel, the first game never disappoints.
No, it never does. And the zone makes sure that it doesn't as well. And these teams make sure that it doesn't as well. It was a really, really tough game, really hard. I mean, we've had these kinds of games before, DK, and they're never easy. And especially, you know, you imagine putting 18 teams, which is less than we get a lot of the time, but actually 18 teams that are esports, that are competitive, and that know what they're doing. This is not a classic match. This is so much harder. So a really, really good job done by all of these teams, and Digital Athletics really came in on top. I love the copycat of everything, where Digital Athletics was like, we're gonna just full send, and everybody went, good idea, let's do that as well. And that's how the game ended up going. We all went over to those compounds. So a very, very good job from everybody.
I mean, that was kind of the only option, right?
Yeah.
I don't really see a team playing out on the extremities, right, out in the open fields. They're going to have to become one with the trees if they want somewhere to hide,
True.
right, and not get absolutely lasered down. So, yeah, it makes sense to see all the teams have the same idea, because it was the best decision to make at that point. Everybody just crams in. Of course, with that, it brings a lot of carnage, which is also pretty great for us to watch, not necessarily for the teams. But yes, I mean, a very spicy start to the action here. And we do also see, in comparison to what we had yesterday, right, a lot more of a distribution with regards to those eliminations, right? Yesterday, we had one team going through with 13 eliminations. Today, we've got 2 teams coming pretty close to hitting those double-digit elims, maybe even surpassing double digits, but, you know, getting into that territory. So, yeah, I think it's a very good spread with what we've had happen already.
Yeah, it has been. It's been far more even, as you were saying. You know, I think earlier in the match we saw a couple of teams that were immediately skyrocketing to the top of the leaderboard, but then as teams started to dwindle and as the zone became smaller and smaller, I think you did see a lot of teams evening up, which shows you that so many of these teams have such great awareness, right? They're not tunnel visioning onto one team. They're not getting taken out by one team either. There's a lot of eliminations that were kind of stolen away, or, you know, picked apart one at a time by various teams from around the area. So that's a really nice sign to see as well from teams, from a coaching perspective or from a strategy perspective. You want to see that from these teams, because that means that they're aware and they're looking around.
Yeah, and I also appreciate the fact that we have so many teams actively trying to get themselves down towards that southern side, mostly ahead of the blue. Right? Yes, we did have a few teams not necessarily having absolute success in getting ahead of the blue, right? We did have a few teams getting enveloped there, but it's okay. It's okay. It was the first match. We are going to be seeing quite a bit of a change up as we push through our remaining games. But the teams definitely, I think, establishing themselves quite well right off the gate here, off the bat, out of the gate. There we go. So yeah, it does set the standard for the day, and if this is the way they're going to start, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to be looking to play the following matches that are yet to come.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be really interested to watch Miramar now, right? You have a lot more space. You have a lot more long range weapons, which I want to see. We saw a lot of them in Group A. I am going to be comparing that because I'm a long range girly. But Miramar, I think, will be different, very different. I think there's less opportunity for that hard shift to come through. It's a slightly bigger map and more open space. So I want to see how these teams now rotate. We've seen how they can fight, we've seen their timing, and we've seen things like that. What I want to see is their rotations. I want to see what their plans are, how their strategy works. So I'm looking forward to Miramar for sure.
Yeah, I think it could be quite interesting, as you said already, right? And I think a lot of that came through, especially with that far southern shift that we had over on towards that military island. I mean, we know when we play and we get that zone, it's like, oh, all right, okay, get ready, get the class out because it's going to get hot, it's going to get sweaty because there's going to be a lot of pressure to come through. And speaking of pressure, of course, Digital Athletics, they pressured the living heck out of this one.
Sure did.
12 eliminations coming through and just 2 points away from hitting 1,700 damage.
That's crazy. Well done, them. 12 eliminations. Not easy by any means. As we look over as well to our match summary, you're going to see a lot of healing. 10k healing total, which is far more than we saw before. But of course, that makes sense, right? We saw a lot of teams out in the blue. We kept talking about it all through the game, and that's exactly what you're seeing here in these stats.
Yeah, the stats definitely right on there. I think that's our longest hit that we've had as well, coming through from Lucy on 321. I know yesterday's first match, the longest hit was also 300 and something, or was it 200 and close? It's there. Sure. It's there, but still an impressive number nonetheless, because also take into consideration the render range, right? You can only see up to, I think it was like 350, 400 meters, right about there. So hitting a shot at that range, and of course, this is on a mobile device, on a phone.
Yeah.
It's really tiny, right? So, mad respect going out to Lucy for hitting a headshot at such a ridiculous range. But you can see also there was quite a few knocks, right? So, not necessarily a lot of follows through, but the team's definitely getting caught in quite a few engagements. And speaking about engagements, we got to give it up here to Linus as well, blocking in 5 eliminations, almost 800 damage, and of course displaying an absolutely phenomenal game.
Yeah, GG's to her. I mean, GOAT were doing some great work there. And they really tried hard to stay alive at the end as well. It was just not going to be... they weren't able to do it just because that zone kept pushing them, and at one point, it pushes too far. But Lena 6 able to really do a great job there. As you see the match rankings, they did come in with 15 points, and 11 of those being eliminations. So it was a really, really good game for them. But of course, Digital Athletics are going to be the team that come out on top. 22 total points is a really, really, really good start to this day.
Yep, I mean, what a way to kick it off. GOAT also with 11 eliminations up alongside the 8 coming through from STG. And as I said, right, that elimination distribution, there it is. Some pretty hefty numbers coming through. We also got the not noobs on the other side taking pole position on the right hand, right? Not pole, but they sit at the top, up in 6th place, 6 eliminations as well. So quite a bit of aggression, but as per usual, right, we do have a few teams taking a stop over at the donut shop, walking away with... not enough points, right?
Yeah, not enough.
Not the points that they wanted to get. But so I'm curious to see how these teams are going to be looking to maybe, correct that as we move into the later games. But of course, we have to take a look at our player focus here. So we got 5 eliminations, 4 and 4. So some hefty digits being put on the screen here.
Yeah, and this is just game number 1, right? So we've got 4 more games after this, and it's looking very strong for these teams, and it's all from teams that were doing super, super well. GOAT, Digital Athletics, of course, winning, and then Lighter as well. I want to see how we're going to be watching these girls further into the matches. Is this going to drop off a little bit? I mean, surely it will, right? Because, in Group A, we saw some teams really enjoy Erangel, and some really doing well on Miramar. So I think we could see a little bit bit of a difference coming up in the next couple of games, but we'll have to see because that's a really strong start.
Yeah, there's going to be quite a bit to come, as you've mentioned already. So, yeah, next game, next match is going to be around the corner. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right. We'll be back, rather, right after the break.
once again ready for day number 2, game number 2 coming in onto the sandy deserts of Miramar very, very shortly. DK, I think you know what the weather is like on this map a little bit more than I do at the moment. What are you feeling for this game?
What am I feeling? Well, I feel like I need a little bit of suntan, a little bit of suntan lotion, a bit of an umbrella, a bit of something coming through here. It does seem like we're leading quite heavily over towards that eastern side, as it does seem we're cutting through over on towards, the more southern side of the zone. So this is going to be an interesting spread that the teams will have to work with. And surprisingly enough, we've got only one team pushing up towards the north, right? As we can see. Seeing any of those hot drops to come through here. Los Leones, maybe we might have a little bit more of that as the teams are going to continue to push, seeing that the zone has now decided to shift quite aggressively over on towards that southeastern side, right? Centering up rather right between Los Leones and Puerto Pareso. So, talk about a hot, tricky position, right? That's exactly what these teams are going to have to work with. And looking up at San Martin already, Red Tiam getting right down to business.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the way it has to be, right? Very, very similar to game number 1, right? Over in Erangel, where you have these teams that have to start doing something now because that zone is not going to be kind to you now or later. So you want to be as clear as you can be to make your rotation in as quickly as possible. And for some of those teams, that does mean fighting this hot drop and making sure you get those wins. Especially for a team like BRX here, you're looking in San Martin, you're looking for that entry point onto TM because you've got 1,200 meters to go. And you have a minute and a half to go, but that's not a lot of time when you're actually in the thick of it.
Yeah, I mean, also, we still have that blue zone closure that's going to come through, and that's probably going to take about, 3 minutes and a bit of change as well. So we can say they've got about 4 minutes. 4 minutes until they find themselves in a hot position. So, there's enough time for them to make some very decisive plays here, but they're going to have to commit to something at some point. And, of course, speaking about Red Tiam here, we also did see quite a bit of a push coming in, or, they tried to play the positions over on towards Erangel, but hopefully Miramar goes a little bit better here for them. Gat Veins, of course, now just going to be keeping a very close eye on the building next door. I think that's the exciting part here about San Martin, is you could be sitting right alongside an opposing team in a building, and it's all going to come down to how you look to take that next approach, right? Are you going to try and rush it? Are you going to try and flush them out? Or are you just going to sit quite casually and wait for a little bit of something to happen? It does seem like Red Tiam are going to be trying to get themselves in a position where they could actually find those strikes.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to watch as you can, as we're watching them watch the team kind of figure out where they are. They're not in a position where it's too late to do the other thing, which is get out of dodge, right? It's not too late. They have a good exit point where they can just go very, very safely. However, that doesn't seem to be what they want to do. They're really trying to look for that initiating knock, and we'll be seeing what they can do with that very, very shortly. BRX, on the other hand, might decide that it's time for them to leave. They don't want the fight. I mean, they have their loot now. They're looking at those vehicles, and they're trying to move further into the city. They are not lining up for the fight like Tiam were just then.
I mean, realistically, for both these teams, I think the best play would be to get out of San Martin, to get themselves situated towards the zone, because, yes, Red Tiam, they have 1 point on board, but essentially both these teams, they don't really have points, right? So getting caught in engagement here is not something that they can afford to do at this point of the match, right? Rather prioritize that positioning further up in towards the zone. Get out of dodge while you still have the opportunity to do it. And I mean, San Martin, great opportunity, loads of buildings in the way. So there's a very high chance that you could actually quite comfortably escape. So I would definitely try and utilize that opportunity.
Absolutely. I mean, if this was us, I think Max would have us be leaving right now. But BRX do not have Max as their IGL, and so it doesn't look like they will be leaving for the time being. They're staying in this building that is so risky because one nade through a window that's well timed, and you are not looking happy at all. But they do look to scout out Hannah here. Missy's got that 3 times on the QBZ, which is an interesting choice. You've also got that Winnie from Mazadef there. And that could do some really good things as well. TM have to be very careful that they're not the ones in the deficit here when it comes to this fight. Both teams need to go ASAP. So we'll see.
Yep, the pressure is going to be on. So let's see whether or not Mumia are going to maybe try and follow through on a little bit of something here, as we do have Anna now feeling a little bit of that pressure getting reached across the way here from Missy. But yeah, I'm still sticking to what I said, right? Both these teams, they need to get out of here. Find a way to group up and get the great escape going. I mean, both teams have the buildings to use, right? Mumia, if they drop out at the back here, they can maybe find a little bit of an opportunity. I know there's a car spawn a little bit further up towards the north, but let's see how this one is going to play out. In the meanwhile, we do have the players then also from the Pen Angels finding their first elimination here, as that has now come through, and the team's definitely trying to lock it in. That, of course, comes at the expense of Digital Athletics. So, yeah, Corral getting those plays in. Now the team, having dealt with a bit of a straggler here, can continue on with what they were busy with, right? Whether or not they were looting or looking for that next rotation to come through. But Neb, this is where I want to ask you the question, right? So with the zone that we had shifting down on towards that southeastern side, right, in between Los Leones and Puerto, where would you think would be a good position for a team now to start moving up in towards?
That's a good question. There's so many vital compounds and locations that would be really good for the next couple of phases. I think it's too early to go up onto the cliffs by Los Leones. I think that it's too early. A lot of people would want to go up there, but it's too open, I think. I would say probably either in the city itself or I would say maybe Impala would be a good starting point for a lot of teams. One of those compounds in the vicinity, at least, would be a really good starting point. Or go to the coastline early, that south side or that west side, or east side rather, it would be a really good spot because not many teams go down there.
Yeah, well, I mean, you were talking about those compounds in the vicinity of Impala, and we do have Digital Athletics relatively kind of maybe close to that, as we do have
oh dear,
NC now getting caught in a little bit of a ditch there with the vehicle. That is unfortunately one of those dangers, right, that does come through as a result of the terrain. But we did see a little bit of an engagement there. They did cause a little bit of damage, not necessarily securing themselves any eliminations, but again, they actually lost a player in that approach, right? So sitting with only 2 players on board, it does complicate things a little bit for them, but I don't think it's going to be all too devastating just yet. Of course, the players there from VPG, I believe it was, who got that elimination, right? Who took down the second player coming through from the side there of Digital Athletics. In the meanwhile, teams slowly starting to cram further and further down in towards that zone. We, of course, got a few teams still out in the blue, right? Fenerbahce being the team that is the furthest away, all the way up at Torre Ahumada.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's going to be a glorious rotation that they need to make. STG also coming through with a little bit more of a strategic play, but I'm happy to see that Tiam, as well as the players coming through from Mumia, are still alive, right? Nothing crazy happened up in San Martin. Both teams starting to make their pushes further down. But you spoke about Impala earlier, and now we move straight into that. We've got NATO and Dark Angels having a bit of an altercation here. And I like this 2-2 split coming through from NATO, though.
Yeah, it's not bad. It gives you some angles, but Dark Angel's position really kind of conquers that with this high ground because now you have angles onto both teams. At least it spreads out the team a little bit, right? So if there is one good nade or one really good shot from up top, it's not going to be the end of the team, right? It doesn't spell the defeat of the team. They're going to be able to hold on a little bit longer. So This is one that's going to be dangerous, though, because you do have STG and Fenerbahce eventually moving into this sort of area, most likely. So you don't really want to be here for too long fighting it out. You want to be done and ready for the next team that's going to come along.
Yeah, you want to be able to, just quickly shift from the one into the next. But let's see how these teams are going to look to play it out. I mean, essentially, again, right, same thing that I said about the position up in San Martin. The same thing could happen here for both NATO and Dark Angels. Both teams could disengage, and I mean, they are on the edge of zone. They'll rotate in a little bit further on because we've not really seen all that many teams really move past this area, right? So there's still quite a bit of an opportunity further down south for the teams to really try and strengthen any angles that they could get. And there we go, NATO doing exactly that, right? Hopping in the vehicles, saying, all right, thanks, that was fun. We'll see you again soon, but we are going to instead try and find a position a little bit further up ahead. They're not out of the woods just yet, right? Dark Angels still going to be looking to apply some pressure, maybe try and find a few easy points along the way, but inevitably we did see that rotation succeeding. So Dark Angels, yeah, they can now get off the high positions. Ooh. Hopefully they would knock themselves out.
That would be nice. That would be pretty good. Hopefully that does not happen to them. Yeah, I don't mind that from either of these teams. It's a mutual disengagement, but it does leave with Dark Angels with the entirety of Impala should they choose to take it. So could be a really, really good end to that fight. Coming into stage number 2 or stage number 3. We'll see where it goes. I do like what Lighter have done. They're playing that long game. Yes, they are getting shot at a little bit, but it's a really good position because you're so far downhill that teams can't really look at you through those windows. Just the angles are completely cut off there. So even though Yikes want to keep tabs on them as long as Lighter stay in those compounds, they are good to go.
Yeah, I mean, for Yikes, it's not necessarily too much of a concerning position, right? They still have a bit of an angle here. It's good to just look down a little bit more just to make sure that there's, not necessarily a push coming up from the side of Lider, but as you mentioned, Lider looking to play the long game. So as soon as the zone is favorable towards them, I don't see any major need necessarily for them to start moving out of this position here, unless of course they want points, right? Then they're going to have to get out of here. They're going to have to go get a little bit more aggressive. But it all depends on how this next zone is going to be shifting. And of course, we can see Tiam and Mumia still making that long rotation as they did find themselves quite a way away from where this next zone is. But the spread up into this phase actually looking pretty decent, right? Nobody is settled for Los Leones. All the teams just going for those more easy to play positions outside of the cities, right? Going for angles where they have that line of sight. They know what is coming. And speaking about knowing what's coming, Ben Angels know that there's something cooking right here because, well, we've got NATO Esports knocking on the door and they want in.
They sure do, and those nades mean business. Some really well-placed utility coming in here on that front line. And NATO, again, with their 2-2 split, right, it's not as big as you mentioned before, but it is there, and they are looking to make the most out of it. They're trying to surround Pen Angels just that bit more, and so far, it is going to be working. Nia does go down here, and this is where that push comes through.
Well, let's see if push is going to come to shove. Doesn't look like that's going to be the play just yet, but it's going to be Remy just strafing around the outside, finding a quick bit of an angle. Unfortunately, for the players of Ben Angels, that is going to mean their end as NATO comes through, gets the wipe. Remy scoring 3 of those 4 eliminations. So a really good play coming through here from the NATO Esports team. But let's see what is going to happen as we do say goodbye to yet another team. Digital Athletics also, they left us a little bit earlier, right? Had a good performance on Erangel, on Erangel, but now Murmur, unfortunately, not going the same way.
Not so much for our previous game winners. Also, what you might have noticed is BM right now are currently almost completely out. 2 of their players were knocked out to the blue zone, so that tells you there's not that many meds to go around for that team. Hopefully they've moved in, but right now you've got 3 teams in this tiny little area. Nova moves out of her vehicle, and Mel's just goes straight on through, somehow get away with it, with that very weird push straight through 2 in the middle of things, and S2G get caught out on the road.
Now, good awareness coming through here from Rogue.
Yeah.
Nice, quick and swift adapting on those plays here. But as we hop over towards Mel's Nova, you can see D1 just trying to get a bit of a position, trying to get just within that range. Good spray down, but unfortunately it is going to be Yikes that are sneaking in the plays on the back end. So the push is going to have to continue to flow through here. As you can see, not noobs, not really finding any good way to get themselves out of harm's way as the pressure is on, right? Two teams looking to move in. Mel's on the one side, of course, a little bit of that third-party play coming through here from Yikes as well. So the pressure is on. I like this play here from Kiss, right? Just hiding in the smoke, just keeping quiet. It's like, well, if I keep my breath, if I hold it, maybe they won't know I'm here. I mean, that plan could work as long as Mel's don't explore a little bit further on. Unfortunately, that volley not causing enough damage over onto the side there of D1, but that does alert them to the presence here of Kiss. The push, got the hit, but that wasn't enough though.
Yeah, but that knock could spell disaster for Mel's as well. Even though that team is gone, like you said, you have Yikes in the background, waiting in the wings. And if they caught wind of what was going on, that could mean a push, right? Because they're both outside of zone and they both need to get into it. So the quicker they get rid of that team in front of them, the better it would be for them. So have to watch that carefully. But meanwhile, it is Invicta from Goat. Or Go Invicta Yagi, rather, just maintaining the north side, maintaining that hill, that edge of the zone. And she does see that rotation coming through, but it's too far away to do anything about. Meanwhile, Lighter, they are outside the compound now, somehow managed to do that. But S2G have taken their place. So again, this 2-2 split coming through in between Yikes and S2G. And we'll see how that goes for them all. But BM, this is a team that have not had a great game. They were stuck out in San Martin, lost 2 to the zone, and now they're lost 1 to the zone rather, and now it's just a duo. And now they are no more. A brilliant nade to follow up the first knock means that they are done and dusted and out of here. And that is just getting the action started. DK, this elimination feed is starting to pop off.
Yeah, as to be expected, right? We've hit stage 4, so that means more and more crazy plays are going to start making their way on in. But you see a few teams just a little bit further over towards that southeastern side, also having themselves a bit of a party on the edge of zone. But that feed is still ongoing, as we can see eliminations getting brought in, knocks as well. But it seemed like Goat, at least for the time being, have a bit of an opportunity to breathe here, as there's nobody in their immediate area. Well, unless, of course, your name is Linus and you're all the way around towards that western side, keeping a very close eye on everything unfolding, as we have Bonfire, Fenerbahce, as well as Red Tiam finding themselves in very close proximity, all trying to secure themselves some kind of a position on the edge of zone. Phenomenal utility usage coming in here as Pepper gets downed, as Sina now is going to look to continue the barrage and maybe find a few more points.
It's quite possible. Fenerbahce were a team that went from all the way on the north side of the map, haven't really had any altercations thus far, and now they're getting hit in the face with these teams that are all vying for position and have been for a while. So they do lose 1. They're going to have to be careful of the other 2 with low health. But for now, we'll see how they can manage getting out of this situation, because the zone, once again, is not on them, as K12 Esports seem to be losing a couple, even though they get rid of OOC. They are also not in a great position here. The zone is making sure everybody is hurting right now.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. But now it is going to be Dark Angels looking to secure their own position up onto the edge, as Red Tiam now starts to move on out. Taking a bit of a spread. I like this approach. Setting up a bit of a defensive angle here. Maybe a bit of a... Well, that's more of an aggressive angle, right? Defensive would be in a compound, I guess. At this point, they are just keeping a very close eye, keeping their ears open to see where the cues are coming from. But, I mean, K12 now down to 1. It's going to be Alina looking at vehicles flying up, but Fenerbahce getting caught out in the open. Very unfortunate pressure. They have a 3-piece left, but are they going to be able to get out of that tricky position?
Hard to say, really hard to say. I have many thoughts on teams that wait so long, but we'll leave them for another day because Bonfire now are having some trouble a little bit. Tiam has been the next to step up to the plate. Bonfire with 2 eliminations at the minute. But it's very open. It's a hillside. It's outside of zone. None of these teams want to be where they are, and yet they have to fight each other here because it's going to be insane if they wait till getting to the end of zone. So let's see what Lila can do. She gets 1. Taiga does go down. That's going to be an immediate flush with the 3 times on the scar. Because you can't waste time. You can't let them just be knocks because if you don't take them and they don't get knocked, they will get stolen. So you want to make sure those points go to you. Tiam, Cat Veins, she goes down, but Kawhi is there to pick her back up. And meanwhile, we see Minis in that elimination feed as well as Daddy gets another knock for herself. The zone does center up over onto Yikes, it looks like. So this could be a really good game for them.
It definitely could be, but for it, Tiam, good duo that they've got going here. Boy and Cat Veins now just going to be holding the edge of zone. Meanwhile, Yikes, they are going to be getting slightly pressured, as we can see coming through from that southwestern side, as the plays are now just starting to roll on in. X-Force Divas definitely surviving a lot longer on Miramar, as we saw in comparison to Erangel thus far. And here we go. The approaches now need to come on in. Still got a few teams just kind of hugging the edge of zone. STG also feeling a little bit of that pressure. The blue zone is going to start doing a few uncomfortable things here, as we can see players getting knocked on down. But I think for Yike, at least, this is a good safe haven to play from, a good stronghold to try and defend. It's all going to rely, of course, quite heavily on what that 6th stage is going to do. And, well, they're sitting pretty. They are smack dab close to center zone, almost center zone. So all they're going to do now is just hold on and try and defend. You can't say the same here for S2G, as you can see. Melina now just sending the utilities down. You've got to watch out for all those sprays coming through from the opposing teams, but S2G also running into quite a bit of an issue there. And we also did say goodbye to Red Tiam, right? They also got swept under the rug.
They sure did. They got eliminated by car, it looked like, for a majority of that team. So they really got ran over, quite literally. Honestly, though, DK, I don't want to be Yikes right now because that pressure on you is phenomenal. Look how many teams we still have left alive. Look how many players are all looking at Yikes right now. And I don't know how she has the guts to be outside of a safe space. You know what? That tractor is not going to help you when those teams breach that hillside. So she's definitely got more courage than I do because I would be inside in a very small room and saying, I'm not here, honest.
Yeah, just pretend it's weird noises you're hearing.
Yeah.
There's nobody else holding this position right here. But yeah, I mean, that strategy can only work for so long. In the meanwhile, it's going to be up to see what Lyda can do with their edge angle that they've got here. I mean, they do find themselves a little bit of a downhill slope. It's not looking all too troubling, right? The rest of the teams are pretty laser focused in on each other, especially looking over towards this western side. And this is where things could either work out phenomenally now for the side here of Yikes, or it could take quite a bit of a turn. As you can see, Yikes just poking and prodding, trying to find a few opportunistic plays here. But Milena hooking up the utility, kicking up that nade, lets it loose. Is it going to find damage on the opposing end? Not yet, but it does find quite a bit of a chunk of HP though, so that does make things a little bit easier, but not all that much just yet. And we are going to be looking at quite a bit of back and forth all across the lobby. We do say goodbye to Bonfire as well, as they make their way on out of here with 5 eliminations under their belt.
Yeah, and 6 for Lighter as well. 10 for Pmewl. Where have Pmewls been? We haven't seen them too much, but 10 eliminations means they've been busy. And you can see them there onto the south side of the zones, outside of zone still, as the majority of these teams are, but now we're starting to see these teams fall down. NATO goes out. Dark Angels hoping they're not the next one, and Lighter certainly hoping that they are. 7 eliminations for them. Still a 3-piece as well, so looking pretty good. They've got a big chunk of this zone to themselves, and it looks like their teammates are inside zone as well. So it's looking okay for the Pmewls, though, and a little bit of an altercation. This is where Lighter might seize this opportunity a little bit here. They've got that third-party opportunity, especially as now Nova, or rather O'Daddy, is inside the building.
Yeah, this could be... Ooh! Well, it is. Not could be. It is a great angle here for O'Daddy to try and play off of. But you got to find a little bit of that follow through. Because similar to what you said about the knocks coming in, the same comes through with the players, right? They could get stolen by any of the opposing teams held up behind you. But O'Daddy's slowly trying to just find that approach, find that angle. Bit of an opening, potentially. But the heat is on. Dark Angels getting taken out as well. Down to the final 4 we go. Now this is going to be that push moment, right? Pmewl just holding nice and steady. O'Daddy almost finding an opportunity there, but the time is going to run out. We got Goat pushing up from the north as well, looking to apply even more pressure as they instead find the opportunity, the angle. Lighter also keeping it nice and quiet. Now we saw yesterday what quiet teams can do when it comes to these final few stages, but is that going to be the play at this point in time? Yikes! Are going to make their way on out. It is down to only 3. But look at this Goat coming through with 11 eliminations. Lidar with 10 and Pmewl also with 10. So the final 3 teams all sitting with double-digit eliminations next to the name.
That's crazy. That's half the lobby taken out by these 3 teams alone. O'Daddy has 2, and she sees them. Look at this. She's outside of zone right now. I don't know how long she's going to keep this up. Surely now is the time to strike. You can get that knock before they really realize what's up here. But no, she's going to heal up instead. She's waiting, and I don't know what she's waiting for. She could at least get 1 more point on the board, but instead she gets none, and that 3rd place is going to go to her anyway. Not sure what that was about. But anyway, Goat Invicta, oblivious to where she was there, know now that there's only 1 team in between them and a win here. They want this. They wanted it in the last game, and they weren't able to secure it. And Lighter is the same situation for them, except now they're downhill. And that's where that strike comes through. Lina doing a great job there. Gets 1. Does not get the 2nd, though. The next to step up to the bat is Melina, and she does get it. And Goat Invicta have to wait for another game to get that win, because it is going to be Lighter with a massive amount of points to secure that winner chicken dinner.
What a play indeed, though. I mean, I gotta say, this group, right? Yesterday, or earlier today, you asked what's going to happen seeing that Galatasaray is not in this group. Right. Remember you asked that question. We don't have, some crazy hitting teams coming through here. The answer to that question is pretty obvious now, is the teams are just going to let it all out of the bag, right? They just go down, they get aggressive, right? First game, we saw some pretty impressive elimination counts coming through for multiple teams. Game number 2, they go over and above that, right? Even more aggression, even more points getting secured. And as you mentioned, the top 3 teams essentially taking out half the lobby. That is insane, and that's only the 2nd match for this group. So, yeah, I don't even know what to make of this. I think today is going to be a very interesting day to look at.
Yeah, and the thing is it's not even Sandhawk, right? We saw that amount of eliminations and that amount of carnage on a Miramar, the biggest map we have on rotation. That's not even Sandhawk. So I'm super excited now to see what Sandhawk is going to be.
Yep.
That map is coming up next. And 18 teams that are doing this on that map, I am so stoked for this.
It's going to be crazy, but of course we'll see what that is once we get to that point. First up, though, we're going to have to take a look and see who our MVP and top performers were for this game. So, who would you say is our MVP for this match, right? If you can choose any of the players, which one would you go for? Because, I mean, there's multiples, right? We had Melina doing quite a bit of work, as we saw coming through there for the side of Lida. We also did see quite a bit of action and aggression coming in across the board. Lida, of course, as we know, were the team to reign supreme. 13 eliminations under their belt, and I'm giving you time to think, Neptura, while we look at the 18-02 damage on screen.
It's got to be someone from Lida. It's gotta
Yeah.
be someone from Lighter, right? It's got to be. I know Goat did such a great job. A lot of teams did. But I think at the end of the day, Lighter did the most amount of fighting from that downhill slope over on towards lots of different teams. Dark Angels, for one, they were with them a lot of the time. And I think that's really where you're going to start seeing those points and that damage really rack up, is in that mid-zone fight that they had. So Lighter, I think, is definitely going to be our MVP. Certainly our winners of that game. But yeah, I think it's going to be one of them. What about you?
It's tough. It's tough. There's so many that it could potentially be. I mean, I would maybe go for D1 from Pmewl's. Who knows, right? I mean, well, D1 getting the longest hit. All right, so
Yeah.
maybe I'm onto something. I don't know. It's a wild guess, right? We'll find out. We do see even more healing. No, not as much healing this time around coming through from our
Yes,
teams.
more healing.
We almost have 12,000 health that has been recovered coming into this game right here. And of course, as we saw, right, quite a heavy use of utilities, right? 240 getting flung all over the place. Not as many knocks though, but there we go. Oh, it's Yagi. Also 6 eliminations. So I was close. I had the number of eliminations right, but I missed out on the damage. 1139. Very impressive stats. And Nep, are you supposed to make a sound thing happen this time?
Maybe, possibly. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage and a bell of 1,100 damage. That's crazy. She got 6 eliminations and 3 assists. That is a whole lot of work she's doing for that team. I mean, we knew that Goat were doing a lot of things there, but that much I was not aware. Yagi for the win. GG's.
Yeah, before that we had Linus being the MVP,
Yeah.
right? So, I mean, Goat, they chose the right 4 letters to put as their name. It's
sure
there, right? Because they goating it out this one, right? But as we can see, 11 eliminations is not going to be the highest, as we did have the players there from Lider come through with their 13 respective elims. Of course, Mel's also doing an absolutely phenomenal job. 10 eliminations. So again, top 3 teams hitting very impressive numbers, but doesn't stop there, right? 4th, 5th, and 6th place, all coming through with 5 eliminations each. So, yeah, again, very heavy-hitting teams. And I mean, if this is how Erangel and Miramar is going, I don't even want to know what Sanok is going to hold for the teams.
I know, right? It's going to be wild, but I really want to talk about how each of these groups only have 10 games to actually make sure that they get through to the next round. And I want to talk about how a game like this is so important, because that is a huge amount of eliminations that went to those top 3 teams. That meant that those points were not available for the rest of the lobby. That's putting a massive difference in points between the top 3 and the rest of the lobby. So you're really solidifying your points in those kinds of games. And so as we're seeing here, 32, 32, 22, 15. It's a big difference. And as we go through the games, we might start to see Lighter, Goat, and Digital Athletics kind of run away with this.
I mean, there could be something happening, right? There could definitely be something coming on through. Definitely, if we look at the player focus, it does seem to be slightly kind of obvious, right? Because we've got Goat up here, we've got the players coming through from the side of Lider as well. So, yeah, they're definitely keeping that performance going right here. So, some strong numbers, again, being represented on the screen. But I think Sanok is going to be the kicker, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's been crazy. It's been crazy. Erangel, Miramar, it's been insane. Some really aggressive performances being brought through, and I think it's all going to boil down to what the jungle will bring for these teams. And I mean, will we see that the continued dominance coming in? Because Lider, Goat, both teams sitting with exactly the same amount of points. The only differentiating factor there is the winner chicken dinner in favor of Lider, right? That's it. Goat sitting right there next to them. So, yeah, I think we're going to be in for quite a bit of a ride here.
Yeah, we sure are. I am super stoked. I can't wait to get into game. But of course, before that, we got to get into a short break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with probably the most action-packed match of tonight. We'll see you in a bit. I've been muted this whole time. We're not even going to do this bit. We're not going to talk about it. We're going straight into game as soon as possible. Welcome back, everybody. DK, don't laugh at me. Okay. But yeah, here we go. Straight back into Sandhawk. I am super stoked for this. We hyped it up a little bit before break, but here it is, and I'm expecting this to be absolute fire, DK. The zone, or rather the plane path, is already almost over. We got teams looking to go to their spots of choice, but that zone is really going to tell us where this game is going to shape up.
Yeah, lip sync aside, we are going to be getting right into some hot and sweaty action. I'm curious to see where the zone's going to go. Maybe it's going to pull down to the southwest side again. Who knows? It could be, or maybe it's going to pull up on towards the north. That's the beauty about the Sanhok, is the zone doesn't always appear when you would think it would, right? It takes its sweet time. It keeps you in suspense. It's like, well, just wait a little bit longer. You'll find out soon enough. Why don't you just get stuck into some action in the meanwhile, right? While you wait to see what I'm going to do. So I think this is a great cue now for Fenerbahce, as well as the players there from Tiamret to get themselves going. Lida also going to be looking to get right down to business all the way up in towards that glorious pine nut position, as we mentioned yesterday as well. I guess see what these bodies are going to do, right? Because they expand so much on these wooden floors. Oh, well, there's the answer. They cause problems, right? Melina now just trying to bat the flames down. And Elena, right, also going to be holding on to that edge angle here. But let's see if they are going to be able to find anything, as we do see Fadima taking a little bit of damage. Again, not too aggressive, but both teams getting into this fight relatively quickly.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for the zone being 200 meters away, this would be such an important position to hold on to, right? So both of these teams would really have something to fight for. As it goes right now, you do have to get out of dodge, so it's a very similar situation to what we were seeing in game number 2 in that Miramar. Both these teams have to leave, but at least it's not such a drastic shift as we saw on Miramar, right? It's only 200 meters to go. They have a little bit of time. What they don't have time for is other teams moving around to their position, which on Sandhawk always happens. So the team that's going to finish this up the quickest is the team that's going to be the most successful.
And have a few additional eliminations to their name. Right, the points will be in right there, as we do say goodbye to Sarah, who's also now gotten shipped on out of here. So far, it does seem like the Lida are going to be looking to kind of keep that momentum going that we've seen come through from them in game number 1, game number 2, right? So game number this one, the momentum is there. All they got to do is just continue to flow it on forward. Fortunately for them, there are a few bridges to maybe help ease the push across the bridge. Melek here needs to watch out though. That HP bar is not looking all that great, right? So maybe not to get too aggressive all too soon, as you got to wait for a little bit of that health in case you get hit. But it does seem like the team that they were going up against here, VPG, used that opportunity, that quick moment of silence, to hop on a scooter and off they go.
Yeah. And that's good for them. Oh, and into another team there. So unfortunately, not exactly the escape that they were looking for, but it might not be into the fire, out of the fire, into the fire. No, it might be okay for them. I'm just gonna leave that. But we move on. K12 lose 1 as well quite early on their way into the zone. 100 meters still to go for K12, and OOC do have a little bit of an advantage in terms of that high ground, but DK, I'm seeing a lot of foliage that is blocking those sight lines, and that is the beauty of Sandhawk, right? That's the beauty of the jungle. It's looking like it's going to be a little bit easier for K12 to move in.
Yeah, it could definitely be a lot easier, but it could be a lot easier for a lot of teams, right? Speaking of which, though, we are going to be looking onto the side of Tiam here, as they've got themselves positioned, I believe, up towards the northern approach. If my area recognition is on point, which I hope it was, we'll find out soon enough. But in the meanwhile, K12, who you spoke about just moments ago, are now looking at even more opposition rolling on in. I mean, for OOC, this could be quite the angle, right? They've already got that 1 elimination under their belt, all they're going to do is just try and utilize all the Regis they've got to their disposal. But Nadia is going to have a bit of a tough time rotating out of this one, also being quite separated from the rest of the team. It's not necessarily ideal, as you can see, the rest of K12 right over here next to Lidar, just poking and prodding their way in. I was talking about Melik a little bit earlier, got to watch for that HP bar, and of course, well, there's the knock, right, that we saw, finding its way in. Oh, daddy! Coming in with a few hits, a few knocks. Ben Angels also getting reduced down to only 2. It is going to be Kiara and Nia that are going to be looking to make their way on through and just try and survive.
Yeah, seems so. And it looks like this team's ready for more. VPG moving in on this location. I mean, warehouses in this spot could be a good bet to have for later on in the game. So I can see why they're continuing to want this space for themselves. But Pen Angels have to do more than what they're doing right now if they want to keep it. It is a 2v2 at the moment, but the angles that her teammate has, Kiara has, could mean that it's a 2v1 for the time being. She's got to be careful. She is buying time here. She's trying to step away a little bit, make them come more forward, buy some time, buy some space. But right now, VPG are looking well ahead of the game.
Well, let's see, can they get ahead of the Pen Angels as well? It's going to be a little bit of a troubling play here because, I mean, Pen Angels, they need the point, right? So Kiara just needs to survive. Just survive. Try and stay out of harm's way as best they can. But so Kiara now sees a bit of an opportunity to maybe bring their teammate back into contention here as the push comes through. Kiara could maybe still clutch this one out. Come on, just around the bend.
Nice,
There we
GG.
go. Ben Angels securing their first squad wipe. So well done, well played. Got the points on board. 2 eliminations up. It did cost them a few players, but it's okay, right? It's Sanok. It's fine. They'll be okay. Let's hope. Meanwhile, it's gonna be OOC Dreamcore also just keeping a very close eye over towards bootcamp, but we don't really see a lot of people currently held up in bootcamp itself.
Yeah, and I think that's a wise decision, similar to how most people didn't really want to go into Los Leones in the last match. You're seeing teams avoid bootcamp because it's just so open, and so it means that you can't really get out very easily if the zone moves away. People are going to obviously want to gatekeep bootcamp as well, so it's pretty dangerous if you're not in the center of zone. So you are going to see OOC, who are just in the vicinity of bootcamp, move straight on into a different location. You do see them at this little compound for the time being, trying to find a little bit more loot before they have to move further into zone. Dark Angels, on the other hand, have a compound down, 2-2 split either side of the road. It's a difficult compound. There's a lot of open space around you. There's a lot of angles around you as well, but for now they are holding down the fort. Meanwhile, Yikes and BRX going absolutely at it, and Yikes is going to be the ones on top there. 4 eliminations for them puts them at the top of the match leaderboard right now.
Yikes. That's a lot of points.
Yeah. Yikes indeed.
Well deserved though, so that's all just going to be down to what they will be doing with the available points. And we've got Chucha. I mean, if it was Choo-Choo, it would have been the training, right? So close enough. I'll take it. We'll go with Chucha for the X-Force Divas right over here, keeping a very watchful eye across the way over on towards Bonfire. So let's see if we're going to get this party started. And I like the fact that the teams are all relatively close to each other, but still being quite respective of the space, right? Not getting excessively aggressive. Yes, they are getting aggressive, which is pretty evident as you look onto that right-hand side. You see a whole lot of yellow and elimination points coming through here. The teams now being very decisive with how they take these engagements. And of course, it is going to be Red Tiam that lay into the side there of Digital Athletics. The shots just lining on up. We do say goodbye to Leah as Cat Veins secures that play. And, well, they've got 2 eliminations on board. Still got quite a bit of work to do here, but they can get themselves patched up and repositioned into another good angle.
But this is the thing, that's the north side of zone. If I'm looking at the map correctly, I don't think there's that many teams up on this side, right? A lot of the teams have gone center or down to the south side. So for TM, this could be a really nice little pathway into zone that they really, really needed. And Catbane is the woman to do it for her team with those 2 eliminations, so nicely done there. But as we move further down into zone, Bonfire looking for those shots. Not quite getting them onto 4. She's well hidden behind that rock. But yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky situation for Dark Angels. As I was saying before when we were looking at them, that compound is not the easiest one. And Bonfire have such a good outlook onto them that if the zone does move away from them, Dark Angels are going to have a tough time.
Yeah, they could. But it's all going to come down to, as you said, right, that zone shift. So I'm curious to see if they're going to have any big brain plays that could be making its way moving forward. But yeah, Bonfire, a good, strong split that they have here. And of course, this being Sanok, they can afford to do that, right? If it was any other map, maybe I wouldn't be all too sure about that. But yeah, it does work on this one right here. Speaking of which, though, we are going to be jumping over to the players here from the OOC Dream Core. As you got Bizumi getting ready to go zooming up back to the rest of the team, getting those vehicles secured. It's interesting to see the teams playing with vehicles on a map this size. Right, obviously you can hear those vehicles coming from a bit of a way away, so it does bring with it quite a few additional challenges. And speaking about challenges, this is exactly what Dark Angels could maybe have on the horizon here for them.
Yeah, it could get very tricky. Best case scenario is that these 2 teams on the opposing hills start fighting each other and don't really look at Dark Angels that much, but it's going to, only time will tell what's going to happen there. We still have 4 teams on the northern side as the zone starts to shift in down to the south side, so we'll see probably a little bit of fighting going up on the north side shortly, or soon, or shortly, whichever one you want to say. But for the teams inside, it's really going to be a matter of holding down the positions they have. I don't think we're going to see too much movement going on here. Teams are really just looking for that stage 4 to pop up before they make any serious moves.
So soonly would be the word then that you're looking
Soonly,
for.
yes. Yes, quite.
Yeah. But speaking about quite, let's see whether or not Kiss can find that exact position to send the utilities in towards. We got Futaba here also getting ready for a bit of a fight. Oh, unfortunately, it is going to be a very, very quick approach coming through here from Pmewl. I mean, they just melted them down like it was nothing, right? Just like, boom, and that's it. Job done.
Really, really nicely done there. That's how you make a clean sweep of things when you're trying to get into a zone. 4 eliminations now. We're seeing that number at the top of the leaderboard. Not as many as we might have expected coming off of that in Miramar, but there's still 14 teams left alive, and so there's plenty more where that has come from. For now, OOC looking pretty good. Yikes looking even better in terms of positioning inside of zone. It's a nice little hill that they've got here, but they do have a team right below them. One that they should be able to get rid of easily because of their positioning, but you never know. There's 2 teams down there, actually, and that team directly below them is Lighter DK, and that's not a team you want to underestimate.
Yep. I mean, that is the worst thing I think that you could do at this point of the competition and of the match as well, right? Is don't underestimate any of these teams, as they've all been showing us just how aggressive and pretty crazy gameplay they can bring onto the battlefield here. Speaking of which, though, K12 finding themselves now at the forefront of that, as it is going to be Fenerbahce trying to pressure them on through, and they do succeed as we do bid farewell to yet another squad. 13 now remains. A bit of an opportunity here for Fenerbahce to get themselves all patched up, back on their feet and ready to roll, ready to move. But Lider might not allow too much of that eventuality to come through for them.
It's an interesting split that Bonfire have here, a 1-3. It's not super far, and she's got good cover, so it's not really risky, but it is interesting to watch. She's scouting out from the rest of her team because they do have 300 meters to go, and she's just really trying to make sure that none of those teams trying to move into zone as well are going to be a problem for them. Meanwhile, Yikes Flame, Hate Me, is looking for those shots, but she has to be careful of that off angle from Alina down below. If she was looking up, she definitely could get some shots up, but Fenerbahce might be a little bit of a problem now. DK, we're getting a little bit sandwiched here, and Lighter could have a really tough time on their hands. Yikes may be able to hold off Fenerbahce a little bit, but I really feel like Lighter are going to get caught up in this.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the two teams, I do believe that you're right in saying that Fenerbahce could be finding themselves in a bit of a predicament right here. But it does seem like Fenerbahce are actually using the quarry itself to move through, right? So they've not come up onto the outskirts of the quarry. Instead, they are going to be dipping into it. And at least for the time being, that is a strategy that could actually work out quite favorably here for them. So now all the focus turns onto the side here of LiDAR to see if they can potentially sustain a bit of continuation here. But the challenge is there, that the Zord is Quarry is a great spot to go into. It's so challenging to get out of, and that is what they're experiencing right now.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, it was a great idea to go underneath, but it opens right there, and that's the worst possible spot it could open onto the road there. So it is unfortunate for Fenerbahce, but you know what? They kind of dug that hole, and so they got to figure their way out of it. Meanwhile, this might be the way they need, though, because Yikes and Lighter going head-to-head here, and Hate Me is down. One of the players is low as well. She's just trying to heal up. There we go. And the fights are going to and from here, but I think for Fenerbahce it's a little too late. They're out in the blue zone. But we go back to these two, where Lighter have actually moved up the hill quite a bit here. So they may still have a little bit of an opportunity here to take over Yikes' position and actually get inside zone. Or not. Never mind.
Yikes Flame just playing with their victims at this point, right? Just having a feast, and now it's going to be that Sen coming through to just try and close it up. One well-placed knock with the vehicle could definitely seal the fate. Oh, and there we have it, right? Wasn't the vehicle, but it was the follow-up spray coming on through. That is Yikes. Just securing themselves now. Their 9th elimination, and they're only a duo, right? What that's left. We got Evermind and their teammate coming on through here, doing an absolutely stand-up job. 4 eliminations also. Now is going to be what the players here from Red Team are going to be sitting with. Fenerbahce still alive. They could definitely play quite a bit of an upset here. Let's see how this one pans out.
Yeah, I mean, she's got such a great opportunity. With the zone moving in, that's a little bit more pressure there, but a good nade could spell disaster for Yikes here. Let's see if it goes somewhere. It did do something, it looked like, but maybe not enough. She is going to go out to the zone, and that's Yikes' finish. Fenerbahce has an easy way into zone if only she can make it. That zone is tickling pretty heavily now, though. She does have meds, but will she be able to get inside? Hopefully she will. As we move over to Red Tiam, over onto the edge of zone. No, just doesn't quite make it in. That is the end of them right now, as X-Force Divas also go on out, and Red Tiam holding down the fort here on the north side.
Yeah, that's that tickle turning into a little bit more of a scratch at this point.
Yeah.
But let's see if STG could maybe get a little bit of something happening here. It's not looking very hopeful. Yeah, it's not hopeful at all, as Red Tiam claims their next victim, securing even more points on the overall standings. They've actually risen to the top, right? They've got 6 eliminations and looking pretty good with HP bars. Still going to keep a very close eye on Pmewl's as well, as we can see continuous back and forth. And of course now Pmewl's going to be turning their focus right here onto Goat Invicta. As they come knocking on the door, getting ready for the breach. 2 players, one player left to try and defend the inevitable, but still quite a bit of territory being exchanged here, right? Quite a bit of a back and forth. Goat trying to hold on as long as they can. And for QC, actually not going too poorly at this point, but definitely going to try and prioritize that zone positioning, because the blue is going to be absolutely ridiculous
C got taken out when she did, but it doesn't matter. Tiam take out that final point there, so that is going to be them out. But it was a good effort, a really good effort. Pmewls, I'm not sure they're going to be able to get up their duo, but you know what? It's top 3. Does it even matter? Pmewls back in top 3 for another game here. Bonfire and TM, both teams also in this top 3 here. All these teams need points, and all these teams are getting them.
Yep, it's good to see, and of course, what a great opportunity it is that Sanok is providing to them. Pmewl Nova being the next one to fall away down to our final 2. Tiam getting some well-earned, and much-needed points at this point as they do secure themselves 10 eliminations, hitting them double digits. And this could be exactly what they need to just catapult them up. Of course, coming into this match, they had only 2 points to their name. Now they've got 5 times that. But will they be able to get 10 times that? No, they will get denied that opportunity. But what a great comeback that is. Bonfire securing themselves that winner chicken dinner. Again, just outlasting the opponents. But unfortunate for Tiam, right? They tried a very strong attempt that they put in. Got those points on board. But at the end of the day, it goes straight over to Bonfire. I mean, even looking at the points for Bonfire, right? They had 10 points coming into this match. So, you know, all the points they find here is going to do phenomenal things for them within the group standings.
Yeah, it is. I love what Bonfire did there, right? Because they pushed outside of the zone to clean up Tiam there. And I think they knew that if they let it go, if they let Tiam re-heal and do what they needed to do, they were going to lose the game. Tiam had just the better position overall. So a really, really nice play from Bonfire. End up winning the game. And as you said, with a lot of points that they really did need. So this puts them in a really nice position for the last 2 games of the night, for sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a position that they will be feeling quite comfortable from. And of course, it's going to be a great boost for team morale, right? Especially coming into the last 2 games, matches that both teams that did exceptionally well in this match weren't necessarily doing all that well in, right? So that's maybe the kind of boost that the teams needed. So a great turning point coming through here for the group. But it's all going to come down to what these last 2 matches will hold, right? How are the teams going to approach it? Are they going to look to replicate the same efforts that we saw the first 2? Or will we see those improvements being applied, right? Will we see those teams looking to surge and climb higher than they've been able to do in the first 2 games of the day? Of course, game number 3, done and dusted. Looking at this, 9 eliminations going over to the side there of Bonfire as they do quite a bit of work, coming through with almost 1,800 damage.
Yeah, very, very nice. Not quite the double digits we were expecting, but 9 eliminations is really, really good stuff. 19-point game, absolutely really, really good for them. Bonfire needed those points, as we keep saying. But you know what? 306 meters on a Sandhawk is kind of crazy. Folly doing some great work there for sure. And what's interesting is less heals than both of the previous matches as well. 7,000 total healing. So you are seeing a lot less throwables, a lot less healing going down. It's really just making sure those knocks are taken and making sure you're in the zone. It's something we're seeing getting into the 3rd game, more so than the first 2. It's kind of like these teams are saying, okay, we can't really mess around now. We've got 2-3 games out of the way. The amount of games we now have is really dwindling. We need to make everything count.
Yeah, and I mean, like, looking at the amount of heals that you were pointing out there as well, it makes sense because there was no time to heal, right? It's either you fire or you get fired at, right? So, yeah, some very quick reactions having to come through here. And of course, the MVP of the match is going to be none other than O'Daddy, all the way from Pmewl, securing themselves 4 eliminations, 708 damage. Some impressive numbers coming through here. Yeah, well done. I mean, we were watching a few of the plays coming through from O'Daddy that we saw on the stream. So, yeah, some very impressive angles, some very impressive sprays. But now we got to take that all a little step further, right? We got to see what the point situation is, where these teams find themselves, and, you know, just how much of an impact this game has made. Of course, no surprise to see the players here from Bonfire coming through with those 19 points, 9 eliminations to their name. Tiam, 16 points, very well deserved. You can say the same here for Pmewl and Yikes as well, right? Just keeping that consistency though.
Yeah, they have been lighter as well with 6 points. No, it's not their best game, but it is a lot more points than you're seeing the rest of the lobby have. So both Goat and Lighter, both these teams are really stepping up and keeping that consistency, and they're able to say, okay, this might not be a banner game for us, but we will be able to keep going, keep those points coming, and wait for the next game where maybe we have a bit more control. So really, really good from all of these teams. And Pmewl's, another team that I want to point out, is just keeps climbing and climbing. They moved into like the top 5, top 6 with the last game, and here they are again with 14 points on top of Sandhawk. So it's looking like a really good day for them so far. What we will see in Miramar, we have left to see.
Yep, we will see what we'll see when we get there to see what is to be seen. Right.
Exactly. Yes.
What I also do see is 4 teams not getting themselves the points they would have liked to have right here, and of course we still have one team that is yet to make that breakthrough, that is yet to feature. Of course, Mumia that we have all the way there over in 18th, right? So hopefully somewhere in the next 2 matches we'll see those points getting accrued and locked on in. But things are looking pretty good over at the top of the standings, right?
Yeah.
We've got Goat sitting on a comfortable 40 points, and we've got Lida just there, hard on their heels, also just trying to get themselves anything and everything that they can find across the way. But again, not too much of a drastic shift for the teams higher up on the board. We did, however, see, of course, the players there from Bonfire move all the way from 7th place up into that 3rd position. So, moves are being made here, and it's all going to come down to the very last game to see just how these teams can even it out, though. But Digital Athletics, they got to step it up. They can't have another Sandhawk match, right? They scored not a single point.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
if they want to hold on,
it's
they got to push.
yeah, absolutely. Especially as the teams keep climbing and the points keep climbing. I mean, Tiam have moved into 7th with those 18 points. OOC the same amount, not far behind Digital Athletics. So they've really got to step up in this next Miramar, especially the next 2 games, to make sure that they are in that top 3 heading into day 2. It's still possible for them. We just have to see them do it. Yagi is going to be our number 1 still for the player focus here as she continues to dominate. 10 eliminations in 3 games at this level is kind of goated. As we see also Lena 6 as well, part of her team, right there in 2nd place. And Lena from Lighter, or Elena rather from Lighter, she's also in here. So these 3, we're really seeing a good representation of how things are going today, because Go and Lighter dominating the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, but that's what we want to have, right? We want to have a little bit of that consistency being built up. And a lot of this comes through from the first 2 matches that we had, right? Erangel, Miramar was pretty good games for both these teams, and that's why we see their players still maintaining a very consistent position with regards to the overall tally that they have here. So it is going to require quite a bit of work for any of the opposing players to contest, right, to get themselves up in that position, but it's all going to come down to the next 2 games.
It really is, and the next 2 games are right around the corner. I'm very excited for Miramar. We saw some epic stuff there before, and we will surely see some again, but right before that, we're going to head into a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
looking forward to it because, well, we're heading back into the desert, right? Miramar, in case you were wondering what it's called, there's the name. Based on what we saw in the first 3 matches, it was insane, right? I didn't really touch on this in the previous game at the end, but the amount of eliminations that we saw again, right? The top 4 teams coming through with 9-10, 9-9.
Yeah.
Right? Again, super aggressive.
Yeah.
But this time around, it was other teams getting that super aggression going in their direction. So, yeah, I'm curious as to what will be happening in this one. Will we see a continuation of that momentum that has been building up between these teams slowly but surely? Or is it all just going to go in a different direction? Like, we don't really know. So we'll find out soon enough. But from what we can see, though, is the teams will have no difficulty finding a spot to drop because they have access across this map with this kind of flight path.
Yeah, really do. I'm going to do a quick prediction here. I think the zone is going to go to the north side. I think we're looking at Crater Fields and La Cobriera. Not saying that right, but that's how I say it, and that's how I've said it for years, so you can't make me say it otherwise. But again, we got this hot drop over in San Martin. The same 2 teams are going to be there. It's BM and Tiam as well. And also looking towards Chumasera and Picado, we're looking at a couple of teams, 3 teams in fact, looking to be in that area, so we'll see what happens there as well. So that's where we're kind of going to be, and my prediction is right. It's a little more south than I thought it might be, but both of my predictions are currently in zone.
Nice. Well done.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, I won't comment on the names, but if San Martin is going to be the place where we are going to be starting this party, let's get it going, right?
Let's do it.
So we did have a little bit of a standoff in our first visit to this match between these same 2 teams. Very similar buildings. Not quite exactly these ones just yet, but I mean, there's a lot of similarities, right? Like, but we'll see how the teams are going to look to make their plays through this. I'm noticing that we've already had a few shots getting delivered into 2 players on 2 different squads over on towards that right-hand side of the screen as well. But let's see, maybe Red Tiam could maybe find a way to wingle-wangle their way through this one and get a secure play towards their north, or maybe it could be flipped on them. But yeah, that was interesting to see Cat Veins disconnecting there for a big moment. That's definitely not what you want to have happen on your way through this. But speaking of which, though, Mumia, we can definitely see a little bit more of a push. As I mentioned previously, Mumia, one of those teams that could definitely benefit off of a few points, right? Any points would do at this point. So, I think they need to try and play to their strengths at this stage of the match.
This is interesting from Yikes here. They're looking to get a little bit surrounded by Fenerbahce. It's the 2-2 split of death in this instance, I think. You've got a pretty good hold on that warehouse behind them, and it could get quite tricky for them. So for Yikes, this has to be very, very quick. They have to get rid of this duo and then get out, or at least turn around and fight the other duo, right? They can't be waiting too long here, because you see, Fenerbahce, the other duo, are already on the move here, so it's getting pretty hairy. The time is ticking for sure for Yikes, and it has ticked its final one as you look at those shots being taken, and now the fight is in full earnest. Yikes have taken too long here. They couldn't have known, but now they do, and they just have to fight this duo. Good return from Yikes, though, DK, that we see this immediate aggression onto this duo to make sure that they're cleared.
Yep, they have to push it. Ooh, there we go.
Oh,
Fenerbahce, coming out clutch on that one. Yeah, they only lost 1 player. Right,
that's
1 player down,
crazy.
but they score 4 eliminations, 4 points so far. And of course, it is going to be Red Tiam also getting ready as they start to apply themselves onto the side here of Mumia. You can see it is starting to cost a little bit, right? A nice exchange though on either side. Ooh, Tiger getting taken on down. Cat Veins and Hannah need to be super careful. Quite a bit of caution needs to be applied here, because we can see Mumia, they still have 3 players up. But not only that, we have another team pushing in from the far southern side, right? Playing from up on high. So you gotta watch all these angles, and it's none other than S2G that's gonna be knocking on the door. So talk about pressure. Maybe some unwanted pressure finding its way in here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Cat Veins and Hana still left alive, but I don't know. It is looking a little dicey. Even if they get out of this, where do they go, right? You do have SGG up at the top. And it's going to be a little bit more tricky now. Oh, but she's right there. She's got the rifle in hand. Cat Veins knows it, though. She's using that crate as cover. Good thing she did, because she could have gone down there very, very easily. And she's got to do something here, and now only has that one first aid. She's going to use it. Got to make sure that she can do something about this. But there's a lot of players right here, DK. She's got her work cut out for her.
Yeah, a little bit of a focus point being applied onto this region. Ooh, hold on. There we go.
Whoa.
Mumia getting themselves a few additional points on the board at the expense, though, of Tiam. So 2 teams down as we see Tiam and Yikes not surviving it all the way through. There is one other team that has not made it into this match for reasons unbeknownst to us, but it's okay. We shall continue to push upwards and onwards. You know, it does seem like things, at least towards the northern side here of San Martin, has quieted down a little bit, so it gives Mumia a bit of an opportunity. But I think S2G are setting up quite a bit of an ambush play here, right? Because looking at the way that Mumia is moving about this area, I don't think that they are quite aware of S2G's position up on the high ground.
No, they're not. They don't. They have no idea. I mean, it's something that they're going to be thinking about, because obviously it's the higher ground. A lot of teams tend to go up there. But are they thinking about it this early on? I mean, stage 1 still has not closed in yet. So they could be thinking that there's no one there right this second, but it's definitely something they want to be aware of. Bonfire, as we move over into El Pozo, much more situated inside zone. They might be on the edge, sure, but at least they're on that northern side, which is where I think it is going to be going. And they seem to be the only team in the vicinity, so they are big chilling right now. They're thinking about going into the deep dive, and so she does there, getting that little bit of loot that's in there, getting those vehicles ready to go in case they need them. El Pozo's a big, big city, and for one team, they must be absolutely stacked right now. So, sounds good, looks good for now, and we'll see what happens in the coming zones, where that's going to shift off.
Yeah, we'll definitely find out in due course, but in the meanwhile, Blue is going to continue to do what it does, so it's going to be closing quite steadily. But I'm curious to see who's going to be the team to get that chicken coming into this one, right? Because we've had a few teams step up to the plate, right? We had Digital Athletics in the very first match of the day over on Erangale. We did see Lida, of course, getting themselves the victory on the previous promo that we had. Bonfire, we had on screen just a mere moment ago, also having some great success. But now it's going to boil down to what's going to be coming in with regards to these plays, right? Will we see S2G maybe potentially sneaking in, with Jiggy Chicken somewhere? So yeah, there's so many potential plays that could be had here. It's all going to come down to how S2G make their way through this. I like the fact that Saren has a decent serving of ammo, right? 343 rounds available. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's so
And the other
much.
weapon is a UMP. It's not even an M4.
That's
So,
crazy.
right.
I saw that similar in, I think, the last Miramar as well. Really stocking up, and y'all think I'm the loot goblin. Yeah, that's some crazy numbers, but you know what? You gotta use it. If that M4 is your long-range weapon, then yeah, you've definitely got to use it. If your SCAR is your long-range weapon, whatever. But OOC, over on Power Grid, nice spot. They look to maybe be doing a little something different here. This is a really very powerful position to have. This compound is a lot more useful than you think it might be, right? It's just a few shacks on top of a hill, but there's actually a lot of cover to be had up here. It's quite difficult to attack. So a really good position from OOC. They're playing the long game with this one, really just trying to make sure they have a good position first and then get those eliminations second. So we'll see who moves up into Power Grid. It looks like VPG have made it in there. Yep, shots are being fired onto their position right now. But for now, I think it's one of those positions where neither team really going to be looking for any serious shots.
But one thing, so this position that OOC finds himself in, yes, I agree with you 100%. This is a great position to be in, right? But to play this position, you got to do what Lola is doing here. Is you're going to have to move continuously, right?
True.
You're going to have to hop from the one spot to the next spot, continuously looking all over the place, because that angle has got so many ridges and so many points of approach. You got to try and keep an eye on all of them. So it's a good spot, but not an easy spot, even though it might seem deceivingly so. So always got to keep a very close eye on that. Speaking about keeping eyes on things, it is going to be the players here from X-Force Divas that we'll be keeping an eye on now as they start to move on up just towards that southern side of San Martin, slowly pushing up the hill, of course approaching the power grid area that we were just looking at as well. So yeah, teams slowly starting to converge on this point. Fortunately, the vehicles aren't necessarily realistic enough. It's not actual real life cars, because I don't see a normal car driving up that hill. Unfortunately, obviously physics makes sense. Here we go, Lola. Yep, doing what needs to be done. Just putting a few shots across the way up in towards NATO. But NATO now getting caught in a pretty tough spot though, because they've got yet another team right there alongside them. So going from the one challenging angle into the next one, and Lida, no angle seems to be challenging for them. They just keep on shooting at everybody.
Wow, yeah. Nice shots going through there. That car's about to blow up, and it might if she doesn't get to some cover quickly. Yeah, there it goes, but I don't see a knock coming out of that. No, I don't think so. So is going to be able to get away from that a little bit there, but for now, there's still more to be done. Lighter in a fantastic spot. Look at the spray control on that 3 times as well as the 4 times. So really making sure that whoever that team is can't quite see them, is really having a tough time with this rotation.
Yeah, it's them. It's
them.
Yeah.
It's that one.
Yeah. But you gotta give props to Lida's spread that they've got here, right? Because they've been following that vehicle since it crested the hill. Right? Since it came onto the plateau, it's just been fired at continuously all the way to where it stopped eventually. So that is a very impressive angle to take there. And now it's going to be Lola still continuing with the pressure over onto the side here of NATO, making a few connections, which is what we like to see. But it doesn't seem like the team that we had on the back end there of NATO has done all that much. Right? We don't see any engagements being brought forward. The team, of course, still going to be holding, I think, over towards that northwestern side. But that's great news for Lola, because Lola can just keep on heading up into the side here of NATO, slowly whittling away at those HP bars. And speaking about HP bars, it is going to be the squad here on the side of the Dark Angels that are going to be looking to patch their own HP bars up. As Goat Invictus knocking at the door, and they want in.
They do. You can tell they're feeling the success of the last few games. They're very, very confident here. They're not looking to prolong the quiet, the dry side of the game for much longer here, moving in against Dark Angels. It's a good spot to contest here. There's not anybody around them. It's unlikely for anybody to be around them anytime soon. And Dark Angels really have to be on their guard with this one, because now Rogue Baby does go down. Lena 6 is able to get the job done. Nice cover coming in from her as well. And meanwhile, Yagi just on the other side, just holding, waiting for them to be flushed out so that she can have her turn. So really nice teamwork coming in from Gon Invicta here.
Yeah, great playing coming through there. But now we return back over onto the side here of Lola. Zone, of course, just shifting up a little bit. Not a super aggressive play, but that is what we kind of expect to see over on the side here of Miramar. Let's see whether or not Yagi can get that nade in. Ooh, does find a little bit of that help over on towards the side here of Fraz. Fraz not even knowing which way to go as Yagi now starts pushing up. The jump shots coming through, but that is not going to deter Yagi. And she finds the play, gets the first one in. Now it's going to be a full send from the crew. The shots coming in all over the place. Dark Angels, the next team to get backed up and shipped out. And, I mean, GOAT again, staying true to their name.
And with a 1 elimination per player as well, that's a really nice clean sweep of that team, each doing her part to get rid of them. And now they have a pretty decent position for themselves as NATO move in for the kill over onto to potentially that spot on the hill that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. Those shacks, that shack area. We'll see what happens. For now, they're happy with this little ridge line. Cool little dip she's found herself in here. She's trying to test it out, see what she can do from here, and if this is going to be a viable position for them. Meanwhile, Bonfire directly contesting not noobs over here with this really high position. Going to be looking at that 2-2 split, and now the rest of her team are moving in. This is going to be a super interesting fight to look out for, DK.
Yeah, I mean, you just completely skipped the whole defying gravity part, right?
Yeah.
Purple was just like, it's like, I got my spider buggy here. I can drive up walls, straight up, vertical walls. You're like, yeah, it's fine. It's not a problem. Like, there's no position too high that I cannot get into. Speaking of which, though, it is going to be the not noobs now also getting into a little bit of this playthrough here. As we've got Bonfire keeping a very concise angle, as you've pointed out. But, I mean, for Purple, it looked good, but the opposite end is not really doing all too much for Purple's position to be such a crazy angle, though, right? They're pretty good at staying hidden.
Yeah, they are. They know their angles well. They know where they need to be or where they don't need to be, right? Where they should be at any given moment. And that's a really good advantage to have when you're in a fight. And oh dear, she's got that spray down. Does do a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. And not noobs realize the danger they're in and go, you know what? We're good. We don't have to do this at all. And away they go. They're actually rotating all the way around into the compound. A really smart move from these players, from this team. Because now they've got that really good hard cover. They can start to look, and Purple feels the effects of it almost immediately there. So still a little bit precarious, but Purple now no longer in the super, super strong position she once was.
Yep, the advantage has now been taken away, and it's for good reason because they're not noobs, right? The
Yes,
name says
true.
it all. They know
That's
what they're
very
doing. So, yeah, what's also quite funny is that Purple is fighting against a team that is Purple. So,
Yeah.
it's an interesting play. But yeah, I think that was a good call being made there by Purple, rather disengaging from that position on high. Realizing that they don't have the advantage anymore. Now instead looking to prioritize the next play, the next rotation as we moved into the next stage as well. So this is going to demand of the teams that they need to move upwards. Speaking about up, we do see the shots now starting to connect on up here as Not are finding even more plays. Binky taking quite a bit of a wide push as the team starts to rotate up here. We've got quite a bit of contention now starting to trickle in. Vehicles getting parked in strange places. NATO getting sent on back. It's going to be Bonfire now falling to the pressure here. The angles, so many opposing teams just ready to welcome them in with open barrels. It's going to be down to Atlas, and I'm not quite sure whether or not Atlas is going to be able to avenge their teammates.
That is the question. They're all piling into San Martin. I hadn't realized how big of a spot this was starting to become in these next few zones. We were really looking onto those high grounds on the edge of zone, but San Martin is really starting to pick up some speed here. Lots of teams, and S2G still on the top of that ridgeline there with big eyes on everyone in the vicinity. So a really good early setup from them is going to do well for them later on as we see them with 4 eliminations, a full squad, and no real damage being done onto them.
Yeah, I almost stressed there for a second, hence the oof that I did, because I saw shot being lined up only to realize that it's the teammate, so it's all good. But It is going to be Digital Athletics just below Mumia here, as you can see. Sailor looking for a bit of an angle, a bit of an approach. Not quite sure where Leah went, whether Leah at the end of the run or maybe something happened, but still the rest of the team looking to make their play. But this is a good split though for Mumia, right? 2 players in the same building as Digital, the other 2 on the opposing side, looking to find a bit of an opportunity, just trying to get that right angle to secure the points. So that could even see Mumia getting moved up way to 5 eliminations. Got to watch out for this window though, with Goat up on the ridge and that opposite ridge over there. Yeah, you can't be too careful.
That's a really interesting play, and none of it's going to matter. DK, the zone shifted, and I don't see that little white line on our mini-map, which means it's a hard shift to the south side. None of these teams are in zone, in a compound. They're going to have to move out, and S2G have full control here. I don't even know if S2G are in zone, but they're definitely more in zone than the rest of the teams in town, so they definitely do have that advantage, and hopefully for them, they are going to be able to make something out of it.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see just how far south this has gone. I'm expecting we're looking at something close to like Power Grid. Yeah, as you can see, Power Grid just south of where we have it. So this is right in between San Martin and Power Grid. Up on the plateau, it's going to be quite the uphill battle for a lot of the teams that we have down here. The next 50 seconds is going to be absolutely crucial as we do say goodbye to yet another team. We are down now to the final 11. Still got 36 players up and able. But who's going to be the ones to clutch it out? Mumia and Digital Athletics, they need to take this to the next phase. They need to take the next few steps. Either rotate out or get aggressive, push in and clean out this compound. It's going to happen for either of these teams. Ideally, maybe getting into a little bit of a fight here. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, it is going to be Inky getting right into the action. 2 players left to contest. Let's see. Maybe Mumia might make it out. No! Digital Athletics. On the money though. 2 down, 1 more to go.
My goodness me, they're going through them. And it is 2 eliminations all on 1 player. She's doing a great job here, Incy, for her team. And now they've got the cleanup out of the way, right? Yes, there's that solo player, but she's across the road. Now that they've got the cleanup out of the way, they have to start thinking about the bigger problem, the path into zone. It's currently choked full of these teams that are all trying to full send their way in. You got Go on the outside, you got K12 here, S2G as well, and there's a bunch of teams to the south side, as well as everybody else still in the blue. So this is where 11 is going to become 5 very, very quickly. I think this north side is absolute chaos, as BRX are the first of many teams to fall here.
Yeah, 1 down, 1 of many to yet to come. And this is now a great opportunity for actually quite a lot of teams to steal points all over the place, right? Just to capitalize on the carnage that we have unfolding ahead of them. So you can see teams now just drastically just plunging on down. We were on 11 teams a few seconds ago. We're already sitting on 8. Right, so 3 teams have so far not made it up into this next spot. But I'm looking over on towards that western front. Right there where we've got K12 as well as GOAT, seeing that a few teams from the southern side, or northern side rather, are still going to try and maybe get themselves up onto the plateau. I think that area is going to be absolutely essential and needs to receive a little bit of focus as well. But now SG just taking some easy pickings, just looking from up high, just raining down a little bit of that carnage. But now K12, GOAT, 2 teams that are actually in such a controlling position on towards this plateau are not having much else to do other than focus on each other.
Yeah, it's a rough one. I'm really interested. Who's that team on the south side, the green? Because purple is not noob, right? So we do have that team that made some pretty good moves before. It's lighter. DK, it's lighter in the green. Oh, maybe 1 less. Oh, no, can't hit her shots. Rip that. Okay, so we're back up to 4 Lighter, but oh my goodness, that's not a team you want to be waiting in the wings. When this is over, they will be ready. So we'll see how that goes. VPG do go down next. Digital Athletics getting almost taken out by Nadia there from esports, K12 esports. Oh, nice shot from Lucy as well. Gonna get stolen away. Oh my goodness me, there's a lot going on here as Beza might just get a really good nade there. It does indeed hit the mark. Doesn't quite do any damage she wants to get done, and unfortunately for her, it's not going to be enough. She does go on out there, and now we're down to 4 teams. Just 4 teams left alive, DK.
I mean, STG, they just gobbling up eliminations, right?
Oh, yeah.
You just go like, oh, there's a free one over there, easy one there, right? They cleaning house. They just getting right down to business. But I think it's going to be between 3 teams, right? I think it's going to be Goat, STG, and Lighter, right?
Okay.
I think they are going to be the 3, well, they're the only 3 teams with 3 players or more left. Digital Athletics down to their solo, but it's been their best performing player for this match. Locking in all their points, all their eliminations, and now it's going to try and just ride out the storm all the way to the bank. Are they going to be able to get the job done though? As you can see, Lighter, they getting active. Melina definitely finding the plays up into the side there of Lucy. So now it's down to Seren and Aura. They're going to try and survive. The push comes through. So there's not a lot of options. We do say goodbye to Digital, but here we have it. As we know, Lighter, no strangers when it comes to clutching it out here, but of course you cannot forget the performances we've been seeing come through from Goat. They've just been so damn consistent here today, already sitting with 13 eliminations under their belt for this match so far. That is exactly what Lighter had in the previous Miramar. But here we go, we are down to a 2v2. It is going to be an absolutely insane push, as we've got Melek on the opposite end now looking to defend. Up comes the push here from Goat.
Here
It's
we
going to
go.
be Polia just trying to pop that rage back on a 3-piece. Down to 2 they go yet again. It is going to be Elena sneaking in the head, and now it is down to Yagi. But Yagi, being no stranger to the aggression, is going to try and hold on as long as they possibly can. And this is a great opportunity now for Lighter to try and get the numbers in their favor. Going for the reasons the play is there, and that is Lighter coming through with the second chicken on Miramar.
That's crazy. That's definitely a team to watch for Miramar. My goodness me, 2 for 2 at this point in time, and with such phenomenal, massive, big, decisive wins at that. I mean, what was that, 13, 14 eliminations? I said, when I saw that was who was the green team on the south side with a full squad, I was like, they're going to win. This is going to be it for us, because the rest of those teams don't stand a chance against this powerhouse that we've been seeing bulldoze their way through the desert here tonight. What a game from them, and again, puts them at the top with another double-digit elimination win. So consistent, and so consistent even to the point of the same amount of kills or eliminations in each game, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy work.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's insane.
It
so
is.
yeah, Color be impressed. Very, very impressed by the performance that we had from Lighter. But of course, you cannot forget the play that we had come through from STG, right?
Yes.
STG also playing a phenomenal match, coming in to that last bit with 13 eliminations to their name as well. So they might have gotten even more than that, right? They might have gotten all the way up to 14.
Yeah.
Right? Because as we know, Lighter, they were pretty persistent. They were not going to let any of their players get taken out without their say-so. So, yeah, a very impressive play, but different strategies that we had, because STG, they were pretty much just dominating that ridge line for the entirety of this match, right? They moved in, they stayed there, and they just kept on pressuring anybody that they could spot. However, if we look at the approach that we saw come through from the side of Lighter, right, they took a completely different play, a different angle, but still coming up with a very consistent performance when it comes to the map of Miramar, right? Not quite 13, but I mean, they won away, right? Scoring 12, almost went one higher, 14, but scoring 12 eliminations right then and there. And again, absolutely impeccable performance from their side.
Yeah, very nicely played. I mean, it's a common zone we do end up seeing right over onto the south side of San Martin. it's often going that direction. So perhaps these teams have a little bit more experience with that sort of terrain, but that push coming out of San Martin is not one that's so common. So a lot of those teams really were fighting for their lives and did a great job. I mean, as you said, S2G did a really, really good job with holding down the fort as much as they could and picking up those elims as much as possible. But Go, again, coming in second place there and being able to really hold down their own fort there and being able to get as many eliminations as they did is really solidifying them in that top 3 for the game 5, but also day 2.
Yeah, and also just to put a little bit more emphasis on how crazy it was in this game, right? Only 6,000 health has been recovered in this game.
Wow.
Only 6,000. So it just shows you how insane the pacing was moving through this match. And I mean, there were so many potential points in this game where things could have taken a completely different turn. And also, just looking at the amount of knocks that we have, right? We only had 61 knocks. So what that tells you is that the teams moved up, they got a knock, and they tried to close it up as quickly as they possibly can. I mean, look at this, right? Again, GOAT, MVP, game number 3.
Yep.
Third game in a row, scoring that consistency, right? 6 eliminations, getting 1,092 damage secured as well. Not a single assist, so that just shows you, like, the focus was there, right? They got a target, they locked on, and they finished it. There was no second chances.
Absolutely. Ding, ding, ding all the way through for that 1,000 damage. But yeah, 0 assists is an insane stat to have with 6 eliminations. You're not even giving any of that over to other teams, right? No one's stealing from you. Those are all your own. So Lena 6 really putting down the law there. And you can see 19 points for GOAT, but 22 for Lighter. If that doesn't put them up on top of the spot, I don't know what does.
Yeah, some pretty sweaty performances that we had coming into this one. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if GOAT consistently keeps this momentum going, right, there's not much of that for today that's left, but moving into their day 2, it is going to be pretty hairy, pretty scary as well to look at. But I think the teams have now gotten a bit of a taste as to what Lighter and GOAT are bringing to this battlefield. So I'm hoping that someone is going to look to maybe stop them at some point, right? Play a bit of an upset somewhere along the line. And if there's one team that can maybe pull off, I'm looking at Pmewl.
Yeah. It's true. They've been a team that's been consistent from the beginning, and you can see